to really get you through a quarter of the season, and long term, you weren't going to be able to sustain Buddy Hield's way too much of an up and down streakiness. You got a bunch of players with isolated skill sets. It's made the rotation tough. Jonathan Kuminga has had moments where he has looked great and the growth has come along. There's also been some wild inconsistency. You got Steph Curry saying things like, we're not built to come from behind. They also aren't very built to protect a lead because they have one real offensive option in the final 5 minutes of a game, and it's an all-time great who's going to be 37 in 2 months taking highly contested shots. Dennis Schroeder offensively hasn't panned out, especially as a closer, in the way that you would think. And so before we get to legs, let's just rehash the sound that Steph said that's kind of gone viral this week and kind of use this as a jumping off point. Walter, this was cut N from a couple days ago. Steph Curry kind of talking about not wanting to do anything reckless, but then again, we're saying this in the middle of January.
Desperate trades or desperate, moves that deplete the future. Like, there is a responsibility on allowing keeping the franchise in a good space and good spot when it comes to where we leave this thing when we're done. Doesn't mean that you're not trying to get better. Doesn't mean that you're not active in any type of search to, if you have an opportunity where a trade makes sense, or even in the summer free agency makes sense, like, you want to continue to get better. Nobody wants to be stale or be in a situation where you're passing up opportunities, but it doesn't mean that you're desperate, just flinging assets all around the place just because you want to do something. So there's Mike understands, like, we want to win. We want to be in that position where, we've always said that you want to be relevant in the championship type of chase while, we understand we're getting older and deeper into our careers and allowing some of the young guys to kind of blossom. But it doesn't mean you're getting desperate. So it's better to kind of be patient, understand what that looks like. And I know, Mike is always on the phone trying to figure it out. That's what a good GM does. Doesn't mean there's a deal on the table. Doesn't mean that you're desperate. Doesn't mean that you're just flinging, like I said, assets all the way around and being reckless with it.
So there's multiple conclusions that can be drawn from all this. I think you took the perspective yesterday, Papa, of, thank you to everything that has been contributed to the dynasty. Steph Curry has a lot of poise to have that kind of perspective in the final days of his career, not just make it all about himself. I would also like to give a shout out to a man I met this morning walking over here to the building. Lawrence, working some security for a building on Battery Street, just had the best attitude, saw my hoodie for the Warriors. It's like, hey, man, for Steph Curry to make those comments, that is so humble. That is so rare for a superstar. I still got faith in the Warriors. They're going to get it done against Minnesota tonight. So just want to say Lawrence, because I asked him, I said, hey, you ever listen to KNBR? He's like, yeah, sometimes. I go, cool, I do the middays with Greg Papa. He goes, oh, I like Greg Papa. I'm like, yeah, me too.
We like you, Lawrence, too. We love you.
So big shout out to Lawrence. Then I also think there's the other angle, though, of what Brian Windhorst went on to say, basically being like, this is at the acceptance stage of grief for Steph Curry. I never hear anyone talk about this in January.
Yeah, it was, and it wasn't at the podium. It was at his own locker after they lost in Toronto. So it is what it is. What he said is the reality that, we're not starting years 24-0 and 18-2 and running this league, and we got a lot of work to do. Dave Pasch did make an interesting point, because we're so locked in on the 7-17 after the 12-3, and they're under 500. I mean, you got Oklahoma City, obviously, is off to a great start. So is Houston, so is Memphis, and Denver's just okay. But Denver's 24-15, they're 9 over. The Clippers are 4 over. When you look at the 5 line, and 5 and 6 make the playoffs in each conference, then you get into the play-in. I mean, the LA Clippers have 17 losses. The Warriors have 20. That's only, 3 games. Now, it's hard. It's not like baseball. You go in and sweep a series. 3 games takes a while to make up, but you can make it up. You're only halfway through it. When he's talking about making, reckless trades, and I think what they're saying is we're not trading Kuminga. Unless you give us one of the superstars of the NBA, we're not trading him. All right, then when are you going to sign him to? The ankle injury threw off evaluating him more, but I think we know who he is. And also, we're not going to trade Wiggins. We're not trading Wiggins or anybody for Jimmy Butler. We're not doing that. But can you get better? on the margins. They're talking about the margins and, little room for error and all that. The Chicago Bulls are tanking. Do they want to win or do they not want to win? They're overachieving a little bit. I hate that word, but it does happen in the NBA to keep draft picks. Nick Vucevic may be available. They lost a game last night. They're 4 under. Right now, they're barely in the play-in, and Philadelphia's coming up behind him, and Philadelphia's all in on winning. So if Chicago's not motivated to win and they want to trade Vucevic, we're not giving you Wiggins. We're not doing Kuminga. Don't insult us. When you insult my intelligence, you make me very angry, and you don't want to go down that road. So don't even bring them up. But if you want to get all the guys that we cobbled together this offseason, basically we got rid of Clay, and Chris Paul was a rental. To me, this goes back to, Bob Myers is a smart guy. He got it at the right time. Seriously going to trade Jordan Poole for Chris Paul? Who does that? And there was a reason why you had to do it, and it's the CBA, and it's a guy getting punched in the locker room and in practice. I get it. But Paul's off your roster now. Clay's off your roster. You brought in 3 veteran players to replace them. And it hasn't. DeAnthony Melton got off to a great start. He would have been a good player here, but he's hurt. You wound up trading him for a player that's not fitting in right now, which is surprising. Buddy Hield, it was the Buddy barometer for a while. He's actually played better. His shot's not always going in, but he is playing better, and they're not winning with him. And then Kyle Anderson, slow-mo's either in or he's out of the rotation. So, can you make one of those at-the-margins trades? Where you're giving up a lot of these, just cobble together salary. How do we get to Vucevic's salary and go make a trade? Zach LaVine, I don't know if I'm going to touch that guy. Indiana got off to a slow start, but now they're winning. So Miles Turner's unrealistic. They love that guy. They're not going to trade him. They could wind up going back to the conference finals again. So I know what Steve and Steph and Draymond and Broadstreet. I do wonder what Joe Lacob thinks of all this, with his franchise set to host the All-Star game. Last time we did this, Chris Cohan got booed out of his own building. No one's booing Joe like they did at the Rick Barry jersey retirement. But let's not go into the All-Star game saying we suck and we're not going to do anything. I mean, let's just see how they improve between now and February the 6th. I understand what Steph is saying about mortgaging the future. Then what kind of contract do you want to give Kuminga this offseason? You're not going to max the guy, are you? He's got to prove a little bit. He's certainly a young up-and-coming player, but let's just see, what they can be. And there are guys still to obtain in the next 3 weeks and 1 day. So it's a little odd to reflect on everything at the middle of the year. You're in the middle of a battle here. You haven't even hit halftime of the season yet. So, go out and try and fix it. But I think what you're hearing and seeing, and it's evident, the frustration level. These guys used to run this league. They just went out there, and when they were healthy, and they ran the league. Steph's missed some games. Draymond's missed some games, but nothing like last year. When Draymond played last year and was not suspended, they were a good team. Even when he's played, they're not quite good enough. So we'll see. But I think there is a way. I'm not saying this is a championship team, but there is a way to turn this team around and at least get into the play-in or avoid the play-in and get into the playoffs. It's not like everybody in the West is unbeatable. The Warriors can get up there maybe as high as 5.
Well, let's talk about what that way could be next with Tim Legler. He'll join us. Pop and Silver here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Golden State Warriors are back in action tonight against the Minnesota Timberwolves, and that begs the question, what is the over-under on technical fouls for Draymond Green and Rudy Gobert? Must-watch TV. It's fight night in the NBA. We'll get into that matchup, the tail of the tape, all day here on KNBR, the Sports Leader.
What's going on, everybody? Greg Silver here. It is playoff time, and you could take full advantage of that by winning some cash with Sleeper Picks. Yeah, what's that? Sleeper Picks is a daily fantasy game where you can win real money. Just pick more or less on at least 2 player stats. So if you want to break some tables with Greg Papa, maybe Josh Allen scores over 1.5 rushing touchdowns or whatever the lines may be. I got to look at it deeply because I know Walter is going to be brainstorming everything with me on Friday. Maybe Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry go crazy on the ground. Bottom line is, if you're right, you not only get bragging rights, you win some money. So for a limited time, Sleeper has a special offer. New users can play just $5 and they'll receive $55 in free entries instantly. They'll even give you a player projection discounted to half a yard with your first entry to give you an even better chance, almost a guaranteed chance, of building your bankroll. And with newly launched 1,000 times payout, a $5 entry could win you $5,000. So download the Sleeper app now and use promo code LEADER and get in on this promotion before time runs out. What are you waiting for? Download Sleeper today and unlock one of the fastest growing daily fantasy sports apps in the world. Use code LEADER to claim the play $5, get $55 offer. That's code LEADER. Must be 18 years old. Promo code, location, and other restrictions apply. Minimum deposit $25. See terms of use for details. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-426-2537 for help.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's going on, everybody? Papa and Silver hanging out with you for another hour or so. And we talked to Dave Pasch a little bit earlier. Well, he's going to be on the call with Tim Legler, who joins us now on the UMA guest line, ESPN NBA analyst. 10-year NBA vet, a 1996 three-point champ, which, gosh, the Warriors, I know we've been spoiled out here with their perimeter shooting, but right now they could use a 1996 Tim Legler, and he joins us live on the Yuma guest line. Tim, really appreciate your time. Greg Papa, Greg Silver out here in San Francisco. How are you?
I'm great, man. It's always my pleasure to be on with you guys. I hear you about the shooting. It's a very interesting thing that this team has gone through after they were rolling at 12-3, and I called a couple of their early games, and I was so impressed with what they were doing defensively. And at the time, their offense was humming along pretty good too. And it has really stalled, man. They've gone into a deep freeze, and that's what this great conundrum is for this team right now, trying to figure out how to get unleashed offensively again.
Yeah, 12-3 to start and 7-17 since. And since you were such a great shooter, and not just the numbers, the ball went in the basket when you shot. I mean, we watched you closely when you were Warrior Legs, is the form on the shot. Now, everybody's got a different shot. Tyrese Halliburton shots funky. But I do want to get your thoughts about Dennis Schroeder and his shot, because it's not quite like Halliburton, but he shoots it on the way up, not at the top of his jump. He kind of loads it low, and he loads it slow. He made that shot when he was a Brooklyn Net, a career high, 41.6%. As a Warrior, it is 33.8%. He has made 51. He's missed 100 threes as a Warrior. He's 51 of 151. Just as far as the form on the shot, because we're critical now because it's not going in, what are you seeing from Schroeder's three-point jumper?
Yeah, unfortunately, you're referencing only his field goal percentage. His three-point percentage is even worse for Golden State at 25%.
Right.
You know, look, here's the thing about Dennis Schroeder. When they made the acquisition, I understood why they needed more firepower. Dennis Schroeder was having arguably the best year of his career in Brooklyn prior to coming. But the system's totally different. He's a ball screen operator. He loves to be able to manipulate the defense off a ball screen and then use that burst to turn the corner, get downhill, or shoot a little pull-up mid-range 15-footer. Like, that's his game. His game has never really been to be a three-point shooter. I think he's 34% for his entire career. I don't believe, other than 23-24, he's never had a year over 40. Most years he's in the low 30s from the three-point line. So I don't think that's what they got him for. It's just being exposed even more because of the style that the Warriors play. There are more opportunities where you're kind of going to have to move without the ball and get into catch-and-shoot mode from distances that maybe aren't that comfortable to him. And so that, I think he's looked very uncomfortable offensively since he got there. I do think I'm starting to see him turn the corner a little bit. He has been better here in these last handful of games, and I think that you're going to start to see Dennis Schroeder find his rhythm more and more, but it's not going to look like other Warriors wings and guards that have played off the ball in that system. That's just not what he does as a player. So some people might question the fit, and I understand that because he's mainly been a high ball screen player. But you needed some firepower. You had an opportunity to pick him up. You didn't really give up a lot, in my opinion, to bring in a guy that was playing that well in Brooklyn. I'm sure it's been frustrating for Steve Kerr, frustrating for Dennis Schroeder that it hasn't clicked faster. But I'm starting to see some signs lately that he's starting to find his rhythm, even though it won't be predominantly, I don't think, a three-point shooter. There'll be nights he'll make more because he gets into a rhythm as a scorer with some layups and some mid-range, and then he feels better about himself, and he'll become a better threat on those nights. But for the most part, get used to a lot of stuff in the lane, at the rim, and in the mid-range because that's his specialty. That's what he does well.
Talking to Tim Legler here. You can catch him tonight for the Warriors game on ESPN against the Minnesota Timberwolves. And Tim, what do you make of the comments by Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Steve Kerr about not wanting to be reckless with the future of the organization, setting them back 5 to 7 years? Also with the understanding of, well, they just lost to an 8-win Raptors team, and ever since that 12-3 start, what they've been doing is largely not working at all.
Yeah, look, I was a little bit surprised just because like the solidarity across the board, everybody having something to say about that. Normally, players don't have a whole lot to say about that. I understand questions are picking up. It's that time of year. You're going to get more stuff from the local media and national media regarding trades, trading deadline. You're going to hear a lot of talk around the league for multiple teams over the next couple of weeks. So I guess that's why they were even drawn into that conversation in the first place. But what's strange to me is, look, you got Steph Curry on your roster. Steph Curry it's incumbent upon you, if you have him on your team, to try to compete and win now. There is no 2 or 3 year plan with Steph Curry on your roster. It's you owe the guy to try to do everything you can right now. Now, look, when they were 12-3, they weren't even probably considering any of these things, but they've been exposed offensively in particular here over the last 6 weeks, and it's just affected Steph Curry's game. He's being defended in a way that it's really hand-to-hand combat a lot of nights on him, the way guys are guarding him and holding him and playing top side and daring other people to go off against them. And they've had, I think, 8 games in the last 18 under 100 points. I mean, that's 90s type scoring. Like when I was playing, that was a typical night in the NBA, 95, 92. You're thrilled to get that win. Now, 100 points, a lot of teams are over 100 points by late third, early fourth quarter. So to be held under 100 that many times in a little over a month shows you how anemic things have gotten for them offensively, and it's affected Curry dramatically. His numbers are down. I mean, his field goal percentage, his shot attempts, his scoring numbers, all of those things down. And I think it's in large part not because he's lost a step because of age. He may be dealing with some things physically that we don't fully know about, but I think more than anything else, they're just daring other people to step up and be an explosive scorer where you've got to make an adjustment to someone else that frees up Steph Curry. So if that's the case, you can't just let him slog through this, the rest of this year and beyond. You're going to have to try to do something to improve your roster. So I hear what they're saying, but I don't know if that's really what the approach is going to be from the organization.
Well, I mean, just watch the way teams guard him. They are face guarding him. They're top blocking him. They're lock and trailing him. I mean, watch Jaden McDaniels tonight, Legs. I mean, he's just gonna face guard him, deny him the ball, and dare anybody else to shoot the ball. So, and with Schroeder, I've never seen a guy that turns the corner on the high ball screen have a shot get blocked so often going downhill because the lane is so congested. They don't have enough shooting. I mean, the Warriors with the Splash Brothers and Clay's gone, and Buddy can stretch it. Just the one thing to help the team that's just obvious, Vucevic, Chicago, we thought Miles Turner. I don't think you get Miles Turner now. Just to have that pick and pop, stretch 5, to have a true 5 that could shoot the ball from range, beyond the three-point line. How much would that open up the floor for Schroeder's drives and to get people from, face guarding Steph Curry so much?
No, it would be a weapon that would be implemented very well in their system, because the other thing that Golden State does very well with all of their activity off the ball and the number of guys cutting through the lane and the guards and the split action and all of the back doors that they run and all of that, you really do force the opposing big to be back in sort of a center field position, communicating and just kind of clog the lane. And you can get away with that against Trace Jackson-Davis. You can get away with that against Kevon Looney. You can get away with that when Draymond's playing the 5. You can't get away with it if you got a guy that can legitimately step out and stretch the floor. Now, it comes with other things. If for instance, let's say Vucevic, his name comes up. Absolutely can be implemented as a tool offensively, can really help you unleash that. You are going to sacrifice some things defensively if that's where the direction you go. So there's always going to be a trade-off. I do think they need more punch. Now, one of the things that's really hurt them, this incredible start that Buddy Hield had, he was one of the great stories in the league over the first 12, 15 games. And the guy came out absolutely blistering to start the year. And I described it on the air as basketball nirvana for Buddy Hield. Going to a system like this where the ball hops and you get rewarded for your motion and movement because he's in great condition. He loves to run. Not everybody likes playing that style. He did. And the ball will find you in Golden State. And he had great success early. Now, in December and January, so you're talking about a 6-week sample size, maybe a little slightly more than that, he is shooting 30% from the three-point line, 30. And I went back this morning. I watched about 100 to 150 of his last catch-and-shoot shots because I went to Second Spectrum, which is great. You can splice it together quickly and just roll through them, one after another after another. And what I'm seeing is Buddy Hield is getting the exact same shots he was getting at the start of the year. I don't know if he's lost confidence. It's between his ears a little bit because what I'm noticing I don't like is too many shots are missing right, left. If you're missing short, long, that you can live with that as a shooter. That means that the mechanics, the ball's coming off your fingertips properly, everything's lined up the way it should be. He's having too many balls that are missing right, left on clean looks. That tells me that it's starting to get into his head a little bit, and it's actually now affecting his muscle memory. And so he's the key right now for me more than anything, is getting Buddy Hield unleashed again, because his activity and shooting ability, and if he gets rolling, teams react to that. It's amazing how then on the backside it'll go back to Steph's hands or somebody with more space to go operate and hurt someone. With Hield struggling and teams kind of knowing that right now, it's made it even harder for Steph Curry.
So, Tim, on that note, and we are talking to Tim Legler, as I tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. On the note of Buddy Hield, how long of a leash do the Warriors have to give him? Because the comparison that we can use for a slump last year is Klay, and of course Klay had way greater heights, so it's a different standard. But Klay understandably got a long leash because not only of the resume, but he also still was demanding a lot of gravity. I'm not seeing quite the same thing with Buddy Hield, and if he's not getting clean looks or making shots, what he gives you on defense is not a lot, and he's brutal to have out there. So given the Warriors' level of desperation, like, how long of a leash can they afford to give Buddy Hield right now?
Here's the deal, and I'm going to make the comparison between Klay and Buddy since you brought it up. What you're looking at as a coaching staff is, as long as a guy is still basically getting the shots that he's accustomed to getting, you can let that ride a little bit longer and continue to play him every night and talk to him and just hope that he snaps out of it. And for a guy like Buddy Hield, maybe that means just a couple of games in a row where he gets it going, and he might be good to go for a month. That's what happens with Klay Thompson. By the end, the quality of shots Klay Thompson was getting were not the same shots that he had gotten early in his career. And it told you he was having a harder time moving around and getting separation. I think it was accumulation of the injuries that affected him. And the other thing that was tough on Klay was he was still trying to be the Klay Thompson that everybody in the Bay Area had come to love by doing more off the dribble and more with leaners and runners and the kind of shots he was making in his prime. And when you're taking really tough shots and you're not the same physically, and you're taking those types of shots and they're more contested and you're leaning back or you're drifting just to get the shot off, it snowballs against you even more. And that slump becomes even more compounded and more obvious and more impactful. That's not really what's going on with Buddy Hield right now. He's moving very well. He's getting to his spots. He's getting rid of it quickly, and he's got one of the quickest releases in the league. Right now, though, for whatever's going on in his head, it's not pure of thought that the next one's going in. That's what it looks like to me. And look, everybody goes through it. I went through it as a player, and I thought I had one of the best strokes, on the planet. But you go through stretches where it's one thing to think it, it's another thing to be certain. And right now, Buddy Hield is not certain. He's got to get some certainty back. And as long as he's getting the same shots he got earlier in the year throughout his career, you ride it and you continue to go with it because you desperately need he snaps out of it. Now, if he goes through some games where he can't get open and his shot attempts are way down and now he looks like he's actually almost avoiding getting open, now you got a problem on your hands. You go in a different direction. You go with a more defensive-oriented lineup or whatever you want to do. But I don't think that's the case yet.
Brilliant breakdown, brother. Love to have you on the game. We miss you in the studio. Nobody breaks it down like you do, but it would be better even having you on the game tonight. Just getting over to Minnesota and talking about the three ball. Anthony Edwards is shooting 9.9 threes a game, way up from where he was before, and the free throws are down to 4.4 attempts a game versus 6.4. Is he settling too much for the three ball and not attacking as much? And this one's probably going to take a time. Are they just shooting the three ball? And you were a great three-point shooter, obviously. You'd love to play in the modern game. But have we gone just too three-ball centric in the NBA?
Yeah, look, I know for me, just speaking personally as played for 10 and now covering it for 24, it does get a little monotonous some nights. It's just, especially when you get two teams that are loading up like that. And I've had games this year where teams shot between 90 and 100. There was a game with 108 threes between Boston and Chicago earlier this year. And you're just kind of scratching your head. It's because the any daylight any player gets at any point in a possession, let it go. And that's the part that I think I struggle with sometimes, that they're not all good shots. I don't care what the analytics say. And I can get in arguments with the analytics guys on these staffs about this topic. And I'm sorry, but every night, if I just wrote down every three that was taken and I wrote great shot, good shot, questionable shot, bad shot, horrific shot, what the hell are you doing? If those are the 8 categories or whatever, there's a lot that fall to the right of that where you're like, that's not a good shot. That's not a good enough shooter to take that shot that fast in that tight of a window. It doesn't add up to me why anybody thinks it is. That's where the league is sort of at right now analytically. Now, to speak directly to Anthony Edwards, I've been kind of railing about this all year. He's done a better job lately of mixing in more downhill attacks and drawing contact. He has fallen in love with that shot. And look, it's a lethal weapon for him. He's on pace to become, I think, only the third guy ever in the history of the league to make 300 threes in a season. Now, he doesn't fit the prototypical guy that's done it before. This is a 6'5", 6'6", freak athlete, downhill attacker, able to play above the rim, finish over any big at the rim, and yet he's taking 10 a night from the three-point line. And I would say 95% of those are off the dribble. Those are tough shots. But look, he's gotten into a rhythm. He's shooting a pretty damn good percentage. 42% is a great percentage when you take that many off the dribble threes. It's a weapon for him. He has to have a better balance. There's got to be more nights when the free throws outpace the three-point attempts. That is very rare for him. In fact, most nights it was like 10, 12 threes, 4 free throw attempts. That imbalance is not good overall for him reaching his ceiling and for their team. He's been better lately, and that's definitely one of the things I'm looking for in the broadcast tonight. When there are windows to get downhill where you've got the advantage to get to the rim and draw contact, does he take advantage of that, or does he go back right immediately into that step back to get off the shot that he knows he can get off anytime he wants?
Incredible breakdowns here from Tim Legler. And Tim, since we got the Timberwolves in a bit of a limbo to start their season at 21-18, kind of just want to ask you the broad question of tiers in the Western Conference. Like, the Warriors, we're not sugarcoating what they're going through right now, but I think there's also like what's realistically in reach if they can kind of turn things around a little bit. OKC's a juggernaut. Houston and Memphis and Denver, really good teams. But then you kind of look Clippers, Mavericks, Lakers, Timberwolves, Spurs. Like, it kind of gets into a little bit of a muddled mix of a lot of these Western Conference teams. Like, how do you tier out the West to this point in the season?
I totally agree with what you just said. I think we've got really one absolute known commodity in the Western Conference, and it's Oklahoma City, and they haven't even been full strength all year, which is incredible. They're 33-6. They really haven't played with the lineup they envisioned over the summer when they added Hartenstein and Caruso. Helmgren's out now. So to think that they're that good, they're the real deal. We know what they are. And Houston has been absolutely maxed out what their talent says. And I give them a lot of credit because they're a tough team. They identify with their head coach. They've got enough offensive talent to get it done, but they're just an alley fight team that's going to come every night and battle you for 48 minutes. So I kind of know what they are, but I also think there's limitations on their ceiling just around their offensive talent. Memphis, about what I expected. Now, that's when it starts to get interesting after that, because I think Denver's starting to get their act together. Denver's starting to look more and more like they're going to be back in the mix again. I would not be shocked when it's all said and done if Denver has the 2 seed in the Western Conference at the end of the year. Clippers, they've overachieved, in my opinion. I think they're a great defensive team, but you couldn't have told me you were going to get that out of Norman Powell this year, 23 points a game. Harden could be this good again at this stage of his career running a team. I do think they have the potential to possibly come back to the pack a little bit. Dallas hasn't really had a long stretch of their stars playing. I think they're going to go into a run after All-Star break, and Dallas could end up being back in the conference finals when it's all said and done, but there's a lot of question marks there. That's when you get that next group: Lakers, Timberwolves, Kings, Spurs, Suns, Warriors, all of those teams capable of beating each other on any given night. It's all about continuity and I don't know, teams solving their issues. And for Golden State right now, it's just the offensive end of the floor, taking care of the ball, hoping a couple of guys can find rhythm again that they had earlier in the year. And their defense has been good enough to keep them in most games. Their offense is really letting them down. I think Golden State is right in that mix. So the bad news is they're in 12th. The good news is they're 2.5 games out of the 5th spot.
So good to hear you, man. I can't wait to hear you on the game broadcast. But I'm torn because I miss you in the studio, brother. Your breakdowns in the studio are as good as anybody. But
you're gonna be seeing a lot more of it soon. There was like a lull in my schedule here because of all the football. And by the way, my beautiful Washington Commanders, I was at the game on Saturday to take down Tampa Bay. We go to Detroit on Sunday or Saturday night. It probably comes to an end, but that's okay. It's house money now. We got a legitimate superstar quarterback, Jane Daniels. So I'm excited about the NFL as much as anybody. Of course, college football, all that, college basketball kicking in. So it was a little bit of a lull, but it's about to pick up in a big way. I'll be doing a couple games a week, and then mixed in will be more and more studio days. So from this point going forward, from February 1 on, I think you're going to be turning on ESPN a lot. It'd be hard to turn it on and not see me on there at some point.
Which do you like more, the studio or doing games?
I love them both for different reasons. The games are great because the energy and the real time making people smarter while they're watching a game is like what I love that. And trying to find some way of explaining something that's complicated and make people understand it at a high level. Like, I love doing that in the games. And just the energy at the building is great. But then the studio analysis is fun, too, because I can do something after a game with the technology afforded to me with touchscreens and things like that. That, again, I think I can find something in the game that's really important that you just watched that you had no idea was important. And I can tell you why. So I love them both, honestly, for totally different reasons. But I'm very, very glad to be on regular game coverage this year, and I look forward to what the future holds for me in that regard because I've been wanting to do this more and more over the last several years, and I'm finally getting that opportunity, and I don't plan on giving it up anytime soon, hopefully.
Well, Tim, I'm glad you love them both for different reasons because you're fantastic at both, and we can't thank you enough for your time here today to spend a good 20 minutes here with us. The Warriors have not given us a lot of joy, but Tim Legler on KNBR is always a special treat, so really appreciate it, man.
Appreciate you guys. Love coming on. I'll talk to you soon.
Have a great call tonight to Tim Legler, and yeah, you can catch him at 6:30 Pacific for Warriors and Timberwolves. How awesome is he, man?
He is so good, honestly. And, you know, he's a Commander fan, so we got Bob Myers there as well with our basketball take. So he's great, and he's great on games, but he's so good breaking down the game. You know, just a special guy, you know, being able to see the game and communicate that. I think they'd be best served. Richard Jefferson does a nice job, but I think he would add a lot to the number one team of Mike Breen and Doris Burke if they put Tim Legler on and, you know, big games like the NBA Finals. But we'll see. But we knew him when he was a Warrior and great shooter, great breakdown on all things basketball, knows the game inside and out.
We'll take a little pause, get to Silver Linings playlist on the other side. And by the way, I love which one do you like more? I love them both for different reasons. Who do you like more, Papa or Walter? I love them both for different reasons. It's a big old family here. Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Giants have signed 17-year-old shortstop from the Dominican Republic, Josar Gonzalez, and he is being touted by some scouts as the best international prospect in the 2025 class. We'll talk about that and more right here on your home of San Francisco Giants baseball, KNBR, the sports leader.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Silver Linings Playlist with Greg Papa and Greg Silver.
Well, we do it every day. At least we haven't missed one yet. It is Silver Linings Playlist time. Trying to think all night, Walter. I'm like, what do I do? Not a lot of sports happening tonight. Got Super Tuesday for college basketball. That's how I spent my night. The Sharks, by the way, doubled up the Detroit Red Wings, who are on a hot streak, 6-3. I'm on the William Eklund train now. But bottom line is, sometimes there are things that are bigger than sports, and this is a really important time for our country. Papa, are you worried about the TikTok ban?
You're not kidding. Yes, it keeps me awake. It's not so much this coming week. It's, what's going to happen on Monday in our country. But we are going to have a ban on TikTok. Is that officially official? We do have a new president being sworn in on Monday that has a different way of thinking. And I know what's happening here on Sunday. Is TikTok being eliminated from the United States of America as of Sunday?
So I've seen that all signs are pointing that way because the Supreme Court has yet to rule on it. Sunday marks the deadline for there either has to be a sell from the parent company ByteDance, which is Chinese owned, so it has to be sold to an American company, or else the app is going to get banned from U.S. smartphones. How about that?
Okay, and what are your thoughts on this? Are you super keen on TikTok, Greg?
I had a nice little phase.
I want to know what your song is here. What's the song going to be? You going to do a TikTok dance for us?
We have the song TikTok itself by Kesha. This was everything in 2010. Yeah, when I was in about 6th grade, it was what all the cool kids sang, so clearly I wasn't part of that crowd.
6th grade in 2010?
Yeah, around something like that. And by the way, do you know the song opens up, wake up in the morning feeling like P. Diddy? Like, this couldn't have aged much worse.
Yeah, we may want to ban that line. All right.
Yeah. So we'll be banning a lot of things. I think we'd rather ban the song than ban the app. Copes is not happy about the ensuing ban that's coming into place on Sunday. I would use TikTok a good amount during the pandemic because what else was there to do? It's the kind of thing where it's a great way to just use your time and let 10 minutes turn into 45 sometimes, I try to be more focused and disciplined. I try to be an adult now. Hashtag dry January and all that stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't say I'm terribly heartbroken over it. But yeah, our president-to-be coming up is like, come on, we got to push back the deadline, everybody. We're going to push it back. Free speech will never die in the U.S.
Yeah.
And we got Mick Jagger drops going on, too.
We do. So you just get on TikTok and take it in. Have you ever posted anything on TikTok? You do a TikTok dance or a song or anything?
Well, if I had, I wouldn't say yes to that. I would have went back and archived all of them.
You're an alias.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
We had one ready. Me and my daughter Danielle many years ago at a TikTok dance. It was called the Safety Dance. You know the song Safety Dance?
Yeah, of course.
And it was all the different, the safety, all the different calls that a referee makes in a football game to a dance. And we nailed it. From the safety dance was the very end, but it was touchdown, holding, illegal motion, illegal man downfield, the whole thing, and we nailed it. Luckily,
can we get a full demonstration, Pop? I want to see the whole thing.
It's been years ago. It was when you were in the 6th grade, Greg, so we're going back. But no, I'm not a big TikTok consumer. So why is Cope so upset about this?
I don't know. Copes, you back there? You want to pop on the mic here for us?
I wonder what his dad thinks of TikTok. Does Brian consume TikTok?
Yeah, Copes, how many Copelands consume TikTok? Like, why is this a big deal? Oh, he's getting his headphones on.
Yeah.
I'm kind of curious to hear this take fired off. He walked in, hair down, sunglasses, feeling good. I feel like it kind of ruined his day a little bit.
I feel like all good content on the internet comes from TikTok. I feel like if you're watching Instagram and you see, you think it's coming from Instagram, everything on Instagram was on TikTok like 6 weeks ago. Like anything you think you're consuming that's new is going to TikTok first. It's also a great place to find out how to do stuff. I use TikTok like I use like YouTube when you want to do it yourself or DIY some stuff. People have great learning or accessible tools on there for you to figure out just about anything. You shouldn't be getting your news from TikTok is probably a bigger issue, but
so IG's going to be dead now that we're getting maybe a TikTok ban next week?
Well, unless your boy DJ T does something about it on Sunday, you know what I mean? Frankly, I don't want it to go away.
My boy.
Copes, you ever do the safety dance?
No, I haven't done it.
Okay, he didn't do the safety dance. Yeah, I'm going to find that video online. Maybe we'll include that in the little Sounds of Silver later in the week. So it might be the death of TikTok. It's a really sad day all around. And, again, not a lot of sports references to be made in Silver Linings. Sometimes you got to focus on the bigger picture and some American tragedies like the ban of TikTok going on. It's a tough day for all the Gen Zers out there. I left him speechless.
I got nothing to add, brother. I wanted to hear the song going out to break. I'm super keen on this song.
He's super keen. Walter doesn't want to play the song anymore. He's like, let me pot it down so I can get rid of the P. Diddy line. Anyway, let's take a break. Come back. Sounds of Silver on the other side. Pop on Silver rounding out a Wednesday on the Sports Leader.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR. the sports leader. Sounds of Silver with Greg Papa and Greg Silver.
Papa and Silver, time for some sounds. We got some bonus sounds from young Tony, courtesy of the cooler content a little bit earlier. Time to get into a little bit more of our sounds, and I teased this a little earlier in the show. Not a super heavy sports action for a Tuesday. Watched a lot of Super Tuesday of college sports. Arizona beat Baylor. You know what stinks about being a converted Arizona fan is like they're just like the Warriors right now, or Cal, or teams I've been subjected to root for, where they get a nice lead and then they'll just play with their food. So thankfully they held on against Baylor, still undefeated in the Big 12, which sounds weird to say. I digress. The Sharks, 6-3 over the Detroit Red Wings, who were
Do you
nice
know
and
hockey,
hot.
Silver? Do you really know hockey? Do you know hockey?
No, I don't like know.
We got to go to a
hockey.
game together.
Yeah, we're going to a game. I'm starting to actually pay some attention and get into it. And I know the Sharks are still bottom of the Pacific Division in the standings, but there is real excitement. Macklin Celebrini has been every bit as good as promised and better. I wouldn't mind having him on the show sometime. Macklin versus Rick, Derek versus Greg, Greg versus Mike. All the father-son duos, I suppose. But William Macklin
What's
had...
the skill set on Macklin Celebrini? Two-way player. I've not seen him play yet. I'm very anxious to see him play.
Yeah, I've just done more of the reading the scouting reports type of thing and watched the occasional game too. But his stick skill's ridiculous. Skating is very good. Instincts off the charts for a youngster.
Patty Marlowe hands.
Walter's
We got to get on. You see, he's living with Jumbo Joe. He's
Yeah.
living in his house. We got to get Macklin and Jumbo Joe Thornton on together.
So last night there was a highlight so good posted by the official NHL account. William Eklund with the beautiful assist, one of the 6 goals in last night's win over the Detroit Red Wings. Here it is.
Off of Gustafson, and now it's Eklund back the other way, shorthanded, with Nico Sturm! Scores! Nico Sturm with the shorthanded goal.
William Eklund, such a heads-up play here. He knows he's cut off, but then 2 guys go to him, 3 guys go to him. And how smart is Nico Sturm, and what a move by number 7, the short-hander. Great excitement for the Sharks.
There is some great excitement for the Sharks. And again, I know they're bottom of the Pacific Division. They're building something. William Eklund's beautiful pass, you can catch it if you want the video version. Go find it online at the NHL account. But the audio and the call was so good. Had to play it for today. Randy Hahn to Nico Sturm finding the back of the net. Red Wings were pretty hot. That's a good win, Papa. It was a good win.
All right. When do you go into the Shark Tank? When's your first game? The 27th, I do recall.
Yes, good memory against the Pittsburgh Penguins. I'll be there.
Okay.
Yeah,
Maybe
so
we'll
looking
show
forward to
up
that
again.
one.
Is that a Monday night?
It's a Monday night. It is a Monday night. Let's move on in the Sounds of Silver. Got to play this one because yesterday we did the Catch 3, Vernon Davis with that anniversary, and Patrick Willis was on a podcast discussing how he felt leading up to that on the Jimmy Graham 66-yard touchdown that gave the Saints the lead, feeling like he let his team down all the way up until Vernon Davis pulled off the Catch 3. But here's Patrick Willis opening up on how crushed he was when it seemed like he may have, in part, cost the 49ers that divisional round game.
Obviously, the game against New Orleans Saints, that was a big game because I don't know if a lot of people know it or not, but we were actually in a cover two man when Jimmy Graham caught that ball, that last ball that he caught for the touchdown. And I felt like I had played it the way I was supposed to, but obviously I'm always like, I don't believe in the help. Let me, cover my guy. So when he scored, that was really tough because, man, I was like, man, this could be it. Like we have to score, and I always pride myself on the defense being the ones to go out and, handle it and not solidifying the win, locking in the win when the offense had given us enough points. And that particular moment, I felt like I had let us down, but then for them to go down and score as they did, that really I needed that personally as well as us as a team. So that's what it's about. It's a team sport, and both those games were tremendous moments.
And he's grateful it was a team sport. Vernon Davis with the catch to get the 49ers over the top. Alex Smith and Vernon Davis, 2 of the best games they've ever played in their careers. But yeah, sports is a moment-defining business. It is a memory-making business, as Buster Posey put it in his opening presser. And something like that will stick with you even when the end result ended up all being okay for Patrick Willis.
Yeah, they didn't need to remember all that. Again, going back to the Alex Smith quarterback sweep, he does not need to score a touchdown on that play when Joe Staley got out in front. It was a 3rd and 8, and he should have got first down, go down, slide down to the 1-yard line, kick the field goal, run the clock out. New Orleans had 1 timeout left. That's why I got so angry on that play, because New Orleans came right back. And the amazing thing about Patrick Willis, and he traveled with us the last game of the year, sat right in front of me with Frank Gore, and he got a Hall of Famer and a future Hall of Famer. I mean, Patrick Willis, before the toe injury, could man-match a guy like Jimmy Graham as well as anybody, and then pick up Darren Sproles out of the backfield. I mean, who can cover, 6'6", whatever Graham was, 6'7" tight end, and shadow him at his size, and then pick up a little scat back like Sproles? It was Patrick. He was just that good. So what he was saying was, in a cover 2, you're not playing man. You're playing a zone. And in the Tampa 2, the Mike linebacker has the middle of the field. I'd have to go back and watch that play. The guy that I thought was culpable on that play is our friend, the hitman. And Dante was a great box safety. The hit he had early in the game changed that game, but he was not great in space covering. I remember that ball. I'd have to go look at the exact play. I haven't seen it in a while. But I think it went right over Dante Whitner, number 31, right to Jimmy Graham, and he scored the touchdown like that. And they came right back, and then Vernon, with the play of his life, and Alex, and they were able to come back and win. That's why the Alex Smith touchdown run, which was a memorable play, really, he should not have scored a touchdown on that play. Slide down, kick the field goal. Anyway, it was great for Patrick to take the responsibility of that. It's a bad call if you're going and not man-matching, or you should have done, maybe a box and one with Jimmy Graham in that situation. But I do remember Dante being the one that got beat on that play.
Cool text from 707, by the way, going back to our Sharks. So I dove in this year with zero hockey experience because I wanted to see Rick Celebrini's son. I've been impressed with Eklund multiple times this year. This is how it starts, man. We're building something.
All right.
The future is teal. We're going to the Shark Tank. It's going to be great.
I just wish people in the Bay Area liked hockey. So we're going to kill our ratings in a variety of ways here. But I'd love to talk hockey. I mean, growing up in Buffalo, I think I'm going to go skiing in my Gilbert Perreault jersey the entire weekend. I go skiing this weekend. But the Bay Area just does not like hockey. But we'll get him on. Even when you went to Stanley Cup Final, it was the same year as the Warriors going against LeBron, went against Sid the Kid. It's just the Bay Area just is not that into hockey. The people that go to the tank, are they selling out every game now with the new blonde with Eklund and obviously Macklin Celebrini? Are they selling out every home game? Last year,
don't have a fact on that, but I would assume
there were a lot of
not.
empty seats when I went there.
Yeah, I would guess probably not. Still bottom of the Pacific Division. But hey, maybe it's all lining up where the 49ers aren't in the playoffs. Warriors are winding down. We'll see what they can do. And Giants TBD, but they're not starting up for a couple of months. Couple more on the sounds of silver today on a Wednesday. So this one was actually voiced by ESPN's Jeff Darlington, who we had on the show yesterday. John Brown, the father of the St. Brown brothers, talks about making their name St. Brown because he thought it would look cool on the back of an NFL jersey. That is some psycho dad, you know what, right there, being like, nah, they're going to the league.
Equanimous and Amon-Ra. What's the third son's name?
Cyrus.
Cyrus. That's
no,
Osiris.
Osiris.
That's kind of a Osiris.
Yeah,
all right.
Stanford product. Let's go with this audio explaining that whole decision-making process and somehow wearing the pants in the relationship to convince Mother St. Brown that they were able to go for this.
Amon-Ra's journey to the NFL started early, very early. His father, John Brown, was determined to make his sons stars. When your three boys were young, what was your goal for them?
Was to make them to be the number one athletes in the world. I thought football would be the one.
He was so sure of their future success, he added Saint to their last names on their birth certificate when they were born.
It looks better on the jersey. And my wife thought I was crazy. I go, no, trust me, it's good. It looks better on the back of the jersey.
Dude, you're crazy. He's crazy.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely bonkers. And it's like, I guess to his credit, it worked. It is a better version of LeVar Ball. If Amon-Ra St. Brown becomes a Super Bowl champion this year, I suppose we can't really say anything in the end, right? It's like the who won the Rams-Lions trade. Well, the Lions certainly benefited from getting Jared Goff and all those picks, but the Rams also got a Lombardi trophy, so you can't really argue with the results. I think it's crazy, but maybe he'll have the last laugh.
Did you watch the Netflix series Receiver over the summertime?
Like an episode.
That's it? Just one?
Just
Go
one
back
episode.
and watch it. We need the residuals. So John Brown is prominent. He's a two-time Mr. Universe. He's out of his mind. And his personality is so different than Amon-Ra. And by the way, everybody mispronounces his first name. It's like David Bowie's wife, Amon. It's Amon-Ra, not Amon-Ra. It's a hard name when you're rolling in the middle of a game, but he is a special player. But you go back and watch Netflix Receiver, and we saw, Debo and George Kittle was obviously in that, and Jets, Justin Jefferson, and all their different personalities. But they all come from stable families. But John Brown is a different guy, the two-time Mr. Universe, just sitting around eating before games and after games. So you get a little feel for who that guy is. I mean, Marv Marinovich raising his son, Todd Marinovich, whole different realm than what John Brown did, the two-time Mr. Universe. So in any event, I strongly suggest you go watch that, and you'll learn more about Amon-Ra's father. He's out there.
Mr. Universe, as 707's pointing out on the text line.
Two-time Mr. Universe.
He was also Mr. Universe, so not that crazy after all. That's a fair point.
Two-time. He won it twice. He won it twice. Two-time Mr. Universe.
Oh, man. Maybe I should have made Silver Linings Playlist Love Me Two-Time today. People got some funny reactions to the TikTok reference there. One more here on Sound of Silver. Colin Cowherd is one of the prominent radio and I guess radio/live stream voices in the entire national stage, especially around this time of year. They had a little video of Colin Cowherd sitting at the control room in Fox Studios trying to function in the way that they do. He just can't get a grip of it, but to his credit, he's having fun. Here's Colin Cowherd.
Right, Scott, ready on set? Ready. What the was that after that?
ready offset, Colin and Gold.
Colin and Gold. All right, Scott, ready on set?
Offset. God, I can't do it.
So Colin Cowherd.
What did he go into the truck and he went into the control room to cut the show? Is that what
yeah. He was at an audio board trying to do some directing. It kind of makes me think, I'm like, wow, we got really good appreciation for Walter. My board op days were very, very near in the past, so I feel like I could still be okay. But I started thinking about people who would be least equipped to run the board, and I'm pretty sure we've had this conversation before. Aside from the hosts, John Curley, I would probably trust the least. Do you think that's fair, Walter?
I would probably put that on Derek. I'd put that on Derek's shoulders.
Derek does run the board. He ran the board for my show for a long time.
I don't know. It's been a while. I don't know.
A little rusty.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll get Derek to defend his case at the top of Dirty Work.
So we heard Randy Hahn, and I offered Rusanowski and Randy Hahn many, many times when I did a lot of Shark shows to make a trade where I would get to do. I've called every single sport out there, but I've never done the National Hockey League. I've done lacrosse, outdoor, indoor. I would love to do even one period of NHL hockey. I know Paul Allen, my friend, does Minnesota Wild Game, the voice of the Vikings. So Randy would never make a trade, whatever I wanted to do a studio show, or I can't give him a quarter Niner football. I don't know if we'd allowed to do that, but I offered all kinds of things. Hahn always said, no, you're not getting in the teal booth. Rusanowski would never let me do it. But the other thing would be being a director of a game, like Tommy Adza, my friend, or Jim Lynch have done for years and years. I would like to try that. I mean, how hard could it be? Take camera A, cut from A, take one, go to two. I mean, how hard would that be actually to be able to? I mean, Colin Cowherd couldn't do it on the soundboard. But I do wonder if could they do what I do versus what they do? I'm sure there'd be a lot of pans that are not great. But I would like to go into a TV truck in a studio and actually cut a live show. Not a studio show, that's really easy, but actually do a game. Baseball would be the most challenging of all. When you got to cut to a ball in the gap between the right fielder and the center fielder, pick up the runner coming around first to second, and going back and forth, that's probably the most challenging thing to do. Football would not be hard, but I would like to try that, or even more so, make a trade with Hahn and Rusanowski.
So there's our Sounds of Silver here on a Wednesday. We'll hand it off to Dirty Work at the end of this hour. Pause right now, come back, close out the show, and tell you what we got going on tomorrow on Papa and Silver. KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Golden State Warriors are back in action tonight against the Minnesota Timberwolves, and that begs the question, what is the over-under on technical fouls for Draymond Green and Rudy Gobert? Must-watch TV. It's fight night in the NBA. We'll get into that matchup, the tail of the tape, all day here on KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
That's right. Papa and Silver closing out on a Wednesday. Greg Papa's got his Oakland jersey, his De La Salle hat, and that's a good time to tell you that if you felt shorted on your baseball talk today, well, we'll get into it a little bit more tomorrow. Tony La Russa will join us at 10:50. Kyle Harrison will join us at 1 o'clock, so get to hear both of those interviews. And by the way, the Giants today acquired $500,000 in international pool money, $250 from the Marlins for William Kempner, and then another $250 from the Red Sox for Blake Sabol. So overall, $500,000, and they signed some international guys, headlined by Josar De Jesus Gonzalez from the Dominican Republic.
A switch-hitting shortstop. Wow. And Roki Sasaki already had a second meeting with the Dodgers, so he's eligible to sign now. So it sounds like he's going to go there. But after Sasaki, switch-hitting shortstop, Jose Reyes-like? I mean, how many switch-hitting shortstops do you have? This guy's supposed to be the second best international prospect out there. And Lucius Fox, many, many years ago, the Giants have not been successful in landing international prospects. But Blake Sabol was an interesting guy a couple of years ago. You kind of got a feeling that Buster may not appreciate his catching skills. He's a great hitter, or a very good hitter. I shouldn't say great, but he's got great bat-to-ball skills. But as a catcher, it was hard to watch there. And it was fine when you used him as kind of a third catcher. Joey Bart was here, and then Patrick Bailey. But last year he was off the roster. So, but he can hit. He goes to Fenway Park with his inside-out swing. He could wear it out there. So we'll see if he can make that team. Or also, I think he's a possibility as an outfielder. But as a catcher, he had a lot of work to do. So, yeah, we'll talk more baseball tomorrow. And this hat is actually signed by Kyle Harrison himself, the pride of De La Salle, when he came out on the patio with us. So we do want to catch up with Kyle. And then we are going to have the great Tony La Russa on tomorrow. And he's got an event coming up that I'll tell you more about. So this event, and he sent me, the panel, and it's going to be a great tribute to the Oakland A's and to Ricky, who we've lost. And there's going to be video there that Major League Baseball is sending that's going to make you cry. Tony's going to join us tomorrow at 10:50, so we'll get into it more. But X going to be there, Stu's going to be there, Jose Canseco is going to be there. John Lynch has been invited to come, former Erie Sailors, a baseball pitcher, first pitcher in the history of the Marlins franchise. Kyle Shanahan has been invited. We'll see if they'll come up from Santa Clara, and Chris Mullen and a lot of people we know. But I was reading the list of all the dignitaries that are going to be there. Adam Derwitz from County Crow is going to be there. And I'm reading Tony's text, and he said, Billy Bob Thornton. He just kind of puts that in at the bottom. I'm like, does he mean Joe Thornton? How the hell is Billy Bob Thornton? So I said that on the air, and Tony texted me, call me in a break. He was just out all about Billy Bob Thornton, landman, Sling Blade. Was a pitcher. I actually invested in Sling Blade years and years ago. Didn't think it would be that good of a film, but he's a baseball pitcher, and he's going to sing. He's also an artist. Is a musician, so he's going to jump up on stage. And when they had the panel, Tony told me he voiced the 2006 St. Louis Cardinals World Series championship video. I didn't know. Tony and Billy Bob are tight. And when they also do the panel with Ack and Stu and Jose Canseco and Tony, and a tribute to Ricky Henderson. I mean, to get all these guys together after Ricky's passing right before Christmas. But the one and only Billy Bob Thornton is going to take part in the panel. So we'll tell you more. Tickets are already on sale to be at the Lesher Theater. It's coming up a week from this Friday. We'll be there. And but Tony's going to join us tomorrow at 10:50. But when I read this, I thought, oh, Joe Thornton, cool. Wait a minute. It's Billy Bob Thornton that's going to be there? You got to watch Landman, Tony. It is unbelievable. So, anyway, we'll talk to Tony La Russa tomorrow about his annual event in Walnut Creek.
You watched Goliath, by the way? That was the Billy Bob Thornton show that I watched during the pandemic.
I did not see that.
That's pretty good.
Have you seen Landman? You got to see Landman. Billy Bob Thornton's acting ability is incredible.
Awesome. Well, big thank you to Walter. And Walter, I guess I'll ask you this as we get ready to sign off. From 1 to 5, what's your confidence scale in that tomorrow's show will be a banger? He's like, don't even ask me that. I don't want it.
It's going to be super
2 o'clock.
keen.
It's 2 o'clock, baby.
Super
Let's go.
keen, I think.
Okay, yeah, I get it. He's not super keen on it. Papa, have a great Wednesday. We'll catch up tomorrow. Thank you
Let's
to
have
Walter.
a banger tomorrow. We love a banger.
Banger City, and we'll hand it off to Dirty Work right now. Copes, Tim Webb, D-Pop, and the crew. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Dirty Work on a Wednesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. Can we turn the lights down?
It's keep your glasses on in the studio type of day, huh?
Oh, dude.
So how was karaoke?
It's still fun.
Yeah.
It's still fun.
Well, again, it's Tuesday, so you should get bombed.
Yeah,
Is
exactly.
it Tuesday?
It's only...
Oh, Jesus, it's Wednesday.
Yesterday.
Yeah. It's Tuesday, so you should get bombed. Is that what Tim said?
It's what he just said, Copes.
Mike Yam's going to join us at 2:50.
Oh, boy.
John Dickinson, how'd we get him? He's at 3:50. Todd Husack, friend of the program, will join us at 4:50.
Yeah, we're loaded.
Yeah, I was
And
loaded
so was
last night.
Copes.
Yeah, not anymore. Anyway, KNBR, your best hangover cure. It's 2 o'clock.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I mean? It's still going. The burger helped.
Well, it's 2:01, so.
Thanks,
2:02 now.
Yeah, thanks.
We'll just spend the rest of the show counting the time.
Counting the time.
Yeah, I made good on the burger bet, finally, because, Copes doesn't respond in a quick enough manner to get said burger.
Yeah, I got my burger. I ate like 2/3 of it.
Oh, that's nice.
Now I want to go to sleep. Karaoke was a blast.
What'd you sing?
What did I sing? Does it matter?
Yeah, curious.
Let's see. Queen, Don't Stop Me Now. I think I did that last week,
Yeah,
too.
you always do that one.
Yeah, you got to play
Stole
the
from my trivia
hits,
night.
dude. I what, Tim?
You stole that from my trivia night.
What do you mean I stole that from your trivia
I've
night?
been doing that same song every night for the last 20 years.
You sing
What does
that
that mean?
song during
I
trivia night?
stole it from trivia night. What the
I'll
hell does that mean?
accuse the end of trivia night.
I've been to your trivia night, I think, 4 different times. Never once noticed that was played.
Also, never once made it to the end. We have the song you sang, by the way.
Love Shack. Yeah, that'll
I
cure
did
your
not sing
hangover.
that last night, no. Anyway, how was trivia, Tim? You have a good night?
Very fun. About 35 teams. It was packed.
How many people got the correct answer on the...
Yeah,
Well,
Nick.
50-50. Had a couple people say they heard it on the show, so
That's
that
good.
going for us.
Do people it's? I mean, do people act like it's common knowledge to know that the Oscar statue is holding a sword?
It's okay to not know everything.
No, I just think that's crazy.
I mean, I
I've
know
never
everything.
noticed that.
I know everything. I know it all.
Do you know?
There are people that really love the Oscars and love movies. It might not be us, but they exist.
No, I mean, I do love the Oscars. I just never noticed that the guy's holding a sword.
209 says, where is trivia night? The bitter end. That's where it's at. The bitter
Yes.
end. To which
Payola.
I've never made it to the bitter end of trivia night, is what Tim was getting at. 707 says, you could drink some McDonald's Sprite for the hangover or just be a man and get after it again.
Yeah.
Actually, hair of the dog is the way to go. We got any pops here, Tim?
You're the dog that bit me, Lloyd.
There's always alcohol here. Come on.
We got any pops? Yeah. Walter, get on that for me. Give me a pop.
Chop, chop, Walt.
Chop, chop, Walt with the pops. So Warriors in action tonight.
Yes, they are.
Taking on Minnesota.
A little late tip. It was supposed to be, I think, a little earlier today.
Why? What happened? Why
It got moved to ESPN. A little ESPN game.
Oh, nice. Because everybody's got to see their dubs.
Yeah, man. Little Dave Pash leggy leg action.
Nice. That's why Legler was on a little while ago
Yes.
with the afternoon boys.
Also, I hate to inform the Gregs this, but they've been cammed Inman when it comes to Tony La Russa tomorrow.
Wait, I don't know what you mean. They've been Cam Inman?
Yeah, like our situation.
Are they supposed to get Tony La Russa tomorrow?
Oh, they are.
And then he's going on the morning show first?
Cam Inman fiasco of 2025.
Yes. What happened? 'Cause this is exactly what the Gregs deserve. It's exactly what this is what we call karma, you SOBs. Yeah, what happened? What's going on?
Our guy Tony is making the rounds apparently all over Bay Area radio. I think it's something to do with ARF, but he's going on
Shout out
with
the Animal Rescue Fund.
Yes, he's going on with the morning show, and then he'll be going on with Greg and Greg.
You won't be hearing Tony La Russa on our show. I'll tell you that much. Over my dead body, La Russa's doing this one.
Well, come on.
I'm kidding.
Do you imagine he just comes on, you ask these questions? Well, that's a horse-ass answer, folks. Love Tony.
Oh, dude, Tony La Russa, the legend.
He got a bad rap when he was with the White Sox.
Well, he never should have come back.
Yeah, probably not.
I got to tell you, I was sort of miffed when he did, too, because I went to the only All-Star game I've ever been to, the 2012 All-Star game.
Where was that at?
It was in Kansas City.
Okay.
And
you didn't go to the one
in 07 here? No,
Yeah.
I did not.
Oh,
Actually, I went to the Futures game and did not go to the All-Star game itself here. I want to say Ichiro hit an inside the park home run.
Yes, he was MVP.
Yeah, pretty sick. Anyway,
Do you know who won Home Run Derby that year?
I want to say it was Vlad.
It was.
Yeah, did he beat Matt Holliday?
He did. My money was on Prince Fielder. He didn't get one.
Nobody hit one into the cove in that home run derby, and Barry wouldn't do it, which is so funny. It's like his last year. He's like, "No, F you guys, I'm not doing the derby." I'm like, "Why
you wouldn't
not?
appreciate it. Never again.
Why not? You won't appreciate it." That's it's like, come on,
You
Barry.
would never appreciate it. That's my like Dave Chappelle thing. No, never again. You wouldn't appreciate it. I can't give the context of that joke, but
No, you can't. But I know exactly what you're talking about. So the 2012 All-Star game was for many reasons pretty cool. Buster Posey was a starting catcher. Pablo Sandoval starting third baseman. Matt Cain was the starting pitcher for the National League. And future San Francisco Giant Justin Verlander was the starting pitcher for the American League.
How you like them apples?
Pablo hits a bases-loaded triple off of Verlander. Melky Cabrera ends up winning the All-Star Game MVP that year. And then the Giants get home field and sweep the Tigers and all that. But also, it was Bryce Harper and Mike Trout's first All-Star game. It was Chipper Jones' last All-Star game.
Oh, the Chip Man.
And Tony La Russa actually was not managing in 2012. He had won the World Series in 2011 with the Cardinals, I want to say, and then retired.
Yeah.
So he came back to manage that game, and I was like, how cool is this?
Oh, that is cool.
All these firsts, all these lasts, and I was like, and I get to see the last game Tony La Russa ever managed. And he came on back with the White Sox, got a DUI, and now here we are. You know what I mean?
Speaking of Tony, I'm sure he'll have a lot to say about Ricky Henderson.
Farm remembers.
The Pepperidge Farm and keep it to itself. Yeah, we'll probably have a lot to say about the passing of Ricky Henderson. We are going to get a celebration of life for Ricky.
Oh, wow. What's going on? I haven't seen this.
It's going to be February 1st at the, I don't think it's at the Coliseum. I think it's just in the courtyard or possibly at the Oakland Arena. But you have to register to attend. You don't have to pay. It's free to the public.
It's kind of like an SF Giants and KNBR FanFest event, sfgiants.com/fanfest.
Yes, but
you get your free tickets.
But you have to register to attend the celebration of life. Hang in there.
That's ill time, Tim.
Yeah.
For not good time.
Right in the celebration of life talks.
For the celebration of life of Ricky Henderson. Which, like, if can I just tell the A's right now, hey, John Fisher, Johnny Sack, I'm going.
Johnny Sack.
That's what I'm calling him, Johnny Sack from now on.
Johnny Sacks. I like that.
Sack.
Yeah.
But just put me down. I'm going. I want to go.
What are you talking about?
Brody Brazil. Yeah, we're all going.
Okay, who are you telling to? Wait, you're telling John Fisher that you're going to the celebration of life?
Yeah.
Why do you have to tell him? Do you have anything to do with it?
Probably not, actually.
So why are you announcing it? Why don't you just go get your ticket for free online like you were talking about?
I guess you're right.
What this announcement to John Fisher has to do with
anything.
Johnny
Sack.
I did.
Hey, Johnny Sack, I want to go. I'm going.
I thought that was a clever name, Johnny Sack.
Yeah, the whole bit itself was a little
witty.
They're going to Sacramento. It was clever.
I don't know about all that.
Okay.
We will get into some NFL talk with Mike Yam at 2:50.
Yammer.
So when is the celebration of life for Ricky Henderson?
February 1st.
February 1st.
Saturday, February 1st.
But you don't have the location.
I'll get it for you. Hang on one second.
I'm really off to a great start with all this information.
I got it.
Get us the information on the...
Join the Henderson family as we celebrate Ricky's remarkable contributions and enduring legacy. The community event is open to all. It is taking place at the Oakland Arena. So I'm assuming it's inside of what used to be Oracle.
The arena in Oakland.
Yes, on February 1st from 1 o'clock to 3 p.m.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's exactly what we talked about.
I don't know why it can't be at the Coliseum, but either way, it's there. It's in Oakland.
Yeah, I don't know. So February 1st is what, a Saturday?
Yes.
So it's a couple weeks away.
It's during the Pro Bowl, so I'm sure everybody will go.
So the celebration of life for Ricky Henderson going down at the arena in Oakland on February the 1st from... What was the time again? From 1
o'clock,
to 3?
Yes, to 3
and
o'clock.
It's open to the public, but you're supposed to register for your free ticket, I guess is what they're talking about. By the way...
And you can register for that starting Monday.
Okay. Yeah. Do you know where? You have the website?
I'm sure OaklandA's.com.
You're sure?
It's one of
They're not Oakland A's anymore. So
okay, sorry, just the A's.
So it's not that. I mean, should probably have this stuff laid out in advance.
Oh, I got it.
It's kind of like yesterday when I had to roll into that giveaway for Metallica and Limp Bizkit tickets. I didn't have any of the information. I do today, though, and I'll tell you about it in just a minute as soon as Derek gets to the website on where to register for your tickets.
It actually doesn't say on this thing, but I'm assuming it'd be A's.com.
All right, so we'll figure out more for you. 650 checks in on my hangover. Says Pedialyte. Get those electrolytes. Dude, Pedialyte's, I'm not a big Pedialyte guy.
No?
I usually would just have another beer like they're talking about. I'm going to have to go do that, dude.
Get another beer?
Yeah.
All right.
I might have to just tie one on before the show's over. 559 checks in says best hangover. Getting on the liver transplant recipient list. I don't know about that. I don't need all that stuff.
That seems like that would take quite some time.
Plus, I'll give up half my liver. I'm good with that, too.
Okay.
Get drunk faster and help somebody out.
There you go.
415 says, did that burger come from Sam's? That's a good hangover burger. Dude, Sam's is a good hangover burger. Talked to my guy who owns Sam's when I was coming down the street today, but he wasn't quite open yet when I was walking by.
No,
got my burger today from the Old Ship.
Old Ship.
Old Ship Saloon. Somebody asked if I did
Shout out
karaoke.
Todd.
Somebody asked, shout out Todd.
Saw Todd. Todd got me the burger and said, hey, thanks for the props on the show the other day. We're talking about Gambinos.
No, we weren't.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Talking about Grumpy.
Grumpy's, my bad.
Jeez, now you just buried Todd, just like
Well,
that.
either way, I mean, all those restaurants are close by.
Somebody asked if I was doing karaoke at Silver Clouds after softball at Moscone. No, I did not. I did no. We're out of season right now.
Your whole night late? Jesus.
Well, it's a San Francisco thing. I know you don't spend a lot of time outside of this building in the city of San Francisco, Derek, but that is something people do. Go to Silver Clouds after they're playing softball in the Marina at Moscone.
Yeah, I'm an East Bay guy. Sorry.
I know. So he doesn't know my whole night, but it is something I've spoken about on the air.
Fair
I was
enough.
to play softball at Moscone. Don't ever Kerry Crowley, a big Silver Clouds guy.
Okay.
For karaoke. That's like the karaoke spot in San Francisco.
Kerry Crowley knows songs?
Kerry Crowley's a major karaoke guy.
Really?
Kerry's he's a big music dude. Kerry will walk into the North Star and he owns the jukebox, dude. Like he rolls in.
He's a jukebox hero?
He's a jukebox dude.
Oh, I've seen it in person. It's a wild thing to see. Kerry Crowley, very unassuming, nicest guy in the world, owns that jukebox.
Yeah, he owns the jukebox because he's got all the credits on like the touch tunes or the touch tones or whatever it is. They've got these like digital jukeboxes, right? Where you've got the app now and you can walk in and you can request songs. It'll get on a list or whatever,
All right,
but you can earn credits and points. And so Kerry's been doing it for so long that he can basically bump everybody down. He like rolls in.
That's how it works?
He literally is like, I own this jukebox. He'll laugh too. He'll watch people walk up to the jukebox and start putting stuff in. And he goes, they're never getting that song played. He's like, they're never getting. They don't even know what I've got coming up next. Yeah, Kerry's
attitude about the whole thing is incredible.
He's kind of a villain about it too. He's kind of an a-hole about it, dude. It's pretty funny.
If Kerry fills in for you, that's all we're talking about for 4 hours.
What's that?
I said if Kerry fills in for you one of these days, that's all we're talking about for 4 hours.
Is karaoke or the touch tunes? 808 KNBR. Well, not 808 KNBR. Somebody get Kerry on the horn. We got to talk about the jukebox with Kerry.
Shout out to our guy Don Peralta on the YouTube chat. He says Silver Cloud, is that Greg Silver's 5th segment named after himself?
We do gotta do something about splitting up those segments. The Sounds of Silver and the Silver Linings playlist they're kind of running up on each other. We got to spread those out.
Who are we to say? Soiree right next to the crap section?
It is crappy.
Those are two completely different things.
Yeah.
The crap section
from now on, they're called the Papa Soiree and the Papa Crap section.
The crap section is just a bunch of stories that used to be like the soup du jour, and the Sound Soiree is just sounds from across the sports world.
Yeah.
We don't even have a Greg Silver segment. It'd be funny if we did.
That'd be hilarious.
We should do a Sounds of Silver.
Okay, from now on, we're going to have a Greg Silver segment.
You know what? You guys aren't allowed to do Sounds of Silver anymore. It's our segment.
This is crap.
Sounds of Silver coming up later this afternoon, and your Silver Linings playlist is coming up too. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. I'm doing my best Jim McMahon today. I'm rocking the glasses with the Hangover. Is that his name, Jim McMahon?
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, that's right.
It was more because he had a fork in his eye when he was a kid.
Somebody else checked in. They said Weston Hapuna Beach Copes is in the show today.
Yeah, I'm not going to be in a tank today.
Please don't.
I'll take my shirt off in a minute. All right, we are giving away tickets. 2 more single-day tickets to go see Metallica with Limp Bizkit and Ice Nine Kills Friday.
Hold on.
June 20th.
I don't know if do we have a cue to call today?
Yeah, I picked up the slack. Don't worry.
Thank you. Sorry, I forgot about that.
Okay. You good if I continue on here?
Yes, by all means.
Can I get through any one thing? Is that good? Is that good with you guys, huh?
By all means, sir.
Barely made it through your night last night.
I'm here, aren't I? I'm playing hurt. I'm bitching and moaning, but I'm here. All right, listen all day long between 3 and 6. We'll give you the cue to call. Be caller 10 to the studio, 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. Furnished by Live Nation. Get the rules at KNBR.com. Tim, what's our cue to call?
We're just not that good, man.
Okay, yeah, when you hear that at any point today, Tim, you got to be careful when you're going to hit that because you might be hitting that at any point.
Yeah, we're just not that good, man.
Talk Warrior basketball. You will go see Metallica with Limp Bizkit and Ice Nine Kills. Again, 415-896-KNBR when you hear that cue to call. When we come on back, are the Cowboys interested in Robert Saleh?
Sounds like it.
We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Jim Bowden joined Murph and Marcus this morning, giving the Giants' offseason moves a B grade. If you've been a B your whole life, tell us about it in the KNBR YouTube chat or in KNBR, the B Leader.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work on a Wednesday. Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network, Rap Sheet.
That's what they call him.
It is, at Rap Sheet. He reports today that the Cowboys have interest in former 49ers defensive coordinator, former head coach of the New York Jets, Robert Saleh, who, by the way, yesterday completed his interview with the Jacksonville Jaguars for their vacant head coaching position. If Saleh were to interview, that would be 3 head coaching jobs that Saleh would have been requested to interview for: the Raiders, the Jags, and the Cowboys. He's scheduled to do the Raider one tomorrow. Is that right?
That is correct.
So he'll interview for the Raiders job tomorrow. But again, Rap Sheet reporting that they have interest potentially in Robert Saleh. Now, Deion Sanders, I think, has already come out and said he's not taking that job.
No, he texted back Adam Schefter saying, like, I always love talking to Jerry Jones, but I'm happy at Boulder right now. But, of course, that's his way of saying I need a new contract, whether it's with
Pay
Colorado.
me my money is what it's saying to whoever it is. I mean, we just saw this all happen with Bobby Hurley, right? With or Danny Hurley, excuse me. Of UConn basketball.
Yep.
Where there was a lot of speculation that he was going to get, what was the head coaching job in the NBA?
Lakers.
The Lakers job that he was speculated to.
Ended up going to JJ.
In the running for. Everybody thought he was going to maybe get that, and he really just leveraged it into a brand new contract. He got like 2 contracts in like a 6-month window or something with UConn.
Yeah. I mean, that's what happens when you're a hot commodity when it comes to being a head coach in college and the Pro Star column. They'll give you a new deal. Like, Marcus Freeman's going to interview, I think, with the Bears, maybe. But he already got a new deal. So it's just a matter of, do you want to stay in college? We have all the power. Do you want to go, have a chance at being an NFL head coach?
So if Robert Saleh were to interview for this head coaching job, again, it would be 3 potential head coaching vacancies that he's interviewed for, or 3 head coaching vacancies that he's interviewed for.
Yeah.
Still the 49ers, the only team that has requested to interview him as a defensive coordinator.
Which is surprising to me.
Very surprising to me. Unless the thought is, would he not be a defensive coordinator somewhere else?
You know, I read some stuff where people are saying there's rumblings that he actually could have a good chance of being the Jacksonville Jaguars head coach. But I do think that Robert Saleh was given a raw deal as a head coach this year. I mean, he just, 5 games? They went 2-3, and then they axed him because Woody Johnson was getting embarrassed in front of his British friends. Like, that's basically what went down. And there was so much expectations with Aaron Rodgers being the head coach of the Jets. I think that Robert Saleh, I hear he's getting, interviews with 3 different places. We'll see about Dallas. I don't know if he's going to be a head coach this year.
They fired him after a 2-3 start, and his defense was like top 5.
Yeah. No, I mean, he's a great defensive coordinator. I will say that. I just wonder why he didn't call defensive plays as head coach. I know that you got to do a lot of things of whether or not you want to challenge or go for it, but his specialty was calling defensive plays. So when he went to the Jets, he had Jeff Ulbrich do that. If he does get another head coaching job, I would like him to be a defensive player.
I always wonder why guys do that. Like, why take the job based on something you're great at and then not do what it was that you were great at?
I mean, Nick Sirianni got the job because he was a good play caller with the Colts, and now come to find out he's not very good at play calls. He lets somebody else do that. He hired someone, Kellen Moore, specifically to do that for him. So now he just stands back and argues with his own teammates or fans.
Or fans who are sitting behind him. So Matt Mayoka joined us yesterday.
Monday.
Monday. Before we get into that, real quick, I want to play a soundbite. Robert Saleh having not interviewed for other defensive coordinator positions.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Is interesting. It also now begs the question, if he's going to continue to get offers like this or potential interviews like this, where are the 49ers going to go and how long are you going to sit back and wait? Or would the Niners' next target be somebody who's currently on a playoff team that's still in the postseason and they don't have or are they just kind of waiting and they don't have the ability to interview them now, or are they just waiting to see what happens with Robert Saleh before they go forward with somebody else? Because if you start interviewing other candidates now and then Robert Saleh takes the job elsewhere, you're the second choice candidate,
yes.
right? I mean, it's sort of like somebody just being interviewed because you're the Rooney Rule candidate, right? Like you know anybody who's being interviewed now for a special teams coordinator spot or the offensive coordinator spot for the Niners knows that they know where that job's going.
Yeah. I mean, I am surprised that they haven't, as far as we know, like it's not like head coaching interviews where every single interview is tweeted out being like, we've talked to this guy. Now, the Niners did tweet out that they interviewed Robert Saleh and Deshae Townsend from the Lions. But so far, no one's interviewed for this spot. When you have plenty of guys that are qualified for the position that don't have a job right now. Lou Anarumo, Dennis Allen, Gus Bradley, Jeff Ulbrich. So I asked Matt this, like, how long are they willing to wait? Is it Saleh or nothing at this point? And if they have to wait on Saleh, like, who's to say, like, Saleh's like, well, I got to see if I get a second call back from the Raiders or Jags, or if I get, if I sit down with the Cowboys in the first place. What about the places that I'm interested in, maybe Cincinnati or other places that have defensive coordinator openings that I haven't even interviewed for yet? So for me,
how do we know he's going to get interviews there if they haven't reached out to this?
Well, exactly. But I also think the Niners need to start having backup plans. It can't be just Saleh or nothing.
I mean, they certainly have backup plans.
I know they do. I know
they don't need to start having them. They certainly have them. They're just in a spot where their top choice is a candidate for other jobs.
Yes.
Right? Now, we talked at length about...
And specifically for a job higher than the one that they're on.
Exactly.
Yes.
So they are in the waiting game, and they knew they would be, which is why I think they interviewed him as quickly as they could to make sure he knew that he was their top choice. And even if there's other stuff out there, he's got to know, hey, we want you, but keep us posted as to whether or not you think this is still... I think the reason the Niners are sitting back is because I would hope and I would imagine that based on the relationship they have with Robert Saleh, that they are in the loop in terms of how these other interviews are going to go for him, or if he's leaning on taking something else. Does he think he's actually a candidate to get the Jacksonville job when he walked out of that interview with Balky and Chad Kahn? So he's going to wait and see what happens, I guess, with the Raider interview.
Yeah.
No official word yet on if the Cowboys have reached out to talk to Robert Saleh. Also, Robert Saleh qualifies under the Rooney Rule.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, in terms of minority candidates that teams would have to interview in order for them to fill their vacancy or check that box. It's what makes the Rooney Rule so inherently weird.
Yeah, I know. That's why
that there's guys like you want to look at real candidates and talk to real candidates, but if the Raiders decide Ben Johnson's their guy and they're still going to interview Robert Saleh, Robert Saleh is a legitimate candidate, so it doesn't necessarily look that way. But who's to say none of this is just to check the box that they have to check?
Well, let's go around real quick. Do we all think that Robert Saleh is getting a head coaching job this offseason?
No.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Also, to clean something up here, Cowboys
pretty resounding no from everybody.
The Cowboys came out today saying that interviewing Saleh would be a priority. So that did happen today.
It did happen today that they interviewed him?
That they said it
They
would
are
be a
going to set
priority.
one up.
Yeah, okay. So I anticipate that happening. Like what you're saying, Copes, is it looks a little better to interview Robert Saleh, who's been there, done that,
than to interview Thomas Brown or
Byron
whatever.
Leftwich
Exactly.
and Pep Hamilton.
And I believe you have to do two. I think it has to be two external candidates.
you are correct.
But yes, Robert Saleh does meet that criteria. If in fact, but again, it looks more legit if you're doing it. Plus, you may as well interview legit candidates if you're going to do it. It's kind of my thought.
Yeah, I mean, Robert Saleh's a qualified guy. I just don't think that he's going to get a head coaching job this time around. I understand that he got a raw deal with the Jets, but if you want a playoff game, then maybe teams start being interested in you actually being a head coach. But I think, yes, it's a little bit of both. But also, they probably want to pick his brain as far as, like, what do you see in our defense? What do we need to improve? So I do think that Robert Saleh has a chance to be a head coach again, but I do think he most likely would have to prove himself again as a defense coordinator.
415 says on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, said they should have hired Saleh the day that he was fired by the Jets. Well, he didn't get a coordinator job immediately. You don't usually do that mid-season. He has to agree to come here, and he signed a deal with the Packers almost immediately. Like, within a week, he was with the Packers.
And how would that make Nick Sorensen and Brandon Staley look? I understand, like, this defense did not play.
It was week 6.
Yeah.
It's not like it was, like, late into the year. We didn't know whether the 49ers were going at that point. We didn't know what the makeup of the season was, and I know people immediately wanted him back. But, again, don't forget how people viewed Saleh the first 2 years he was here.
Yes.
He wasn't viewed as, like, the best defensive coordinator, and wasn't looked at as, like, a top potential head coaching candidate at any point, and he worked his way into success. The 49ers had great levels of success under him, and he ended up with that opportunity, and now he's viewed as a potential top candidate. And again, the best thing that could have happened for him and the scope of him is not going through the rest of that season and getting fired. I don't think the Jets would have been much better had he stayed. But being fired at 2-3, where his defense was, makes him look like he's a legitimate candidate.
Well, you know what? There were plenty of times this year where the Jets had leads in the fourth quarter that made me believe they would play a little bit better defensively. Now, I know Jeff Ulbrich is a good defensive coordinator, but having to multitask on both jobs of being the head coach and the defensive coordinator.
It didn't behove them at all to make that.
So maybe they win more games, but are they a playoff team? No. However, to fire a coach after 5 games, I think is ridiculous. Although Al Davis made a habit of that sometimes.
831 checks in and says, every open coaching position is waiting for the Ben Johnson domino to fall. Once Ben Johnson picks his head coaching job, the other openings will fall into place. I'm sort of that mindset, too.
I am, too, and I will tell you guys, pay particular attention this weekend when you listen to the Commanders-Lions game.
Derek is all about conspiracy here with Tom Brady talking to Ben Johnson.
Dude, I'm not... Our guy Vic Tafer and
what up, Vic?
Most Raider beat writers are saying this most likely is going to happen.
Well, he should be their top candidate. He should be their number one option.
Yeah.
He's the top potential offensive coaching candidate out there.
Is he the top candidate out there? Just period.
Yeah.
I think so.
Which is the top for guys who have not been head coaches in the past. Yes.
Yeah, but the intrigue around him is like he has the best offensive football. And you know what's interesting also is he's playing against the Commanders. He basically left them to dry last offseason when it sounded like he was going to take that job.
He was going to take that Manders job, and then he decided not to.
No, like, Bob Myers, you're a basketball guy. I have no time for you.
Yeah. Well, now he's going to go deal with Mark Davis, who's like a
P.F.
Chang's guy. Yeah.
And Manders.
That's kind of where I was going with the Manders. Here's Matt Mayoko on the discussion that Derek and I were having the last couple of days and all last week about whether or not the lens in which you see Robert Saleh through changes or looks worse if he goes back to the 49ers relative to that of being like the defensive coordinator for, I don't know, Derek, say the Cincinnati Bengals?
Yeah.
That's what you're hooked on. Here's what Matt Mayoko had to say.
I kind of agree with Derek on this one. I do think that there is that element of, despite what everybody in the Bay Area thinks of the 49ers right now and think of Kyle Shanahan, around the NFL, he is seen as a very good head coach. And so, there would be that perception of Saleh's heading back to that 49ers, Kyle Shanahan umbrella to get back on the radar. So I would think that, Robert Saleh is a bright guy. He's considered all of this. But I would think that this is why that when we talked about this after week 5 of the regular season, will Saleh be back as 49ers defensive coordinator? My thought all along was, well, I don't know why the 49ers wouldn't want him back. The bigger question to me is, would Saleh like to go somewhere else to show that he can enjoy success somewhere else?
I play that for 2 reasons, to say that Matt said I was right, and also that, we don't know if Robert Saleh necessarily wants to take this job. I mean, it would make sense. It would totally make sense for the 49ers to go back and get him. You would be most likely back where you were with him. And you were right, Copes. Like, for the first 2 years, nobody liked Robert Saleh. It wasn't until he was flexing his muscles on the sideline and sacking Jared Goff where I was like, this guy's a defensive mastermind. And fans would be rejoiced if he came back. Fred Warner would be happy. Nick Bosa would be happy. But we haven't heard necessarily that Robert Saleh 100% wants to take this job. Now, you have to believe that if he's sitting down and taking the interview with John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. But I have to believe once he's done with the head coaching interviews that maybe he's going to have more options. So at what point do the 49ers say we need to start interviewing some other people? I'm sure they have a long list of guys, but I'm just surprised with so many people that are fired that are available that they have yet to interview those people.
I wonder why. Yeah, I wonder why they haven't done more interviews, or if it's. I mean, I don't really wonder. I just think it's specifically that they have to sort of wait until they see what happens with Robert Saleh. But as more potential openings become available for Robert Saleh, or he's asked to do more interviews, or if he gets asked to come into a second wave or phase of an interview process with another team, the Niners are just kind of sitting back. That said, it's not like D coordinators are getting plucked up left and right now.
No, that's the thing too. Like there's out of the 7 openings, only 1 has been filled by Mike Vrabel. So there's going to be a lot of turnover too.
Was it 7 openings or was it 6?
I believe it's 7, including Mike Vrabel. Like yesterday, it was 6 once they fired McCarthy.
Oh, that's right. Sorry, it was. You're right. McCarthy's the one I forgot about. That the Cowboys became another open one. Right.
And let's also remember the point that Saleh's still getting paid that head coaching money for being let go. If he takes a head coaching job, he'll get a new contract. But if he takes a defensive coordinator job, he'll still get paid that head coaching money as well.
It's a difference in pay, and I believe it's only for 1 more year. We talked about that with Matt Mayoko because in the NBA, like that's when Mike Brown took the deal with the Golden State Warriors to be the assistant head coach and to be like their defensive guy off the bench and work under Steve Kerr. it made sense because he had been fired by, was he making Laker money? Or was it Cavs money? I can't remember. They all fired Mike Brown as head coach.
Didn't he come back to be the Cavs coach again?
He was the Cavs coach twice.
Yeah.
And he was the Lakers coach at one point. Bottom line
it
is,
was the Cavs money.
once he was, whatever the most recent team was that he was a head coach of before he went to the Warriors and then before he joined the Kings, as long as he didn't take another head coaching job, he was going to get that money. And so why not get 2 paychecks? There's a balance of that, though, is what Matt Mayoka was saying, where hypothetically, if you were making $5 million as a head coach and then you get paid $2 million to be a defensive coordinator, you get the difference of the $3 million to get you back to the $5 million. You don't get all $7 million as like you would in the NBA, I think is the way that goes.
But basically, what the Niners are waiting on is also once these jobs are filled. I mean, like, who's to say once the Cowboys opening, once they get their head coach, are they going to say, like, well, we interviewed Robert Saleh as head coach. What about being defensive coordinator? Like, I think Robert Saleh is probably going to take his sweet time with this. So how long do the 49ers want to wait? Also, with the same thing with their special teams coordinator position. How long? I mean, like I asked Mayoko on Monday, is Nick Sorensen said anything at this point? Are they like, is it, I know they have to do their due diligence and do the Rooney Rule stuff, but if Nick Sorensen says yes, is it the same thing as Clay Kubiak? Like, this is all just for show? As soon as this guy accepts the job, that's what they're going with?
Yeah. I mean, the Clay Kubiak thing was like, the Clay Kubiak thing was a little bit different in that the Niners have a vacant special teams coordinator position. They have to go through that process. The Clay Kubiak one is that they promoted him to offensive coordinator, which was not previously a position. And if you create a position, which the Niners would be doing, to fill, you have to go through an external interview process like you would with any other position.
I do feel bad for that Ohio State coach. I mean, I know it's good for him on his resume that he interviewed with the Niners, but he knows this is just a sham. Honestly.
The NFL is the only place where you can put on your resume that you interviewed for a job that you didn't get.
and it matters.
So funny. Hey, I interviewed for that job. Like, okay. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you on a Wednesday afternoon. Mike Yam of the NFL Network is going to join us, and author of my niece's favorite book, Fried Rice and Marinara.
Oh, nice.
How about that? Yeah, I bought that book for her after Mike Yam came on and told us about it. He authored a children's book. It's great. You can buy it wherever books are sold, Fried Rice and Marinara. He'll join us at 2:50. Let's rank the remaining coaches in the NFL's playoff picture. Let's get to the schedule, by the way, too. I got to look at what are all the games on Sunday this week?
No,
Saturday games as well. Yeah, well, I want to get into some of the schedule as well. Let's rank the divisional weekend coaches. DeMeco Ryans, Andy Reid, Dan Quinn, Dan Campbell, Sean McVay, Nick Sirianni, John Harbaugh, and Sean McDermott. We'll do that next, only here on The Sports Leader.
You found Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty, on KNBR, the sports leader.
Hey, just pull up her pants and do the rockaway, right, Tim?
Always.
Yeah, okay. Adam Copeland.
Now lean back.
Thank you. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you on a Wednesday afternoon. By the way, Golden State Lumber Building Materials text line checks in 209. First text this person's ever sent says, after listening to you guys talk about movies the other day, including My Cousin Vinny, which I just finished watching for the first time.
There you go.
Good
man.
on you, dude. If you haven't
Dirty
seen
Work changing your life.
He said, I would like to recommend a movie to you guys called From the Hip. Tim, you seen that movie? Seems like a movie. Tim.
I have not.
Says a movie in similar vein, but with Judd Nelson.
Oh. I was going to guess it was the Chubbs Peterson story.
From the Hip?
It's all in the hips.
That's in the hips,
I
not
know.
from the hips.
From the hip.
I'm
Jerry Callow.
with a C. From the Hip.
From the Hip. Judd Nelson?
A 1987 comedy and crime movie. Rotten Tomatoes not fond of this movie.
You know what? Rotten Tomatoes.
It can be hit or miss. I don't like to roll with it.
So overrated. Like Tim, for your next thing, next segment, maybe that's what you go off on Spot. Like you hated Spotify or
you talking
Spotify
about Tim's
rap.
Tuesday takes and trivia?
Yes,
Tuesday takes and trivia.
Yeah, save the Rotten Tomatoes for that just because a bunch of critics hated it doesn't mean anything to me.
It's like the Baseball Hall of Fame writers.
Yeah.
Go away.
By the way, I heard from people on the streets yesterday about Tim's Tuesday takes and trivia. Tim, you get any feedback on it?
There was a little bit of feedback. They said that it came in real hot and that it was a little long-winded.
Hey, but that's the point, baby.
Tighten it up a little bit. That's
hot
okay.
wind. It's hot wind coming from Tim.
It's Tim's segment, dude. He can do with it what he wants.
But I'm telling you the take you need to have next week. Rotten Tomatoes suck.
I'm
telling Derek's Tuesday takes if you like.
I'm doing it now. Derek Tuesday takes on a Wednesday. Rotten Tomatoes so overrated.
Derek's dip-ass take of the week.
There you go.
Here we go. Actually, 68% audience score, though, on Rotten Tomatoes.
That's
like
what
the
matters.
Movie. See, that's more important. Not quite to the 69% that Tim is so fond of course.
Like, have we all seen Wet Hot American Summer?
Yes.
69.
Great movie. Rotten Tomatoes hates it.
Yeah.
Well, Dirty Work is the answer.
Yeah,
Dirty Work. It's what?
The
It's
movie
like
Dirty Work.
30%.
Yeah, it's like 30% on Rotten Tomatoes. Here we go. The premise for the movie From the Hip with Judd Nelson. Attorney Robin Stormy Weathers. Judd Nelson.
Love it already.
Yeah, Stormy Weathers. Bad.
Off to a bad start.
Stormy
off
Daniel
to a bad
reference
start. No, I'm just going Stormy Weather is the name of this character. Attorney Robin Stormy Weathers engages in some outrageous courtroom antics in order to get a bank president acquitted of assault charges. Stormy's performance is so impressive that he's then promoted to partner at his firm, but his next case is defending Douglas Benoit, John Hurt, a professor who is accused of killing a prostitute with a hammer.
Whoa.
Jesus, dude.
Laying the hammer down there.
I don't know why I'm laughing so hard at this. Stormy struggles with the case and his belief that Benoit is a raving lunatic,
Wait, hold on.
a danger to society, and guilty of murder.
Are you reading the whole Wikipedia plot here?
It's just it's
Just
the
a
Google.
synopsis?
It's a little Google blurb. It's not a whole Wikipedia plot. I don't want to give away the details.
It's kind of lengthy there. Jesus.
It's like every movie. It just gives you a little
All I
blurb.
caught from that was the guy's name is Stormy
Weathers. So is it on streaming?
I don't know.
Okay. Usually,
what are you asking me for
you
questions
got
for?
the whole damn plot. You can't tell me where I can watch it?
I just Googled From the Hip. Why do I have to have all the answers for you? You can't. You have a computer and you don't even bring it to work.
Yeah, but
dude.
this one's slow.
Derek is like Tom, and that he just sits here and gets all his information from his phone. That's why I'm always like, "Do you have this?" He's like, "No, hold on a minute. Let me see if I can find the right."
I don't like
tab
bringing my
here."
laptop.
Why
then.
not? It's part of the
hooked
gig.
up.
It's hooked up to what?
My home.
It's hooked up.
You've effectively made it a PC, is what you're
You
saying.
just have
Basically.
you have a desktop, is what you have. You don't have a laptop.
No, I do have a laptop.
So bring it in.
All right.
You can find out your own streaming. You can answer all your own stream
I
questions.
can find on this really slow computer here.
Anyway.
No.
All right, should we rank these coaches?
I guess so.
Let's do it.
Mike Yam's going to join us momentarily here, so let's get into this. Rank the divisional weekend coaches: D'Amico Ryans, Andy Reid, Dan Quinn, Dan Campbell, Sean McVay, Nick Sirianni, John Harbaugh, and Sean McDermott.
Well, yesterday I told you I think that Sean McVay is the second best coach in all of football right now. So, judging off of that...
So you're going to go Andy Reid 1.
I'm going to go Andy Reid 1. Sean McVay 2. Based on the Super Bowl, I'm going John Harbaugh 3.
So am I.
Number 4, I would go Sean McDermott. 5, I'm going Dan Quinn. Took his team to the Super Bowl with the Atlanta Falcons back in the day. 6, I'm going Dan Campbell. 7, I'm going D'Amico Ryans. And lastly, but you can't forget him, we all have to ask what he does, Nick Sirianni.
What would you say you do here?
So you're going Reed, McVay, Harbaugh, McDermott, Quinn, Campbell, D'Amico, and then Sirianni.
Yes.
You think Sirianni's the worst coach left?
By default. I mean, he does. I know we have fun with it. He must do something. Like he's a good motivator or he has helps out with the offensive game plan during the week, but
he must do something. Yeah, I'm with you there. He does do something. I would, my one flip, I might put Dan Quinn above McDermott.
Okay, at 4?
Yeah, but I don't think that's that. I think that's fine for me. Like either of those guys being right there is good. I don't think I have any major gripe with this list at all.
It's based on the consistency of how much the Bills win.
Okay, so where would Kyle Shanahan fit into this list? If Kyle Shanahan were coaching this weekend, where does he slot into these 8 coaches?
I mean, honestly, I would put him 3.
I'd probably put him above Harbaugh?
I would, yeah. I mean, we talk about this. I know that Harbaugh is a great coach. He's been doing it, along with, who else am I thinking of? Mike Tomlin. They got to be the longest tenured coaches in football right now. Him and John Harbaugh.
Yes.
So I
believe they are. I think it's Tomlin. Then I think it's Harbaugh, and then it's Andy Reid, I think.
And they consistently win. Now, Harbaugh has won 1 Super Bowl, but we don't give him the same crap that Mike Tomlin gets. But Tomlin's playoff losses have been 10 times worse to that of John Harbaugh.
Tomlin's been with the Steelers for 18 years.
Yeah, since 2007.
And then Harbaugh, 17. Yeah. Andy Reid, 12. It's already been 12 years.
Yeah, but consecutively, he's been coaching since 1999 with the Eagles and
he's been, yes, because he didn't have a year off in between.
I put more value, me personally, into coaches that could call plays. I think you have more of an impact on the game. And Kyle, I know he's had some losing seasons, but you can't scoff at every time they've been to the playoffs, he gets them to the NFC Championship game. Now, Sean McVay's won the whole damn thing. To me, it's neck and neck with the two of them. I think they're very good coaches. I think they're probably 2 of the best play callers in all of football right now, along with Ben Johnson and Andy Reid. But yeah, I would give the edge to Sean McVay just because he's won the Super Bowl. But Kyle, if you give him like a top 10 list of the best coaches in football, yes, I know Niner fans are going to hate hearing this. I would put Kyle Shanahan probably 3.
I think I'm with you. I think I would have Kyle Shanahan 3 on this list for sure. Andy Reid, McVay, and then Kyle Shanahan, and then Harbaugh, McDermott, Quinn, Campbell. Yeah, I mean, I think Kyle's a better coach than most of the guys on this list. Go ahead.
I mean, you and me are kind of the same, where we think that, not devaluing what defensive coaches do, but I think that what most of the league is looking for these days, are they're looking for a Dan Campbell type. But most owners and GMs want a guy that calls plays.
They want a Sean McVay type.
Yes.
They want Sean McVay is of the same ilk of a guy like Sean Payton, like the young gun, brilliant offensive whiz kid has been a thing in the NFL for basically my entire life.
Gruden.
You always
Gruden
was the original, one of the originals. Yeah, you want to find a young, hotshot coach who's got the fire for it. Sean McVay was like, what was he, 29 years old, 30 years old when he got the head coaching
job? He was 30, yeah.
It's incredible that he got a job at 30 years old. He's won a Super Bowl already. He's been to 2. And has established himself as one of the best in the league, but that's what organizations want. Whether it's a CEO or it's a play caller, I think those are the 2 ways you have to go. You've had great success with both, and you've seen that over the last number of years. Now, Bill Belichick called his plays on defense, didn't
he? Certain years. So other years, the other guys have taken over. So I would say
so excited.
His last few years with the Patriots, he did not call defensive plays.
But he was scheming everything defensively.
Yeah.
Whether he was calling it or not, he was scheming it.
Yeah.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. Let's talk to Mike Yam, NFL Network host. He'll join us when we come on back. We'll get his thoughts on divisional weekend. Can I ask him about where Kyle Shanahan would rank among this crew as well, and where the 49ers go at defensive coordinator if it's, in fact, not Robert Saleh. We'll do that with Mike Yam of the NFL Network next, only here on the Sports Leader.
The Golden State Warriors look to shake off a bad Toronto loss tonight in Minnesota. Check out Dubs OT with John Dickinson immediately following the game. To quote Anthony Edwards,
"Bring gas."
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty Work on a Wednesday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you, and joined by one of our favorite guys from the NFL Network.
Yeah.
Mike Yam joins us, courtesy of the Uma guest line. And by the way, author of my niece's favorite book, Fried Rice and Marinara, available wherever books are sold. Mike, what's going on, man? How are you?
What's going on, Mike?
Doing great. Always appreciate the invite. Appreciate also the plug. And we got the best time of the year, man. NFL postseason. Let's roll. We got some good games. And I think one that, candidly, I still look at the Ravens matchup against the Bills, and that to me is like must-see television. So I'm jacked up for the weekend.
It's got like AFC Championship feel, except that the Kansas City Chiefs are still hanging out, so they can't be the AFC Championship. Before we get into all that, Derek and I were just having a discussion. We were debating this a little bit yesterday about best coaches in the NFL. And I say when I look at playoff teams, that's why I was in on the Rams this week. I go, I look at coach and quarterback, and Sean McVay's got to be up there. Derek said something interesting yesterday. He said, I've got Sean McVay as the second best coach in football right now behind Andy Reid. I don't think that's that bad of a take in terms of the level of success that he's had.
Ooh, definitely in that conversation. I mean, look, to get a playoff win, and the guy's got a Super Bowl obviously under his belt already from a couple of years ago, considered an offensive genius. And I think that is a fair title to give him. And you're right, I would still put Andy Reid number one. Definitely in that conversation for sure. I'm kind of going through the Rolodex of some guys, the mental Rolodex. You know what's interesting? I would put a guy that might not even be with his team if you ask their fan base, who don't necessarily seem to be happy, but I would back up the truck for a guy like Mike Tomlin.
Sure.
I know the season didn't play out great for the San Francisco 49ers, but I got to imagine there's a slew of teams that would be absolutely thrilled to get a guy like that on their sideline. You know, there's definitely some talented coaches out there. McVay, no question, though. I don't know if I'd put him 2, but he's definitely in that top 3-4 range for sure.
So I'm with you, Mike. I think that this weekend is probably the best weekend in all of sports. But last weekend, I would say the game's subpar a little bit. I mean, the best game was the Commanders and Buccaneers having a tight, game, late game-winning field goal. Which team did you come away with being impressed the most from last weekend?
God, I go back and forth in my head because the reality is to get a road playoff win like Washington, I'd say, yeah, maybe that's the most impressive thing. But I think what my expectation level was for the Houston Texans and then to see them thrive. I mean, Justin Herbert looked unlike any other game I've seen Justin Herbert look. 4 picks in the game is just sort of eye-opening when the guy's been as efficient as he has been. You know, the guy hasn't turned the ball over, and to have 4 of them in that one matchup to me was surprising. And this is candidly, like, are we all in agreement here? Like, this is the Houston Texans team that we thought we were going to get at the start of the season, and that's been a little up and down. So the fact that they played as well as they did, I'm not saying they're beating Kansas City. In fact, I wouldn't pick them in this game. But, there's a part of me that says, well, why not? I mean, there was this tightrope that the Chiefs have been playing with all season long, and I think it would take a lot. It would take, a similar type of effort on the defensive side. And I really do think that team needs to establish Joe Mixon in the early stretches of games. I feel like they've gone away from him in the first half of a lot of games down the stretch, including, this win that we just saw against the Chargers. I think if he's more integrated in that offense, I actually like them to keep this thing a little bit close because of that defense.
Talking to Mike Yam of the NFL Network on the UMA guest line. In the Ravens and Bills game, which team has a better shot to win if their quarterback does not play at his best?
Ravens. I mean, just because of the Derrick Henry factor.
Yeah.
Josh Allen is obviously such a huge part of what that team has accomplished. And I know we spent most of this season, I don't know where you guys fall in that MVP conversation. I think most have said Josh for most of the year.
I'm a Lamar guy.
I'm a Lamar guy too, though.
Yeah,
and that's where I was going. I was like, we're the outliers then, because I think most people have sort of slotted in Josh Allen. But I do think that conversation in the last couple of weeks has started to shift more towards Lamar because they look at the numbers. And this is not, I hate to just point to this because you guys know, like, MVP is more than just what you did statistically, but there's no question, like, your results, that's like a tangible thing that we could point to is what your stats are. And the stats are better than they were last year when he won the MVP. And I'm not saying that you got to just give him the MVP because of that. But when everyone was championing this, Josh is the guy, I would say, well, look, they also played head-to-head, and Josh's team got smashed by the Ravens, and it's not like Lamar's not playing well. I do think that the Baltimore Ravens are a better football team than the Buffalo Bills, and I don't know if that raises an eyebrow for at least some people that are listening right now, but to me, if you said pick a team that's still in the dance right now to go win the Super Bowl, my pick would be the Baltimore Ravens and not the Kansas City Chiefs. So I feel supremely confident in a complete team that's been dominant in recent weeks. The issues that they had on the defensive side, that was a little up and down for, I would say, about half of the season. To me, it's been rectified, and I can story some of these losses. They had like these weird moments in close games where, just the ball didn't go their way. The one caveat here is in some of these losses, the penalties have racked up for them. And that's, to me, at least the one thing that I hope is clean in this matchup. Because if they both play clean football games, I still like the Ravens.
So besides the Ravens, which road team could you see pulling out the upset this weekend?
I don't know if we see a team pull off an upset on the road outside of that one. To me, I don't think Houston is is going to win, I wouldn't point to the Commanders.
Yeah.
I do think there's a chance for the Rams going across the country. Here's what I would tell you, and you guys know this because I've been doing some of these interviews, and I don't, nationally, and then you talk to some radio stations maybe on the East Coast, and like they know the Rams are a good team, but everyone's pointing to, hey, look at what they've done in the second half, and it's hard not to, and they'll point to the first half of the season, which Rams team is this? And I think those folks maybe aren't paying close enough attention, you guys, because you're in San Francisco, in the division, the whole deal. Like, that team was decimated by injuries those first few weeks of the season. They lost 4 out of 5. It was a revolving door on their offensive line. It's hard to win football games like that. They went stretches without Cooper. They went stretches without Puka, and yet here they are. I would contend if they were healthy the entire season, they would have been pushing Minnesota and Detroit for a 1 seed. Like, I think that team's really talented. Now, talented enough to go across the country, to go up against an Eagles team that they lost to at home. I think that was week number 12. Like, I don't know if I would call that one, but outside of the Ravens, if you said to me, which one would you feel at least relatively confident in, it'd be the Rams. But I also think there's like that emotional toll that you have to pay attention to. I mean, look, I live in Southern California. I live in Los Angeles, and this has not been a good situation, and I think everyone in the country understands what's happening here. To see that game get moved to Glendale on Monday night, to see them play the way that they did. I mean, that defense, 9 sacks, like everyone wants to talk about Stafford and offensive players. The defense is what won them that football game. And to me, when I watch that, I go, hey, what's the emotional toll on a team? Like, because they're not just robots that are out there. Like, there's the human element. We're talking about families, pets that went from Los Angeles. I mean, chartered multiple flights to get, the team, the players and their families and support staff and the coaching staff to get their families down in Arizona with them so that they were safe, so that the players weren't thinking about that. So kudos to the NFL. Kudos to Arizona and Bidwell, the team owner, got the stadium ready. It felt like a Rams home game, gave up his planes so that all could get done. And that's awesome. But now all of a sudden you get that when you're on that emotional high, you get home, like, are you practicing? Like, the skies are relatively clear here, but there's real concerns. Winds are starting to pick up. Air quality is an issue. And then all of a sudden you're asking these guys to go across the country. Like, can you keep up that emotional high? And that, to me, is one of the storyline that you can't really track until that game gets going. And then you just sort of see that energy level. But if Stafford and those guys, like they were on that opening drive, if he's as surgical on that opening drive against that Philadelphia Eagles defense, I'd be worried if I was in Philly.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think all that plays, and I think that's the one team that I would look at to give them a shot on the road this week as well. Talking to Mike Yam of the NFL Network. Nice to join us on the UMA guest line. Just jumping off of some playoff talk here momentarily. We're obviously tracking the 49ers defensive coordinator search. And so far, it's only stopped at Robert Saleh. They interviewed him immediately for the D.C. job. And now he's potentially got 3 head coaching vacancies that he's going to interview for. Did the Jags yesterday, has the Raiders tomorrow, and now the Cowboys are maybe showing interest. Any thought as to where the 49ers could go, or the weird situation that they're in, having to wait for him to decide or these other teams to decide? And do you think it's just go ahead, good.
No, I think it's a really interesting point when you talk about the option for a guy to be a head coach versus a coordinator. And I don't think it's a slam dunk. Like, if you're Robert Saleh, I think from a fan's perspective, you sit back and go, well, why wouldn't you take one of those jobs? Now, the Jags one is interesting to me because Jacksonville legitimately, I think, has a really good roster. So, there's that side of it as well. Although some would say, are they really that good considering, or what were they, a 4-win team, whatever it was? Right. But I do look at that roster and I do say, like, there are some pieces to work with. I think the biggest question for Robert Saleh is, do I like this job enough to say yes when I can go back to a San Francisco team where I know I can duplicate some magic and maybe just increase my stock a little bit more, so that next year when there's maybe a job or two that might be more intriguing to me, I say yes. Like, Ben Johnson last year, the Lions offensive coordinator, was talked about as getting a job, and he decided, you know what, I'm going to come back. And now all of a sudden they have another really great year, that even better than it was last year, and he is the hottest name among the coordinators for these head coaching jobs. Now, I'm not saying it's the same path for Robert Saleh, but the reality is, like, if you feel like this Niners defense can get back to what it was 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, then why wouldn't you legitimately consider that? Because I would say, at least on paper, I feel good and confident, and maybe Niners fans listening to this right now might be cringing, but I think that this team, if they're healthy next year, is going to be right back in the mix. And we're going to think about them the same way that we thought about them heading into this past season. Now, things need to fall into place, health being one of them. But to me, I think that's the biggest, most intriguing question for Robert Saleh.
You cover the 49ers for years for NFL Network, and now you kind of talk about them being on the network in a national perspective. What is the national perspective on the 49ers and how their season went? And from the analysts that you talk to, Do some of them believe that Brock Purdy's earned the contract this offseason?
Yeah. I think all of us feel like, at least at NFL headquarters, I haven't talked to one person that doesn't think that Brock Purdy deserves the massive deal that is coming his way. I think there's a lot of confidence in his abilities. This is a team that has seen what it's like not to have Brock either, when you're questioning whether or not your guy can be healthy. I mean, the fact that Brock has been able to overcome some of these injuries, still play at a high level, it is, to me at least, a positive. And once again, I know that this year wasn't great for Brock considering what he's done in his young career, but what are your options? And to me, I don't know if there are better options for this team in this offense with Kyle that are out there. And I don't think starting from scratch is a good idea, because the roster still looks pretty good. But I think, the first part of your question about how this team is perceived, hey, bad year, everyone gets it, but I do think there's optimism around this squad. I think all of us can sit back and say, I understand why some of these things transpired. I think the biggest issue that, Kyle and John Lynch need to figure out is, what's this window? Is this window next season? After next season, has the window really closed? Like, I'm not the guy to say that this door has closed and this team can't go, back to a Super Bowl and then get over the hump and win. What I'm saying is there's only limited time. I think it looks a little different right now than I was thinking at the start of the season. And I think because there's big contracts like Brock Purdy's that are going to be coming up, I think the math looks different now, and it puts some pressure on this team to win this upcoming season.
So this time of year, it's not just the NFL playoff games that we're focused on. We're also focused on NFL head coaching openings. Which one right now do you think is the most attractive for coaches?
Bears certainly come to mind because of Caleb, and I actually like their roster, generally speaking. And, defensively, I think they got some guys that can play, and offensively, I think there's some really good pieces that are there. I think it takes a certain personality in Chicago. I think the Dallas opening is maybe the most intriguing of the group because of what that roster is and what it becomes, and because of ownership, right? Like, I thought Troy Aikman's comments on Monday were really telling when, and I don't, maybe your audience didn't catch him, but he essentially was saying like, hey, with Jerry there, do they allow coaches to be themselves? And then the comp was, and I thought it was a good one, if Dan Campbell's in Dallas, does Dan Campbell? And maybe that answer is no. And I think that's going to be the biggest thing around that Dallas squad, because, we're talking about a team that had some success last year and did win some football games this year without Dak Prescott. So Dallas, to me, and maybe I'm just crazy, I don't hate the Jags roster. Like, I know I said this before, like, I think they got some pieces that are there.
Yeah, I know. I hear you. And I don't think they got the most out of that team. Plus, with injuries to Trevor Lawrence and whatnot this year, and he's already going to have his third head coach in 5 seasons now, 6 seasons, something like that. It's pretty incredible. We were talking actually last week, Mike, that if you look at that draft, 5 quarterbacks taken in the first round of that draft, Trevor Lawrence is the only one who's still on the team that drafted him.
It's crazy.
Isn't that wild?
It really is crazy.
It's pretty incredible.
It's insane.
Mike Yan, the voice you hear of the NFL Network. Mike, I really appreciate the time, man. I know things have been hectic, scary, wild down in Southern California, man. We are thinking about you and hope everybody's okay and safe for you down there.
No, I appreciate it. And I know, your fan base in the Bay Area knows all about this. When I lived in San Francisco for 10 years, like we know what that stuff is like. It's just not fun. But to see it in an urban area like this is it's wild to me. It's heartbreaking to see the homes that are lost. But appreciate the good thoughts. And at least we got a good distraction this weekend with some of these games.
Stay safe, Mike. Great to talk to you, man.
Thank you, Mike.
Awesome. Take care, guys.
Good stuff. The great Mike Yan. Dude, I love talking to Mike.
Dude, Mike's
great,
the man.
Dude.
I mean, I didn't cross paths with him when I worked at NFL Network, but just a solid dude. And yeah.
Oh, I thought you knew him when you were down there.
No. I mean, we weren't allowed to talk to the talent.
Well, you weren't.
Yeah.
By the way, somebody checked in on you not having a laptop here. 831 says, dude, tell Derek to take one of Papa's iPads. I think he's got extras, dude. How many iPads does that guy walk around with?
Oh, man.
It defeats the purpose of having an iPad instead of a laptop if you carry 6 of them.
I like to get as many laptops as I have children. So now I can name my laptops my children.
It's funny,
this one's Derek, this one's Nick, Alex, Danielle.
He's like, I actually don't even know how many iPads I have because I treat them like my kids. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you on a Wednesday afternoon. I'm taking shots.
Oh, we're laughing because it's true.
We're laughing at the hilarity of the reality that Derek lives in when we come on back.
I'm dead inside.
My relationships are broken. Does it feel like the Warriors are standing pat? We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Cowboys are expected to interview former Jets head coach Robert Saleh for their suddenly vacant head coaching position. How long do the 49ers wait? And does Jerry Jones want some glory hole?
I want me some glory hole.
Check out all the latest details at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work. Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, and Tim Webb just got wrapped up with Mike Yam. You catch that interview on the KNBR app or KNBR.com. We're going to talk a little Warriors here, playing the Minnesota Timberwolves. You want to get on the mic? What the hell are you doing? So, I want to go over what Steph Curry said after the Detroit Raptors game.
I just posted the first hour, and the caption is, Copes is on the struggle bus.
Pretty accurate.
He was like, you want to bring this one in? He said, sure. And then I just was like,
chilling in the background.
Yeah, I was watching TV.
I can find some Gold Bar whiskey back here. Maybe that'll help you.
That's what's got me feeling nice.
Yeah, I don't know if that'll help. Don't know if that'll help.
No, I need like a pop.
Yeah. So, we went over Steph's comments the other day. We don't need to play them again, but just kind of, I don't know, weird and honest of him just to be like, it is what it is. At this point, this is what the roster is, and if we can find a better trade, I'm paraphrasing, obviously, but if there's a better option out there, we would have heard it by now. And also him kind of saying, we're not just going to do some trades willy-nilly here. Like, I also want to do what's in best interest of this team going forward for the future.
I don't know why Draymond and Steph care so much about the future of the organization. I don't even care that much about the future of the organization. I'm a fan of the team.
Right.
I know that they're members of the team. I know they want to see the team succeed. I don't know if Steph has like aspirations to be like a president of basketball going forward, like in his career. I don't know what the future holds for Steph after his playing career. He's obviously involved in entertainment and all that other stuff and TV shows and holy moly and all that crap.
Mr. Comeback.
Yeah, whatever. But it is funny to hear Draymond like this offseason. I was understanding when Draymond said, like, I don't want to mortgage the future or give that stuff up. And again, I'm paraphrasing here. For a guy like Lauri Markkanen, like he didn't want Markkanen or didn't think that
we actually have that sound.
What they would have to give up was, we have that.
Well, yeah, like basically what Steph said the other day was, and I have the quote right here, there is responsibility on keeping the franchise in a good space and good spot when it comes to where we leave this thing when we're done.
Yeah, you don't want to make a trade. Like, that's all fine and good. You've already, Steph, no matter what happens from here on out, you've left the organization in a better place than where you found it, right? They moved arenas. They've become a global brand. Steph Curry became the greatest player in the history of the franchise, the greatest shooter in the history of the game of basketball. Like, you've already done that. No matter what happens, you've already left the organization, at least stature-wise, in a better place than we ever could have imagined it would reach when Steph Curry and Draymond and Clay and all of them showed up. So I hear what he's saying. That said, all of us, and I think we're all in the same boat, and like, you got to mortgage whatever it takes in the future to get Steph another opportunity if you believe they're good enough to have another opportunity. But to the conversation we were having yesterday, that move doesn't appear to be out there for this season. There's off-season moves I think they're going to have to make. I think it's going to have to be a complete, I don't want to say rebuild or tear down, but if you want to get a big-time player to pair with Steph, it's not likely happening between now and February 6th.
No, it's not, and it's just, I understand Steph's frustrations, but at the same time, when I hear him say the clock's ticking, and, I think about my life in a couple of years when I'm not playing basketball, like, I hear all that, but then I also kind of respect the fact that he's saying it is what it is. I mean, there is not a trade to be had right now. So I think they're going through the rest of the season of who's here, who's not next year, and I know that we're all, like, clamoring for them to make a trade, but I think we have to get used to them not making a move. It sounds like from everybody we talked to, and we'll talk to JD at 3:50, but I don't think they're moving Kuminga. There's a possibility they can move him in the summertime if they do a sign and trade thing. But I just think we have to take this team for what it is right now, and then the big moves come this offseason. And the time is limited on Steph after that, though. You're going to have 2 more years on his contract. I believe it's 1 more year for Steve Kerr. So at this point, yeah, we can talk about Jimmy Butler and Kuzma is also in that conversation. Vucevic, Cam Johnson, and I guess all these guys are just not worth it. And I totally get that. So at this point, it's just let's see if Kuminga gets healthy and see what you could do, and you're a playing team at best, maybe.
Yeah, that's my point. Is like, and we talked about this at length last year with Tom too. Like, if your ceiling of this team is just play-in, or the ceiling is 5 seed, or if the ceiling is 6, 7, 8, or 9, whatever it is. What is it? 7 through 10 is in the play-in. 7, 8, 9, and 10 are in the play-in. If you're just in the play-in, if you're into 6, then it's like, who cares? Like, what if you're not trending towards winning a championship? What's the point of all of it right now with the Warriors? And that's kind of where you have to look at it. Like, the 49ers right now have committed so much money to their roster. If it's not Super Bowl or bust, then what are we doing?
Mm-hmm.
Right? And I get that you've got, Steve Young said that to us throughout the season. Like, it's not just about winning a division. It's not just about making incremental steps to win a division. This is an organization that's trying to win championships. Steph Curry put us in that boat, put us in that mindset and gave us that scope. And because we know what he's still capable of doing, we want to see him go out and win. We want to see him have the opportunity to win. It's not going to happen with this roster. You're going to have to overload or overhaul something this offseason in order to get a big-time player in here to make it happen. I love the people who check in who say, get rid of Steve Kerr. It's time for a change. You think Steve Kerr is the reason this team is failing right now? Look at the roster. Look at the talent. Look at the talent across the rest of the Western Conference.
It's more Steve Kerr than Buddy Hield. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's on Steve Kerr.
But Steve Kerr, that's some straight bull.
To blame Steve Kerr, I love the people who want to blame Steve Kerr, one of the winningest coaches, one of the most successful coaches in the history of the league, and look at this roster and say
he was handed
they could be getting more done.
He was handed a great team.
Yeah, right. Okay, yeah, sure. Steph Curry was already an MVP when he showed up. It's outrageous. They were getting bounced by the Nuggets and the Spurs in the playoffs.
Yes.
Right?
Mark Jackson got them to a good, respectable point, but then Steve Kerr got them to a championship level. So I don't want to even entertain that stuff. I hate that crap. He's won 4 championships. I don't know why we give this guy so much critique. But yeah, I'm with you, Copes. At what point, they swung at a lot of big trades this offseason. We've mentioned them all. And then they settled on guys like Kyle Anderson and Anthony Melton and Buddy Hield. And maybe you thought, okay, that could get you, I don't know, maybe a 7th seed. When I came into the season, I think you and I both agreed that they're probably a play-in team. But then they went 12-3.
And I was like, I think they're a top 4 team.
Yeah, so they all surprised us. But I think maybe, they had ideas of maybe making in-season trades. But for the most part, I don't know at what point they were just like, these are our options as far as what we can do to improve the team. And right now, we just have to let it play out at this point. So I think everything's on the table this offseason. I would even include Draymond in those conversations. I love Draymond. I think he's a great defensive player. I would think that Steph Curry wants to finish his career with Draymond next to him. But I think everything has to be on the table as far as what this whole goal has been for the last 2 seasons of Steph Curry with the Warriors, maximizing Steph Curry's end of his career.
925 says the Warriors were 59-0 when Steve Kerr was sick. Are you going back to the Luke Walton season? Are you talking about the team that was 73-9 or whatever the hell they were? Dude, it's hilarious to suggest that the Warriors, because they won with Luke Walton when Steve Kerr was out, that anybody could just do the job.
It's the same people that blame Greg Popovich when the Spurs were terrible after winning all those championships.
Yeah.
It's like he didn't become a worse coach.
No.
The roster was bad. They had to reset it. Now they've got Wemby. Team looks pretty good. Why
don't we go through all this guy's other texts then too, since he's now slamming us because we don't have. He says you guys don't have the balls to call out Curry and Green for their boneheaded turnovers. I thought you just said it was all Steve Kerr's fault. How about that?
I'll do it. Steph Curry and Draymond Green have some boneheaded turnovers.
Yeah, they've made some terrible plays.
They've done it during championship runs. I hated it, but it ended in championships.
This same guy said on June 26th, you better sign Mason Plumlee. What? Yeah, this guy's got the hot takes. No, way to go, 925. Here's what Draymond Green said this offseason. It wasn't about Mason Plumlee. It was about the Warriors getting better and mortgaging the future to do it.
We was just about to make some trades last week. And I told them straight up, yo, that trade helped me. It'll help me right now in my career these last couple of years and stuff. But I've always spoke to y'all from a place of what's best for this organization. I won't stop now.
Yeah.
That's a bad trade. Don't do that trade. I disagree with it, although it's going to help me right now.
Yeah.
I mean, that was surprising when I heard that. I think that's in reference to Lauri Markkanen and the rumors that Moses Moody, Podziemski, and Kuminga were on the table. But also, you talked to Marcus Thompson. He was like, that was never happening. It was always going to be Danny Ainge asking for the moon. But it is interesting that Draymond Green and Steph Curry, who are on the tail end of their careers, keep saying, yeah, we don't want to mortgage the future. And I respect that. I do respect that they care about this franchise after the fact that they're gone. But it is kind of frustrating when you hear them say we want to win so damn badly. So I agree with them. I don't think there is a trade to be had. And also, it shows how much of a hand they have in this organization. People just think well, if Joe Lacob, claps his hands and tells Mike Dunleavy, I want to trade done tomorrow, then it'll be done. Not necessarily. I think Steph has. I think Kuminga got more run because of Steph and Draymond and Joe Lacob. I think it's pretty clear. Steve, not a big fan of Kuminga, but
I don't think Steve's a fan of Kuminga's.
Yeah, they definitely have had their run-ins. If we're up to Steve, I think that Kuminga wouldn't be on this basketball team anymore. But Draymond, I don't think he's BSing anybody in these press conferences. I think he's the next up-and-coming guy. He's going to take my spot one day. So, yeah, while I'm rehabbing this injury, by all means, Kuminga, have your shot at it. But it's just interesting to me that, it was just the most honest I've heard Steph, where
he was basically resigned to the fate of it just kind of is what it is right now, and they keep saying we've got to get better. I mean, Kevon Looney's out here saying stuff like, look, we can improve, and he's like, I love the notion that we're right in the mix, and we win a few, we put a few together, then you start to the whole outlook of the season changes. I'm like, no, it doesn't. You put a few together, you're just now back into the play-in. No, your outlook of the season doesn't change and take you out of the play-in or make you a contender. The outlook of the season changing would be you are now a contender relative to what we've seen to this point, and that has not been. There's nothing short of a 15-game win streak that's going to make me believe this team is capable of that.
Now, do you think they end up making a move here?
Nothing that impacts the quality of this season to the point where the outlook changes on what 2025 can be.
I agree with you
Do I think they make any move at all?
Yeah.
I kind of hope so. Because I kind of think they need to, if they were to get Vucevic and having it, that's why we were talking yesterday to Sam Gordon of the Chronicle about that. Would they be in the long term of the big picture game to make a move for a guy like that maybe doesn't change this season tremendously, but it gives you an expiring contract to work with or try to maneuver something this offseason?
Well, it kind of reminds me
do you buy a piece now to help you later on, and not help you later on next season? I mean, help you make moves, sort of like they did with
Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah, but more I'm talking about who was the player they got after Kevin Durant left. I'm blanking. He's on the Lakers now. D'Angelo Russell?
Yes.
There you go.
D'Angelo Russell.
When they got him, it was it wasn't really that they wanted him. It was that they got him to keep that little spot open. It's kind of why I'm mad that they just unloaded Chris Paul and just let him go.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that one.
You could have used that money.
Yeah, and then D'Angelo Russell led to Andrew Wiggins. I mean, that was really the first chess piece to get them back to being an NBA Finals team. Was they were a 15-win team. They knew they weren't going to go anywhere. They made that big trade to get Andrew Wiggins, and I don't think him and Curry played that much that season. I think it was a couple of games because they were so bad, and then they just rested Steph, I think, for the majority of it after that. But, I don't know if that move is out there right now. Maybe Cam Johnson, maybe Vucevic. That helps you in the offseason, potentially attract more guys, or you can flip them. I mean, the Dennis Schroeder move was nice just to get a two-guard on the starting roster, or the starting lineup, but I don't see his place on this.
It wasn't nice.
Team.
It's got me not feeling. It doesn't have me feeling nice.
No,
the Dennis Schroeder move. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you on a Wednesday afternoon. Dirty Work rolls on. We are going to catch up with our guy John Dickinson. How'd we get him? And Todd Husack, friend of the show, joins us at 4:50. But when we come on back, which Bay Area general manager do you have the most faith in turning around their situation? Is it the San Francisco Giants, Buster Posey, and Manassian? Is it John Lynch, or is it Mike Dunleavy Jr.? We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
What are you talking about, Tim?
So we actually found some audio of you in the bathroom during the break.
Well, let's hear it.
What you doing in there, Mr. Munson? Barfing. Barfing? Where do I keep getting Munson from?
Barfing? Where do I keep getting Munson?
Barfing.
Mr. Munson. No, I was not yakking. I'm good.
That's another underrated comedy that we should recommend to the people.
Is it underrated or is it properly rated?
Oh, Kingpin? It's underrated.
Yeah. Kingpin, you think so? I mean, I love it. I mean, I've always loved it.
Play the Kingpin drinking game, too. Whenever the name Munson is said, you take a drink, you will be housed.
Yeah, I can imagine.
They say Munson a lot early on, too.
No, like amongst like the Farley Brothers comedies of the 90s, that's often forgotten. I would say.
That movie's fantastic.
I don't know. Is it often forgotten?
I mean, like amongst those, like people remember Dumb and Dumber, and there's something about Mary.
What do you guys think Rotten Tomatoes gives Kingpin?
I would say
Is it
probably
about good sex that makes me have to crap? Is it about good sex that makes me have to crap?
Yeah, when you double load that, Tim? Jesus, what was that about?
I would say in the 60s.
You are right. You'd be wrong.
Lower?
Rotten Tomatoes has it as a 49%. Why do all of our movies just get trashed by Rotten Tomatoes?
Because critics are stiff, just unfunny, I don't know, highbrow bastards.
You really jarred something loose, Tiger.
Yeah, they're sending Mick LaSalle to do Kingpin. I don't think it's getting a good review.
I think it's hard to evaluate like jokes and stuff in the exact moment that it comes out, where like you let it go for a little while and you come back and it still makes you laugh.
Yeah.
Then it's funny, you know?
I mean, like, you know, critics like, I don't know, they hate like sophomoric buffoonery.
Oh, boy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, what do I give you for Me, Myself, and Irene?
I'm not a big Me, Myself, and Irene guy, to be honest with you. It does seem like, Tim, if you'd asked me, does Derek like Me, Myself, and Irene, I'd say, I bet it's like on his top 10.
Yeah, I would say
so. Derek loves that movie.
It
seems like a movie right up Derek's alley.
Not on my top 10.
Renee Zellweger.
No, but it's a solid flick. I like Jim Carrey doing the dual roles. Not really dual roles.
Why do you see this when he pees on the wall? He's standing in the bathroom and shoots up to the wall.
Why am I peeing like I had sex all night?
Two bits of advice for you, Munson. Number one, why don't you forget about this bowling business and get yourself a real job? Number two, you still owe me another month's rent. So if I were you, I would start doing some tongue exercises before Friday.
Jesus. Now, she's gnarly in that, too.
Another great moment of Me, Myself, and Irene, the whole storyline with his kids.
I haven't seen it in so long, man. With the black kids?
Yes.
The big heavy set black kids?
Yes.
Yeah, dude, I remember, dude. Yes, okay. I got you.
I'm sorry, that's genius. Like, give it another watch. Me, Myself, and Irene's pretty good.
I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to go in.
All right.
What do you think? What do you think Rotten Tomatoes gives that one?
Probably lower.
Yeah, probably even lower.
I would say like 42. Look it up right now.
Yeah.
On his laptop that he brought.
My laptop that I brought from home.
I didn't know I need to bring my laptop to look at Rotten Tomatoes.
They got Me, Myself, and Irene right behind Kingpin at 48%.
Yeah.
Again, I'm an audience score guy.
I think it's solid.
Anyway, Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. Here's your little movie review. 831 says, Zellweger, just met her. Nicely done. 209 says, I told you. I don't know what they're getting.
Okay.
Here.
I told you.
CB4, greatest movie.
Oh, he's saying, I told you, I'm a Niner fan. That's from Something About Mary.
Oh, I told you, Ted. I'm a Niners fan. I got you. I'm with you, 209. I got you.
CB4, not bad. With Chris Rock and Chris Elliott, Paul Hartman. It's like a parody of NWA. You ever seen this movie?
No, I've not seen it.
Oh, yeah. It's one of Chris Rock's early movies where they're making fun of gangster rap in the 90s.
Somebody says they still watch. They said they rewatched it last night. Are you saying Me, Myself, and Irene or Kingpin 415? They say it still plays. I don't know what movie they're referencing there. 209 says, this is a little obscure, but on the Me, Myself, and Irene, there's a DVD edition that has a bunch of cutscenes that are crazy. I'll tell you what, when DVDs started coming out with those like deleted scenes,
the unrated version,
we all got excited, but not like in the movie. I'm saying like as a feature on the DVD to go watch deleted scenes. But more often than not, you watch them and you're like, oh, that's why it was deleted.
Exactly.
Like, they're not that good.
Well, the best one of all time is Austin Powers, the first one.
And From the Hip, of course.
Well, yes, and From the Hip. But Austin Powers,
Jen Nelson, thank you very much.
But Austin Powers, like all of the henchmen,
Stormy weather.
all the henchmen that die at Dr. Evers' lair, they had like backstories that were hilarious. Like there's a cutscene where like it's Rob Lowe at Hooters being like, "Hey man, did you hear that Jeff got a job at Dr. Evil's lair?" "Yeah, man, he got promoted to being the #1 henchman." "That's awesome." "Oh, phone ringing? Okay, hold on, I'll be right back." "Guys, I just found out Jeff just got his head eaten by a mutated sea bass."
Oh, they had to talk about what had happened.
Yeah.
It is funny because by the third one they do make jokes about it. Like, look at you, you're just an anonymous henchman. You don't even have a name tag. Why don't you just lie down? He like lays down instead of taking the chop to the neck. Pretty good. People, by the way, checking in also not just on funny movies. People are checking in. Oh, dude, the Plumlee guy's coming back, dude.
Oh, Mason Plumlee?
he's like trying to defend himself. I was like, dude, Plumlee was the only big worth getting in free agency.
I'm just waiting for him to text a bunch of stuff, being like, "See, I was right about this, or I was right about this. Love the show, guys. Don't miss an episode of Dirty Work."
Yeah, I mean, also this guy texted in and he goes, dude, they need to get rid of Kerr. They had the perfect replacement in Kenny Atkins. Look what he's doing.
He's following his own diet.
Kenny Atkins.
Good diet.
Yeah, all the way. Also, the Cleveland roster is better than the Warriors roster.
And dude, they only have like 4 losses on the whole season right now. There's something right now.
209 checks in just says basketball.
Yeah,
we endorse it.
We're a basketball show.
Tom didn't like basketball, which always kind of surprised me.
No, I talked to him about it. He basically saw it in 1998 when it first came out, and he was like, "I went to the theater," and I was like, "What the hell is this?"
Yeah, but it's like it's got so many actual like athletes in it. It's hilariously tongue in cheek.
It's one of those movies. If you saw it when it came out, you're like, "This is not great." But after a couple watches, then you realize how good it is.
He was always more of a Fletch guy, anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
I still have not seen a Fletch.
Fletch is, you had to see Fletch when it came out in the 80s.
You went in on Fletch?
I watched it. It's got its moments. I mean, Chevy Chase is really good at one-liners, but for like as a story, it was trying to be Beverly Hills Cop with Chevy Chase.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was there a Fletch 2?
Yeah, there was.
Still, so many unanswered questions
still
from
Fletching.
Still Fletching.
Regrettable.
There's also a scene where Chevy Chase plays for the Lakers. And
in the movie?
And I'll stop at that.
In the movie?
He has like a fantasy where he's playing for the Lakers, got a big fro. His skin's different.
So is it a little like Naked Gun like then?
No, not really. That's like it's so out of place.
It's just... Yeah.
You guys just crapping on Fletch.
It's Chevy Chase just riffing, and he's also like a private eye or whatever he is.
Chevy Chase only good in Dirty Work. Not only good, but his best. I think one of his best pieces of work is Dirty Work as the doctor.
Well, Orange County.
Orange County.
Yeah, he's like one of the. Can you get Missy Elliott to speak at the commencements?
Oh yeah, he's like working. He's like one of the deans or something at the. Yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah, Caddyshack Chevy. He's fine there.
Of course, California Sensimilia. 4 and 5 just says Pootie Tang. 209 just broke my back spinal.
Yeah, it's Friday.
Why are people coming in on a people are just naming movies? This always happens, dude. 209 Napoleon Dynamite. Nope.
I'm
over it.
Yep,
I'm over it.
I always thought Napoleon Dynamite was overrated.
It ran its course.
Yeah,
it ran its course. You know how we know? Because that guy John Hader's not in anything ever. He wasn't. He didn't have any like.
Blades
there was
of
no
Glory.
there.
Yeah, Blades of Glory.
Yeah,
he did bench warmers.
He did Blades of Glory, bench warmer. Yeah,
that's it.
There's no there for that guy.
There's no there.
Do we want to do this?
Well, just real quick
little segment that you put together for us, Derek.
Well, I know
about Plumlee if you want.
I always go back to the GM talk because I just think it's interesting that these 3 guys, former players, and they both have to fix these rosters. But like the way that the Warriors are talking about things right now, it kind of seems to me that Mike Dunleavy Jr. is kind of taking the Buster Posey approach of let's just evaluate the roster right now. And I don't know how Warrior fans feel about that. I think that Warrior fans are more demanding.
What makes you say he's evaluating the roster right now?
Because if there's not a trade to be had, then I think the remainder of this season is basically who stays and who goes.
Yeah.
So that's why I kind of think it is. Like we can play this audio. Like Buster Posey was talking with Tim Kawakami on his podcast just about how, you're just getting there now as Giants GM, but in the past it's been so hard to land these big free agents. And Buster Posey just put it pretty simply.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the obvious answer is if somebody like this is we've got to take care of business on the field going forward, right? I mean, I think you're in a better position if you go and get in the playoffs, make a deep run in the playoffs. It's going to be attractive. So that's really where the focus has to be is let's look at 25, what's in front of us, and go take care of business on the field, and then hopefully we'll be in a good spot.
And that's kind of how I feel that Mike Dunleavy and the Warriors may treat this thing. I know that if it passes by the deadline and they don't make a move, fans are going to be pissed. But I think at this point, with what Steph told us, and things could change, obviously, but I think that's kind of how they're approaching this as well.
Yeah, I mean, the evaluation process is more just about what can you do with the pieces you have? I mean, does anybody want any of the things the Warriors have? And you've got to evaluate what you're going to do and figure out what you're going to do with Jonathan Kuminga. That's certainly an issue. Now, for Buster Posey's comment there, it's a little bit different, I think, in terms of, one, it's his first year. And he keeps saying, hey, I'm new at this. I'm still getting my feet wet. I'm still figuring this stuff out.
He loves saying that.
He loves saying that. That's all fine and good. It's not going to last that much longer. You can say that, though, Buster. Once the season starts, there's no more, well, it's my first of this, it's my first of that. Like, you're going to need some actual results. Now, I think it's fair to give him the time to evaluate, because if you were to evaluate the Giants pitching in the minor leagues or whatever, they haven't been run and operated the same way. Like, what if Kyle Harrison hadn't made his debut yet and you were evaluating him based on that last season he had in the minors where it was like all he threw was 3-inning chunks at a time? Could you really evaluate what this guy is and what you're capable of doing with him, or what his future is, if you haven't seen him pitch in the way that you intend to use him or the way the league would intend to use him? So based on how the idea that the Giants are built more now like a baseball team, and Justin Verlander was talking about that kind of, that when talking to Buster, he knows he understands the analytics as well as the actual, he said it was sort of refreshing to talk to a guy who had actually been on the field and played in the capacity in which Buster played. But for the time that Farhan was here, it all just kind of felt like it was a think tank, right? Like it was, let's try this, let's try that, let's try this. Whereas now it's about what can you evaluate, what is worth keeping, what kind of team can you build with the talent that you have, and then can you go and make trades? I don't think that's where Buster's going to be in charge. I think that's a Manassian thing. I think the GM in Manassian is going to feel a lot more, in Zach Manassian is going to feel a lot more like general managers felt before, instead of just presidents who are in charge of it all. I think Buster is your, for lack of a better term, Dan Campbell's CEO in the front office relative to an offensive coordinator or a play caller, and that's what Zach Manassian is going to be.
No, I agree with that.
That would be my thought.
I agree with that, too, and I agree with what he says to a certain degree as far as, like, you got to win and then you attract free agents. But you would know better than me. Was the biggest free agent they signed after the 107-win series Carlos Rodon?
Is that the biggest name, you mean?
Yeah, well, just the biggest person they got after that season.
Oh, Snell?
No. I'm talking about, like...
You mean the immediately after in 2022?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess it would be Rodon.
So I hear that, but also, I mean, that didn't... I don't know what free agent class was in 2022, but yes, you do need to win to attract free agents, but also that didn't pan out for you after that season. I mean, Carlos Rodon was a big, pickup, but he didn't last with the team. He had an opt-out.
He was damn good, too. Made 31 starts, 14-8, and a 2.88 ERA.
Yeah. But like the same...
That's got Alex Cobb. I don't remember when that was, if that was right before. That might have been right after that, that season, too. Yeah.
So, but do you agree with me a little bit that it's kind of like Mike Dunleavy, where, right now, Buster's really in a wait-and-see approach. Like
Dunleavy's in a tough spot, though. There's just nothing for him to go get.
Well, there's more expectations. Like, yeah, okay, fine. Joe Lacob's like, okay, you're trying your damnedest. I saw you try to get all those guys this offseason, but we're running out of time here with Steph. And I respect Steph saying there's not anything worth trading for right now. So I'm cool. I'm willing to, I don't play by the rules. I do all that stuff. But at the same time, he's going to want you to be aggressive and get somebody. So it's different. Like Buster's going to have.
It's about him being aggressive. Joe, what are you willing to pay, and how much of the future are you willing to mortgage?
Yeah.
How much say does Joe get? Does he have final say on how many draft picks in the future they're trading? I don't know.
I mean, he probably does.
That's what I mean. If you're mortgaging,
but Steph is the guy saying don't do that.
Right. It's not up to Steph. You listen to Steph, and you want players here that Steph wants. But if Joe Lacob wants to win, he's the owner.
He's also not in the business of pissing off Steph.
Yeah, but you don't say to Steph Curry, we're just going to sit with this group for the next 2 years while you're here and just waste away the end of your career?
Not 2 years. I mean...
Why not? 3 years? I mean, whatever it is.
But you have to take Steph's opinion into account when he says,
of course,
I don't want Jimmy Butler.
That's fine, and that's why they're not going to get Jimmy Butler. I'm talking about this offseason.
Oh, yeah.
Talking about what? I'm not talking about now.
Of course.
They're not going to make a move that shifts anything now. You're not going to give up 5 years worth of draft picks now. There's nothing worth getting like that.
But
unless you can land Kevin Durant or whatever it is.
Yes.
No, you know what I mean?
No, this July.
I'm talking about this offseason. There's nothing that's going to change my opinion about the Dubs at all until we get to the offseason.
No, I'm with you on that.
Unless they land Kevin Durant.
Is that the number one goal?
I mean, I'm just saying it's just that kind of move is what would make me think differently about the team.
Yeah, it would have to be that type of caliber player. Yeah.
Let's talk to our guy, John Dickinson, super reporter, boots on the ground. He'll be on Dubs OT tonight following the ESPN game, Warriors and the Minnesota Timberwolves, who they're wrapping up a 2-game road trip here.
They're disappointed, too,
a 4-game road trip before they come on home for 2 games against Washington and Boston, which is next Monday. More to come. John Dickinson joins us next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Todd Husack joins Dirty Work at 4:50 to chat all things college football playoffs. Todd is a great man that bought the show Tequila Shot, so tune in and listen to us thank him on air at 4:50 right here on KNBR, the Tequila Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
That music means one thing and one thing only. It means John Dickinson's here first weekly hit. John Dickinson.
That music?
I don't know. Yeah, Andre Nicotina, is that what you chose, JD? That's your thing?
Yeah, I come up with something a little better than that. Maybe a little Biggie Smalls.
Okay.
How about a little Big Papa? A little Big Papa for you.
Lil Big Papa.
A little Big Papa.
There you go.
What's up, JD? How you doing, bro?
I'm doing all right. Man, not a lot of great stuff going on right now.
No, there's not.
Bay Area sports.
No.
We're all trying to get into the new year and optimism, right? The horrible end to the 49ers season. The Giants just, all right, Justin Verlander, that's cool, I guess.
I'm so sick of talking about these dubs, dude. I'm just so sick of it. There's nowhere to go. There's nothing to talk about. There's nowhere to go. We're all just going to sit here until April and be like, well, maybe next year. We'll see what they do.
There's a lot to talk about in terms of, like, should they be held accountable, and to what level should the organization be held accountable for doing nothing, if in fact that's what they do? And it sure as hell looks at this point like that's what they're going to do, which, I don't know where you guys stand on it, but, I just feel like that's wholly unacceptable. To just do nothing. Or soft tank. I'll guess that would be doing something. Trade some of your veteran players that aren't Steph and Draymond and really commit to playing your younger players for the first time in 3-4 years. But even that is just dull and boring. And, look, the other night I sent this text to Kyle Haar and to Greg Silver, who was going to jump on and do Dubs OT with me. And it was in the late third quarter, early fourth quarter of the game in Toronto. And it just hit me. Like, if the Warriors win this game, great. If they lose this game, doesn't matter. Like, it felt like the outcome of the game did not matter, because there was that realization, and I think everybody hits it at different times, to where nothing that they do matters unless they make a move. They could win that game and we could talk about, underwhelming win, or they could lose it and it could feel like a complete catastrophe, as they did and as it does. But the game itself and the day-to-day right now is completely meaningless in the context of what they're going to do in the big picture or not do in the big picture.
So what'd you make of Steph Curry's comments after the Raptor loss? Like, he says things like, the clock's ticking and I'm thinking about my life as it ends with my basketball career. But then I kind of found it refreshing for him kind of to say, there isn't a trade to be had. If there is, then we'll make a move. But also, like, you can't just stand pat and say, well, this team sucks. Like, it is what it is. Like, I think it'd be stupid to make a move just to make a move. But also, like, are we really just going to watch this the way this team is the rest of the season?
Well, I hope not. Frankly, because it's already on the border of unwatchable, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah.
And if they do nothing at the break or at the trade deadline, and then the All-Star break hits, so they basically shut Steph Curry and Draymond Green down. What are we watching at that point? We're watching Jonathan Kuminga, do a Corey Maggette impersonation.
Yeah.
But get to the line fewer times. You know what I mean?
And so that I don't know about you guys. That's not interesting to me.
No, it's not.
It might be interesting to Jonathan Kuminga's bank account if he can put up 30 games worth of maybe 25 points, and then they can overpay for a guy that maybe isn't truly a star, or at least before he is truly a star. So, I'm of the belief, and I've said this a lot, I'll keep it short and sweet. To me, there is a benefit in fighting and making a couple of moves to try and actually be a playoff team. I don't think anybody believed they could be a championship contender. Maybe I'm wrong on that. I sure as heck didn't. Not even when they were 12-3 did I think that. And I was pretty high on the way they had built the team, at least going into the year. Then things unraveled on them, and they haven't been able to get it back. But to me, nobody's saying you got to mortgage the future to go shuffle the deck a little bit and make a couple of trades, bring a couple of guys in that can help you on the margins that might be the difference between maybe you, instead of missing the playoffs completely, you end up being a 7 seed, or you end up maybe fighting for a 6 seed if you can get a little bit hot. Like, I personally would rather see that. I'm not saying you got to give up multiple first-round picks or even Kuminga at this point to do that. But to me, the Warriors owe Steph and Draymond, and to be honest, I think the Warriors owe the Bay Area not a title, but they've plenty of those have been had and we've witnessed, but they owe them a competitive fight here to the end of the regular season to try and at least give everybody a couple of thrills for a few weeks at the end of April.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like everybody we talk to says that Jonathan Kuminga will not be traded at the trade deadline. And I think you would agree. I'm like, yes, you can make moves to help them be a 7th seed or whatnot, but in order for this team to be a championship contender, any significant move is going to have to wait till the offseason. So is there a scenario, JD, where they don't have to pay Kuminga? They could do a sign and trade this offseason and then acquire big-name talent to help this franchise?
They could. But again, there also becomes a point, unless if that's not agreed to immediately, that he would become untradeable for a period of time next season. Now it's not for the entire season or anything like that. So yeah, I mean Kuminga in terms of a salary filler, once they boost his salary, could have be more of a chip that could go in a deal instead of maybe some other players. And look, I agree at this point. I mean, nobody's been more in favor of the Warriors looking to trade Kuminga than I have been. But as this team sits here at under 500 right now, I mean, what's the point? I mean, truly, it just, to me, it's more, I mean, they're headed down a road again of if they can't cobble together some wins in the next couple of weeks, he's literally going to be maybe one of the only reasons to even watch the team is to have his development. And so, if you don't think you can get somebody back that can, allow you to make a greater run than, say, just get to a 6 seed, then you're going to have to keep him around and pay him and continue to look in that direction in the offseason. So, yeah, they'll have options in the offseason. But I think the thing that everybody's fed up about, at least among the fan base, is the fact that this almost feels like a never-ending cycle of, well, going to do something in the offseason. Try to, can't, winds up being too hard. Oh, look, more options in the regular season, more tradable players. That's why you signed all these guys that are veterans, the Kyle Andersons and the Buddy Hields, and you trade for Schroeder and all these guys because you can move them, right? And now, no, the team isn't good enough to warrant making a trade at the deadline, so let's just kick it to the offseason again, and then what's it going to be in the offseason? And look, again, I don't necessarily think that this team, it can't just be, in the sports world, if you're not contending for a championship, that's one thing, but typically if you make the statement that you're not good enough to contend for a championship and your best years are behind you in terms of the run that you've had with these players that have helped you get to that point, then typically what organizations do is they tear it down to the studs. Yeah. The Warriors find themselves in this unique position where they can admit that they can't win a championship this year, but they also cannot admit that, all right, Steph Curry and Draymond Green are on the table to be traded for obvious reasons. So they truly are stuck because the path at which normal, sane organizations would go would be, well, you trade your aging stars that have a little bit of value because they're not good enough on their own to be able to lead you toward a title. And the Warriors, again, for the obvious reasons, not doing that. And so it leaves them in this position where they're just in the middle and they're waiting for one perfect move that may never come. And if they can't find it, we're going to get, I think, more of what we've gotten from this team in the last month and a half for the next 3 months and maybe even beyond that.
Talking to John Dickinson, who will be on Dubs OT tonight following the Warriors and the Minnesota Timberwolves in Minnesota. How much of this move forward is going to be determined by Joe Lacob's desperation or competitive fire to say, hey, I'll pick up the phone and call the Suns about Durant. I'll pick up and call about LeBron James to the Lakers like we heard last year. How much of this is just about him going, you know what? We have Steph. We have Draymond. I'm ready to unload the future in order to try to win one more right now.
Yeah, I think he would tell you that he's tried that. and that they have called on those. But I mean, continue to try and do it. Absolutely. I mean, I don't think the Warriors are necessarily not trying. Like, I think sometimes it gets mischaracterized as because they can't get anything done that they're not trying. I do think they're trying, but at some point, you have to come up with maybe the acceptance of a deal that's not going to be a perfect deal, but it's a deal that you can work with, and maybe that leads you to make another deal or a series of deals that ultimately shift this thing. It just feels like right now they're all in on the no-brainer, and if the no-brainer isn't there, they're just going to remain stuck in the middle until a no-brainer pops up. Because I think the two players that you mentioned, LeBron and KD, Copes, those are guys that they would, I think, trade Kuminga for. Those guys are, they would trade future first-round picks for.
All
but those guys, at least to this point, aren't available.
JD, what were your expectations on this team before the season started? When they acquired Kyle Anderson and DeAnthony Melton and Buddy Hield, I thought maybe at best they would be a play-in team. But they started 12-3. I think that's when people got real big expectations and wanted to see this team make some more moves that would put them in as a championship contender. Do you think if they started off the way they look right now, that maybe we would accept this more, that they're just going to kind of evaluate the season and see where they go next season?
I don't think anybody would be accepting it more. I think it would be all the more maddening because it's been, imagine if we had watched for the last 3 months what we've watched for the last month and a half.
Yeah.
It would be painful. I think people would be completely checked out, to be honest, at this point. If the storylines that have been the storylines were seemingly every single potential tradable option for the Warriors to acquire a player gets shot down immediately after it's put out there. Think about the news cycle the last month has just been bizarre. They kind of anointed Jonathan Kuminga, and then it looked like they were kind of done with Jonathan Kuminga. You've got Steph basically saying, hey, the clock's ticking, and putting some time pressure on. Then you've got Draymond saying, hey, we're all aligned that we basically think this thing can't be salvaged, and that there shouldn't be any risk that's taken to it. They obviously have been losing a lot over the course of the last month and a half. I just imagine what 3 months of that would have looked like to this point. Again, I think it would be a complete tune-out, to be perfectly honest. But as far as the expectations of this team, I thought they could be a top 6 team if everything went right, probably closer to 5 or 6. I don't think they were ever a championship contender. The start, the disappointing part, I think, from the start, the 12-3 start, is the fact that they just have not. They completely wasted it. Like the 12-3, you'd figure play 500 or even a little bit under 500 from that point forward, and you're still right there with aspirations to be in the top 6 right now as you look at the standings. I'm looking at the standings right now, and I won't run through all of it, but let's say you're 9 over at 12-3. Well, let's say you play 3 under from the point at which you were 9 over, and you're 6 over right now. Well, 6 over right now would put you 5th in the West. And if they were 5th in the West right now, we'd be saying, yeah, go get Vucevic, go get Cam Johnson, go get some of these guys that aren't superstars, but are the kinds of players that might get you from 6th to 5th, or might get you from 6th to 4th, or might help you hold on to 5th or 6th in the West. But they completely wasted that start. And would they be a title contender at that point? I would say no. Maybe others would disagree. I think OKC and Denver and maybe some other teams, especially in the East, are probably too good for that. But you'd at least feel like the games are meaningful. And I think that was the paralyzing realization, Copes, for me on Monday night. Was it just doesn't feel – it was really the first time for me covering it every night and talking about it every night. It was the first time for me where a game – win or lose, and they're playing one of the worst teams in the league, win or lose, it did not feel like that game was meaningful. And I think that's a horrendous sign for where the Warriors are at here with still half a season to go.
So we were talking about this before you hopped on, JD. We're talking about the other GMs in the Bay Area right now. And Mike Dunleavy is a newer GM, but he's dealt with the task that he has to get Steph Curry either a championship or maximize the end of his career. And it feels like he's going to evaluate the roster for the remaining of this regular season. Then you got Buster Posey, and it sounds like he's going to evaluate the Giants this season. And then John Lynch, they have Super Bowl aspirations, but they just finished last in their division, and they had to, retool the whole offensive line and defensive line. Right now, who would you say has the most pressure on them as far as Bay Area GMs right now?
And by the way, give some credit to Mike Greer Sharks while you're
yeah, sorry about that.
Putting that out there.
Yeah, well, I think Mike Greer's doing a nice job. They've got the foundation. They've got the rebuild foundation that you want. Look, most pressure. That's interesting. I think it feels to me like the most pressure is probably on Dunleavy. I think there is pressure on John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. I put them together, but I think they're the closest also. So maybe that, like, by far, I think they're the closest, even though you could make a case that the season the 49ers just had is worse than, where the Warriors are now and where the Giants were even last year as mid as the Giants and Warriors feel very much the same. Which is kind of crazy to think, but the Giants and Warriors feel almost identical at this point, just in terms of just meh. And does any of it really matter unless the big picture things kind of change? Obviously, the Warriors still have Steph and Curry, which I guess changes it a little bit. But I think the most pressure is probably Dunleavy, just because there's so much angst. I don't feel like there's I think there's Super Bowl winning angst from the 49er fan base. I think there's just an angst with the Warrior fan base that they're just content with being mid and content with being what they've been, which I think, and then you've got Joe Lacob, that part of it. You've got Steph Curry's legacy. Although again, if Steph is saying, "Hey, I'm cool with it," last night sounded like acceptance.
Yeah, it was weird.
Like really, the last between Steph, Steve, and Draymond, all in the last 48 hours, it all sounds like they basically, and this again to me is real. They're like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, we don't have it this year, but you know what? 40 games to go, and hey, come watch us. But we don't have it this year, and we're not going to get it. And nobody's going to try to find it. So, it is really, startling. I cannot remember, three guys who are as competitive as those three individuals are.
Yeah.
I just can't remember ever having a coach and the two most important players, the franchise player and Steph, and then Draymond, all kind of say, yeah, we just don't. When you're 500, basically, yeah, we just don't have it this year, and there's nothing we can do, and so we're just going to ride it out. It was really, 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 to me, off-putting that they were so accepting of that, and so outwardly accepting of that, even as they've won the 4 championships and gotten to all those finals. It just where's your competitive spirit? Where's your fire? Where's your desire? Where's your champion's blood? Even if you're not going to be champions, it just, I don't know. It really, 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 really rubbed me the wrong way, the way that they've all spoken of it in the last few days.
JD, appreciate the time, man. You'll be on tonight after Dubs OT with the Warriors taking on Minnesota. Game got moved a little later, right?
ESPN.
It did, yeah. 6:30 tip. Somehow, amid all this, the Warriors get flexed into another national televised
It's the power of Steph, JD.
Pretty impressive. Yeah, the power of Steph. And go figure, guys, just I'll leave you with this. Somehow, the Warriors, 7-17 in
their last 24
games?
Yeah, it's been tough.
But 2 of the 7 are against the Timberwolves. So, hey, maybe they got a shot tonight.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. There you go. JD will be on tonight with Dubs OT. Talk to you later, bro.
Thanks, JD.
See you guys.
Great stuff from John Dickinson. We will take a quick break. We are going to catch up a little bit later with 450 with our guy Todd Husack. When we come on back, though, we aren't going to get into the grab bag. We are going to get into the dirty work mail bag, though.
The actual mail, the fan mail.
We got an email
to
KNBR Sports the other day about somebody who's got a gripe with the show.
I have it right here in my hands.
And we will read it to you next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Jim Bowden joined Murph and Marcus this morning, giving the Giants' offseason moves a B grade. If you've been a B your whole life, tell us about it in the KNBR YouTube chatter and KNBR, the B leader.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, we're into tax season now. What do you do if you can't pay your taxes?
You call us, and don't make the mistake of not filing the return because you can't pay the taxes. That's a real common mistake. And if you've done it, we can go back and file all the old back returns that you need. Or if you say, Steve, you've filed all your returns, but you're frustrated, you feel like you're drowning under 1,000 feet of water, you just don't know what to do, call us. There's all kinds of good solutions. Whether you just pay part of what you owe and they forgive the rest, or if we get the penalties forgiven, sometimes the penalties and interest are more than the taxes, or we negotiate a monthly payment that you can afford, not what some IRS agent says you can afford, or there are lots of other solutions. When you call, we have a free consultation. We partner with you. We tell you all the things that we can do for you. And then if you say, that sounds good to me, the only thing you have to do during your free consultation is say, hey, Steve, get me out of this mess, and let's give you your life back.
Steve Moskowitz can help. Give him a call, 1-888-TAX-STEAL, or find him at MoskowitzLLP.com.
You found Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty, on KNBR, the sports leader.
It's a great time to have a ball. It's a great way to let it go. It's great Warriors basketball. It's a great time out. It's a great time out.
That's the way JD was making it sound like these days for the Warriors.
Well, he mentioned that if you just got Kuminga out there trying to play the rest of this year without Steph and Draymond, if they shut him down, he's like, it's kind of like the Maggette years, which, by the way, I was hard-pressed to remember. I knew he signed a long-term deal here, Maggette. I want to say it was like a 5-year deal maybe when he
Something
signed.
like that.
I thought he'd been here for like all 5 of them, dude. It felt a lot longer than he was actually here.
God.
2 seasons he played here.
Yeah.
2 seasons as a Warrior. That's how bad the Maggette era felt.
I'm not going to go that far, and we love our guy O'Donnell Foyle and, Antoine Jameson back in the day, but, they still got Steph, so it's different. But, yeah, it just – I hear JD. It sucks that the collective of Steve Kerr, Draymond Green, and Steph Curry basically all saying it's not really going to matter this year. It kind of reminds me of when I remember the day after the NBA Finals when they lost to the Raptors and Klay Thompson tore his ACL, and everyone was expecting Kevin Durant to leave. And Steve Kerr came out and said, I think we're going to take a sabbatical this year. Basically saying, this team's going to suck.
Yeah.
So that's what kind of feels like.
It's like an Eric Paschall?
Yes.
I mean, it's not quite that bad.
Smile-a-geech.
The soft tank is what JD was talking about there. The soft tank.
I feel bad for JD, man. He's got to do those post-game shows. And
This is O'Donnell Foyle, and you're listening KNBR 680, the sports leader.
Attaboy, Donald.
I love O'Donnell.
Attaboy out of Colgate. By the way,
he loves to laugh.
I just noticed today, I said this to you because I saw a tweet that said he was returning to the sidelines today. Speedy Claxton of Hofstra.
You were telling me this.
Yeah.
I did not know he was a head coach.
I did not know. I think he went to Hofstra, Speedy Claxton.
Hofstra Pride, as you know.
Yeah, he said they said he'll be returning to the sidelines to coach the Pride after missing their last game or two with some personal reasons. But former Warrior in that same ilk, Speedy Claxton.
Can you name the best NFL player to come from Hofstra?
I don't think I could name one.
I know one.
I feel like what position?
Wide receiver. One of the original white wide receivers.
Go ahead, just tell me who it is.
Wayne Krebet.
Okay. Wouldn't have guessed Wayne. Wasn't going to go Wayne.
Hotbed for football.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. Anyway, Speedy Claxton back on the court with the Hofstra Pride. So we got a piece of mail.
Here's the mail, it never fails. It makes me want to wag my tail. When it comes, I want to wail.
I didn't ask for that, but I love that.
Sorry, that was me.
I love that Tim played that.
I specifically asked for one mail soundbite yesterday when we were going to do this, and we haven't heard it.
I don't even remember what you asked for.
What was it?
I literally asked for the You've Got Mail.
Oh, yeah, I did pull that.
The movie? Yeah, you did. No, that movie sucks.
What are you talking about?
Actually, no, sorry. It's Sleepless in Seattle I'm not a fan of. You've Got Mail I ride with a little bit.
You've Got Mail's not bad.
You've Got Mail's not bad.
Who's Tom Hanks' best friend in that movie?
It's Dave Chappelle is in that movie? It's a random Dave Chappelle sighting in that movie, yeah, right? That's bizarre.
They're running the treadmill together being like, did you have that date last night? I did.
Tom Hanks and Dave Chappelle best friends in You've Got Mail. And then he's got that the kid who's his uncle or something.
Mail.
Remember the little kids that he's hanging out with all the time?
Isn't that Sleepless in Seattle?
No, he's got his son in Sleepless in Seattle.
Oh, yeah,
I'm saying he's got kids.
Yeah.
There's kids that are technically
it's
not
the same movie.
It's not really at all basically the same movie because Sleepless in Seattle is about
same actors.
Not like that at all.
It's literally not the same movie whatsoever. Sleepless in Seattle is about the woman hears Meg Ryan hears the conversation with the what is it a therapist or somebody on the late night talk show on the radio.
Frasier. Yeah, Frasier.
Anyway, and then she
Not like that at all.
yeah she ends up flying to Seattle stalking him. Basically stalks him before, on the radio, falls in love with him, flies out there, tries to make her fall in love with him. It's a weird movie.
But You've Got
Mail.
You've Got Mail is about the 2 bookstores.
Yes. And she thinks that she's falling in love with a genuine guy, and it turns out he's the heartless guy that works at the corporation next door.
He basically works at Borders that open up across the street from a little local bookstore.
Yeah. You're like a shill. How could I ever fall in love with you? And she does.
There you go. Anyway, we got some mail.
It's kind of like, have you ever seen that movie, They Came Together?
From the Hip.
All right, Tim. What'd you got, Derek?
You ever seen They Came Together? It's a parody of all those movies. It's the same people that made Wet Hot American Summer. It's Paul Rudd and Amy Poehler.
Never seen it.
Absolutely hilarious.
It's just a spoof movie?
It's a spoof movie. It's stupid. It's funny. I highly recommend it.
805 says Marcus Colston is the best receiver to come out of Hofstra.
Okay, I'm wrong then.
Also, Lance Schulter's out of Hofstra says 650. Damn, Derek just getting dunked on.
I totally forgot about Marcus
Derek
Colston.
just getting dunked on.
Totally forgot about Marcus Colston.
Tough
My bad.
deal, man. And Schulters.
Out of nowhere, John Nadali offers Zarko Chabarkaba, but it is spelled so horrendously. Zarko did not have a G, and it didn't very close to.
I can't laugh. I wouldn't do any better.
Zarko Chabarkaba.
Yeah, there was the old section up top. It was the A to Z section. It was Biedrins and Chabarkaba.
Chabarkaba.
Fun times.
All right, we got mail.
Anyway, we've got mail. I don't know. You guys done? Yeah.
Yeah,
You guys done with this crap?
I'm sorry.
Anyway, we got a piece of mail.
Yep.
And here it reads as follows.
From Redacted.
From Redacted?
You can't say the name.
We can't say the name. Well, we can, yeah, I guess we won't say his name. Anyway, it gets sent to our KNBR Sports email account, right?
And he writes,
I don't like the name Dirty Work Show. I don't like the name Dirty Work Show 2 till 6 p.m. Show be renamed show name. This is exactly as it reads. Sorry, that's two different sentences. First sentence, I don't like the name Dirty Work Show 2 till 6 p.m. Second sentence, show be renamed show name. Third sentence, same show, but a different name.
I think that's some kind of English.
And the kicker? What is the email titled?
The email is titled, Thanks.
So he likes the show.
That's in the subject line. Once again, the email reads, I don't like the name Dirty Work Show 2 till 6 p.m. Show be renamed show name. Show name, sorry, same show, but a different name.
That middle part.
I'm just a caveman.
Yeah, that's what it reads
Your
like.
world frightens and confuses me.
It's pretty good.
He said, sounds like a caveman.
I don't like the name Dirty Work Show 2 till 6 p.m. Show be renamed show name. That's the funniest sentence in the
Well,
entire
he's a
thing.
fan of the show, but he doesn't like the name. And I got to ask the listeners, do you like the name of the show? I mean, we're not changing it by any means.
You know what, KNBR, do you like the name of the show? I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't stand as it is, dude.
I just love this email. The middle part gets me every time.
Yeah, show be renamed show name. Same show, but a different name. That's
Get
our
a horse and live in the mountains someplace and don't bother anybody.
Yeah, it reads like a caveman. Your world frightens and confuses me. I'm just a caveman.
That's pretty good. Yeah, dude, that mail sounded like Dennis reading Charlie's terrorist threat in Always Sunny in Philadelphia. 650 just says, I agree with that guy. Show be renamed show name. 415 says they love the show name. And it's not going anywhere. So
No.
Again, I don't care if you love it or you hate it. I did it for me.
Like what we call like the Copes in Papa? There's already a Papa on the station. I go by D-Pop. I think it's a stupid nickname, by the way, but just to make myself sound different.
Tom Peralta offers Show Name featuring Derek and Adam.
Oh, that's not bad. Show name.
Show name.
Or Mr. Show. That's
Show
taken,
be
right?
renamed show name. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, what was call you that? Show name, be re-show name.
Show name, be renamed show name. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb on the show name, be renamed show name. We got it's better than G-Spot. We got more to come here. We are going to catch up with our
next
guy.
on the G-Spot.
Todd Husack at 4:50 is going to join us. Then we'll get you a sound soiree after that, plus a crap section before we put the show to bed. But when we come on back, we rank the coaches remaining in the NFL playoff picture. Let's get to the quarterbacks who remain in the postseason. We'll be playing divisional weekend this weekend. And where would you put Brock Purdy among this list when it comes to playoff quarterbacks? We'll talk about it next, only here on The Sports Leader.
You've got mail.
we're just not that good, man.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Got something stuck in my throat.
You all right there?
No.
Good Lord.
Nobody even looked at me to make sure. Oh, dude.
I'll take it over.
I wasn't breathing there. I wasn't breathing for a minute.
Adam Copeland, Derek Papa.
Derek was like looking down at nothing.
Sorry, I was making my list of.
Jesus, dude, you're shuffling papers over.
I was making a list of my quarterbacks in the playoffs. You all right? Copes is dying today.
No more karaoke on Tuesday for you,
Dude,
pal.
no more anything ever for me, ever.
So what was the mix last night? What we talking about? Vodka, tequila?
I don't care. Just go with your quarterback thing.
Paint thinner?
All right, so I want to get into ranking the
Jesus.
QBs. You all right? Good Lord, man.
Somebody texted in on the YouTube or the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. I'm running out of gas here. So we're talking about whether or not you like the show name Dirty Work, and 707 said, no, I love the show name. I just hate you guys.
It's fair.
They said, I hope sarcasm comes through in the text. This guy says, first time you called Derek Depop, I thought you were saying Deepak, and I was wondering who's the new Indian guy.
That's just what they used to call me back in the day. I'm a big Tupac guy.
Chopra, you know what I mean? Oh, dude, Tim.
Coming in.
You're a saint. Never forget the time that Marty Lurie asked Ryan Covey to get him a cup of water. Covey got pissed.
Oh, yeah?
Would you bring me some water? I've got a little scratch in my throat.
Was he choking on the air?
I got a tickle. Not the way I'm choking now, no. I think we have Greg choking on the air. We have that audio.
Oh, yeah, all the time. And my favorite was just wouldn't say anything. Take this, John. Take it, please.
All right. We're back.
Are you good?
We're back. We got quarterbacks in the playoffs.
There
so we can
you
rank.
go.
Let's go. Let's get to the quarterback ranks.
Okay, I'm making my list right now, but I would love to hear yours first. As far as the remaining quarterbacks in divisional round, how would you rank them?
How would I rank the quarterbacks best to worst?
Yes.
I'm going to go Patrick Mahomes.
Okay, that's easy.
Then I'm going to go Lamar Jackson.
Over Allen, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then I'm going to go Matthew Stafford.
Ooh.
Then I'm gonna,
over Allen.
This is my confidence and like quality of. This is more like just where my confidence in them in the postseason.
All right. I don't hate it.
Stafford's only turned it over like 8 times this year or something like that. Didn't throw that many touchdowns, but anyway, I'm going to go Mahomes, Lamar, Stafford, Josh Allen. I don't trust Josh Allen.
Really?
I think that's my hate on. That's where I have it. What reason is there to trust him in the playoffs?
Well,
prior to this year, not all he did. He's, of course, an electric player, and he carries that offense. He is the Buffalo Bills, right? Mm-hmm. In terms of what they're able to do and what they're capable of and where their Super Bowl chances lie. That said, I'm always wary of his ability to protect the football. And I know this year he did a much better job of it, but we saw Justin Herbert do a great job of that all year long. Go like 10 weeks or whatever, not throw a pick, or how many straight weeks it was. He did 4 in a game last weekend. So I just don't trust Josh Allen yet. Until he proves to me that he can be, like, I just... In the biggest moments, will he take care of the football? In clutch moments, will he drive the field and win the game for them?
I mean,
I don't know.
Well,
I would rather, if you give me the ball with, down a couple of minutes, I'd rather have Matt Stafford operating that.
I'm with you on that. It's also because, I mean, if Josh Allen doesn't win this game on Sunday, it'll be 3 years in a row that he's lost a divisional round playoff game at home. And all two quarterbacks that some would say maybe are better than him. It was Burrow in 2022. Last year was Mahomes. If he loses to Lamar, that's a bad look on him. I think I would have him my second favorite quarterback in all of football right now next to Mahomes. Not favorite, but just as far as like best. And in the past, he's had great playoff performances. I mean, the game where it was him and Mahomes going back and forth with each other in the divisional round where it was, 13 seconds left. They kicked a field goal, went to overtime. Mahomes threw a touchdown pass to Travis Kelce. But ever since then, yeah, I felt like Allen's had some subpar playoff performances. Last week, he was incredible. I thought it would maybe have been his best in a long time against the Denver Broncos. But like the stinker he put up against the Cincinnati Bengals, last year he had a good performance against the Chiefs, but in the end, Bass misses the field goal wide right. So in order for Josh Allen to be, in my opinion, like the second best quarterback in football, like it's debatable. You could say Burrow's better than him or Lamar, but he's definitely got to take that next step. I think if all the quarterbacks have something to lose this weekend, it's definitely Josh Allen. He's got to get to the AFC Championship game. So if I had to rank it,
in terms of guys I trust, let me finish my list. So I'm going Mahomes, I'm going Lamar, I'm going Stafford, I'm going Josh Allen.
Fourth, okay.
Fifth, I'm probably going to go in terms of again, trust and faith in this guy. Probably go Goff 5.
Okay.
Which means at 6, 7, 8, I'm probably going to go Jaden Daniels. I've got the least faith in just because he's a rookie. We just haven't seen enough of it. I'd put Jalen Hurts right there. I'd probably go Jalen, Stroud, and then Daniels.
Okay.
So I'd go Mahomes, Lamar, Stafford, Allen, Goff, Jalen Hurts, Stroud, and then Josh Daniels.
Okay, my list is a little similar, but I'll ask you this. Can you say the same thing about Lamar Jackson as far as the playoffs?
Totally. It's absolutely. 707 checks in and says, Coach, you're wrong. Josh Allen's the best quarterback left. Yeah, I'm not going by who's the best quarterback left. I'm going, who do I trust right now in the playoffs?
So why right now do you have more faith in Josh as opposed to Lamar just because of how he's playing right now?
Why do I have more faith in Lamar, you mean, over Josh?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, because the way he's played right now, the way he's been shredding at the end of the season. And again, and maybe this has to do with the teams they're on, too. I asked this to Mike Yam earlier. Who has the best chance of winning between Buffalo and Baltimore if Lamar or Josh don't play well? And the answer has to be Baltimore. I think Lamar has more weapons around him, which is maybe why I trust him more.
Yeah.
And somebody says, with that logic, Coach, Lamar shouldn't be that high on the list either. I'm just asking who I trust. I'm just saying, I for some reason in my mind, and again, this is just my opinion. People are going, "You're wrong, Copes. You're wrong. It has to be. You're putting them in the same. If you're going to go by that logic, they have to be the same." No, I don't.
It's my list. When you talk quarterbacks.
It's my GD list, huh? How about that? So I'm going to go just because of trust. If we're being legit, I mean, I guess I would trust Stafford more than either of those guys, except I don't believe the Rams are as good of a team. And I know that I'm jumbling my take here. This is just kind of, when I think about it and who I would want in certain situations, Lamar or Josh Allen's going to go to the AFC Championship.
Yep.
That's the way it's going to go down. One of these teams is going to play likely against Patrick Mahomes for the AFC title.
No, I'm with you. I think that Lamar, you and I are in agreement. I think Lamar Jackson should be MVP and probably will win MVP. He's had a better season than...
he's had a better season than Josh Allen, statistically up and down. There's no deny. I don't understand people that are like, well, look at the numbers and Josh Allen. Josh Allen he's needed maybe more on his team, but it's not even close if you look at who had the better season.
He's definitely carried his team more, but also the real MVP for the Bills is, I think, Joe Brady, the offensive coordinator, simplifying the offense for Josh Allen. He's not making as many turnovers. At the same time, he's not slinging it like he used to. He used to put up gaudy numbers in MVP caliber seasons, but it also was with a bunch of turnovers. And now he's not doing that, but also he's not taking as many chances. I hear you on Lamar. He's having a better season, but I do remember last year he had a good performance against the Texans.
He's laid the egg in the playoffs, too.
No, definitely.
I'm not denying that.
I will not forget. I know people focus on they didn't run the ball enough in the AFC Championship game last year against the Chiefs. I remember Lamar throwing in triple coverage in the end zone to Zay Flowers, and it got picked off by Snead, their cornerback, on the Chiefs. So I think it's for both guys. Lamar Jackson's been to the AFC Championship game and hasn't had good performances. And Josh Allen's been in the AFC Championship games, but also had stinkers prior to that. If I had to rank the guys, it would go number 1, Mahomes, 2, Josh Allen, 3, Lamar, 4, Matthew Stafford, 5, Jared Goff, 6, C.J. Stroud, 7, Jalen Hurts, and 8, Jaden Daniels. I only put Jaden Daniels at 8 because of being a rookie. But he has looked better than some of these quarterbacks on this list. I thought he looked better than C.J. Stroud. I thought he looked better than Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts, didn't complete a pass, I think, for the longest time in that game. And he's kind of, I don't know, sleptwalked a little bit. I thought at times this season, like he's a really good quarterback.
You're talking Jaden Daniels?
No, I'm talking about Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts.
Like,
I thought he looked pretty good in that game. I know you thought he didn't look that good. I thought he looked okay.
I thought he looked kind of rusty.
Yeah, he was. I mean, he had a concussion too. You know what I mean? He got out and got some. He made some big plays in that game. By the way, I'm just looking at the numbers. By the way, Lamar's so much worse in the playoffs in terms of turnovers than Josh Allen. Josh Allen's turned, I guess it's 23 passing touchdowns to 4 interceptions, just 8 and 6 for Lamar. Now he's played in 4 fewer playoff games, but statistically, Josh Allen has been a much better playoff quarterback than Lamar has.
Yeah, but I think, I mean, obviously,
then maybe I'll flip my list. Then maybe I'll put Lamar 4 and Josh Allen 2.
You don't have to.
No, I do. I just proved myself wrong. So.
I mean, no, but you have more confidence.
I have more confidence in the Ravens and Lamar, than I do in Josh Allen.
But just because of the team, right?
It's because I don't think he has to play his best for them to win.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing for the Bills is going to be how their linebackers stop Derrick Henry. Historically, the Bills had a hard time stopping Derrick Henry when he was on the Titans.
They can't stop him. They can only hope to contain him.
Well, exactly. I think. I mean, shoot, if they could get past the Bills. Yeah, I mean, it was that close the first game of the season where Isaiah Likely had his toe on the line, and that's why they didn't score the Ravens in the opener.
The end of the season, or the opening of the season.
I would say, even though the Chiefs are 15-1, this is the most competition they've had from the AFC in quite some time with the Bills and Ravens. So if whoever wins that game, Bills-Ravens, I think they actually can beat the Chiefs in the AFC Championship.
Well, this is what Steve Young has talked to us about for years now. Whoever comes out of that game will likely have to face Mahomes, and it means that either Josh Allen had to beat Lamar and Mahomes, or Lamar has to beat Josh Allen and Mahomes. Whoever has to beat 2 of those guys in one postseason, it's going to be tough. And the Ravens will have had to beat, Mahomes would just have to beat C.J. Stroud than one of those guys, and maybe C.J. Stroud's coming to being one of those guys. Like maybe he's on his way.
So let me ask you, if Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson were in the NFC, you think they would have won more Super Bowls at this point or been to more Super Bowls as opposed to losing to Mahomes earlier on in their career?
One more time, say it again.
If Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen played in the NFC, do you think they have more Super Bowl appearances as opposed to right now they always lose to Mahomes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Yep.
The NFC just in its nature over the last decade has had more parity in general. In terms of teams that go to the AFC title game. I told you, you go back to 2011, every AFC championship game since 2011 has featured either the Patriots or the Chiefs, which is incredible. We're talking 15 years.
Yeah.
That it's been one of those teams at least, or both, are in the AFC championship.
So if, let's just say the 49ers did make the playoffs, would you put Brock any higher than any of these quarterbacks right now?
As high as I think I could go with him is 5, where Goff is. I think that's as high as I could go with Brock relative to the rest of these teams in the playoffs. Like, I think Brock's is good. I don't know. Jalen Hurts has moments where he's really, really good. His numbers look better, too, because of the tush push and the goal line runs and all that. They don't give it to Saquon there, but
I would only say Purdy over Jalen Hurts.
We're talking trust, too. Like, is Purdy a better quality quarterback than C.J. Stroud?
No, I would take C.J. Stroud.
I don't know if he's better quality than any of the guys on this list, save Jared Goff. So, again, if we're talking trust versus play, like, I don't know, and then people will come in and say, see, then you can't pay him the $50.
Of course you can.
And you're going to have to. That's what it costs to have a playoff quarterback.
Tua would be 8th on my list.
Tua would be 8th on my list, too, but he's making $52 million or whatever it is.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So,
but you would say the same thing with Purdy, though. The argument you just had of, like, what Steve Young says, every year the AFC quarterback's a little more tested because they
have to go beat multiple of elite quarterbacks to get to the Super Bowl.
So, really, I mean, Purdy's faced Jalen Hurts in the NFC Championship game, and that was not fair to really, critique on that one because he got hurt instantly.
So he beat Love, he beat Goff.
And he beat
the MVP from a couple of years ago. He beat Dak Prescott. I guess he was the MVP last year. He beat Dak in the playoffs.
Runner-up. Dak Prescott?
Runner-up for the MVP. He beat Dak.
Yeah.
In the playoffs. He beat Geno in the playoffs. Like, the quality of quarterbacks that they've had to beat in the NFC playoff picture are not nearly where they are.
The same.
Yeah, it's why not only are the Chiefs battle-tested, they're going up against, like, the top quality teams in the AFC every year.
Yeah. Do you agree with me, though, that this is probably the biggest year that the Chiefs, even though they've had a 15-1 season, with how good the Bills and Ravens look. And I thought last year the Bills were going to beat the Chiefs, but I mean, that didn't happen.
I mean, the Bills beat them in the regular season, so their only legitimate loss prior to Week 18.
Yeah, I'm not counting the Bo Nix preseason game.
The Week 18 game?
Yeah, exactly. But do you think, like, if the Ravens or Bills come on top, that this could be the first time where they were tested before. Like, the Bengals went in there and beat them in the AFC Championship game, but I think the Ravens and Bills are 10 times better than what they were last year.
Yes. I think the Ravens absolutely are. Their running game is wild. That's why when you were talking Zay Flowers to me last week, I was like, I don't really care. Their team's too good.
No.
Zay Flowers has nothing to do with why they're so good. I mean, he's a part of their arsenal, but I was like, I think you can get through the whole postseason without Zay Flowers and be fine.
No, I mean, you are right about that. Now that I thought about it,
I was like, they're a running team, and Lamar is making it happen with guys all over the field. Like I said, Mark Andrews has 11.
He's a 1,000-yard receiver.
No, definitely. I mean, you want Zay Flowers, but
he's got to throw it to somebody. Mark Andrews got 11 touchdowns.
Yeah, but
somebody had to catch him.
But I am with you, though. It is more of a ground and pound mentality when we get to the playoffs. So, yes, you are going to ride Derrick Henry, and it is easier to overcome the loss of a Zay Flowers. Now, for the Bills, their running game is 10 times better than what it was in the past. They never ran this much with James Cook. They had, who was the running back back in the day? Devin Singletary.
Yep, Singletary, yeah.
Now they run kind of like a Kyle Shanahan scheme where it is a lot of, I mean, it's more shotgun, and Kyle doesn't use shotgun as much, but it's kind of like the Lions where everything runs through their running game. So that's why Josh didn't put up the gaudy numbers of the past. But now, it always bothered me back in the day when Ken Dorsey was their offensive coordinator, and it was just, all right, well, Josh is going to drop back, and we're going to have go routes for Stephon Diggs and Gabe Davis, and that's going to be our offense. Now there's more complexity to it. So I don't think the Bills could stop them defensively. I think they're going to have a really hard time stopping Derrick Henry. I do think the Bills can score on the Ravens' defense, even though they have improved.
I think so, too. I mean, the Bills, I just don't know which Bill, in a shootout, and this is what's going to have to happen for either of these teams against Kansas City. Can you get into a spot where you can just put up points? Because I don't think the Chiefs can put up 40 points in a game.
But we know the Bills can because they did twice back-to-back weeks.
Back-to-back weeks. They did it against they lost that game to the Rams, right?
But then came back and beat the Lions 48-42.
In the same capacity. So again, in a shootout, the problem is the Chiefs defense just doesn't give up points like that.
Yeah.
In a shootout, I think the Chiefs can put up 40 at Patrick Mahomes. I think it's always in there. It's just that that's not who that team is. And you may have to get out into a track game or a track meet to try to beat a team like Kansas City. This could be a huge high-scoring affair this weekend.
Oh, it could. And, that was a problem when these two teams play each other. I think it was week 5 this year when Derrick Henry ran all over him, was 1 yard away from getting 200 yards. The Bills kind of just gave up after a certain point where their receivers, once it became 21-3, they're the type of offense that can go score for score with you, but if they have to come back into a game, that's going to be difficult for them.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you on a Wednesday afternoon. Dirty Work rolls on. Our guy Todd Husack, former Stanford quarterback and Washington Redskins quarterback.
He was.
Is going to join us when we come on back. We'll talk playoff picture with him and where the 49ers could go at defensive coordinator if, in fact, it is not Robert Saleh. How does Todd Husack rank the remaining quarterbacks, and where's his level of trust for a guy like Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson? We'll talk to Husack next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Todd Husack joins Dirty Work at 4:50 to chat all things college football playoffs. Todd is a great man that bought the show Tequila Shot, so tune in and listen to us thank him on air at 4:50 right here on KNBR, the Tequila Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work rolls on a Wednesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb hanging out with you. Larry Kruger coming up at the top of the hour at 6 o'clock with Niners Nightly. And joining us now, our next guest, courtesy of the UMA guest line, is our guy, Todd Husack. What's up, Todd? How are you, bro?
What's going on, Todd?
Oh, doing great. Only one college football game left in the season, but NFL slate is strong this weekend. I am pumped for that Baltimore-Buffalo game. That is going to be an all-timer. But hold on. Before we get started, you've never seen Fletch?
Never.
Come on.
You sound like Tom, dude. Tom was so pissed.
Oh, man. How did you get through 20 years ago without seeing that movie?
20 years ago, I was 15. I don't think I needed to. I don't think I needed it. I needed Superbad is what I needed then, man, to get me through. Dude, that's one of Tom's all-time favorites. So he says it's super quotable.
It's definitely quotable, but yeah, I mean, you should at least check it out.
I'm like a My Cousin Vinny guy, dude. That's where I come down.
Another great movie, but yeah, check out Fletch. You know what? There is a divide. I think there's like, if you're above 42, 43 right now, if you've seen Fletch and love it, and if you're under that, yeah, it might have missed you.
Yeah.
It might have been,
I think
might be a different era.
I might have missed right over my head, dude. I might have missed it. Todd Husack joins us on the UMA guest line. First of all, you mentioned the final college football game that's left. How have you felt about the CFP? What was your reaction to all those teams that had buys going down and all the upset, not the upsets, the blowouts in the first round of the CFP?
I like seeing more teams get a chance. I was sick and tired of the SEC having a stranglehold on the Final Four, and as we've seen, SEC maybe not as mighty as everybody's thought in the past. So I'm a huge fan of teams getting a chance to show what they can do on a big stage, and the pretenders were exposed, and the real teams came to play. It's been fun to watch Notre Dame and see what they've done in the playoffs. And a great bounce back by Ohio. I cannot stand Ohio State and their coach, but you got to give them a lot of credit for bouncing back from the Michigan loss to have a great run. And that win over Oregon was surprising. I did not see that one coming. I thought it'd be not surprised they won, but to handle them the way they did, they got a squad and they're paying for it, but they're playing like a great team. So it should be fun. Hopefully it's a close game and one that comes down to the end.
So who do you think ends up winning the national championship, Todd?
Ohio State is the better team, but yeah. Notre Dame has been overlooked. They got a great run game. Their quarterback is a little hit and miss. I think he makes me a little nervous. But their defense comes to play, and I think the playoffs have shown us if you don't come and play a really good game, you can lose. And so Ohio State, if Ohio State plays their top, I think they're unbeatable. But Notre Dame, if they can hang around and make a couple plays on the defensive side, I think that's what it's going to have to take, either a special teams or defensive score to keep them in it, because I think they'll run the ball, grind the clock. Maybe their quarterback can come up with a couple big plays, but it's going to have to be kind of a low-scoring game with a defensive big play or two.
Todd Husack on the UMA guest line. In terms of the NFL playoffs this weekend, who's the most likely team to record an upset outside of Baltimore?
I would say, yeah. I mean, Baltimore, Lamar Jackson, that's as maybe a great a game as I've seen a quarterback play, just where the defense is in position, they're getting to the quarterback, and all of a sudden Lamar Jackson sneaks free and makes big play after big play. That has to be so frustrating for a defense to go up against Lamar Jackson when he's playing like he did last week. I think it's been amazing the job that Detroit has done over the last couple months of the season with all their players injured. It's got to bite them eventually, right? I mean, they have so much heart, and their defense has stepped up time and time again. Jaden Daniels looks tough. I heard you saying, maybe he's the 8th best quarterback.
So just trust him the least, just because of he looks fantastic, but trust-wise, right?
I get it, but he's capable of making the big play, and I think that's something. If you look at the 8 teams that are left, all 8 of those quarterbacks are probably in the top 12 in the league, and I think what they all do is make the play they're supposed to a lot of the time, and then each one can come up with some big plays. And Jane Daniels comes up with some big plays, both with his legs and throwing the ball. I wouldn't be surprised to see Washington give Detroit a game. I mean, they're playing with nothing to lose. They have a quarterback who is super confident. They got some playmakers on the outside, and they seem to believe. So, and I combine that with the fact that Detroit has so many injuries. Eventually, you got to think it's going to bite them. It has not yet, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Washington give Detroit a game.
So what do you think about that Baltimore and Buffalo matchup? Me and Copes are in agreement. We think that Lamar Jackson should be MVP, but Josh Allen had a great season himself. Who do you think should come away with MVP, and who do you see winning the game on Sunday?
Yeah, it's interesting that I think Josh Allen is the odds-on for MVP, and I think the reason being he doesn't have Derrick Henry in the backfield to hand it off to, and maybe more of that offense and that season comes down to him playing at a very high level, which he has. But you're right, the numbers, Lamar Jackson has more passing yards, more rushing yards, more touchdowns. It'd be interesting to see if they give it to Josh Allen. Maybe there's some fatigue with Lamar Jackson winning it a couple times already, but he's been fantastic down the stretch. I mean, it's like a little bit like Jokic in the NBA. Can we just keep giving it to the guy year after year? If he's earned it, it's hard not to give it to him. I mean, you look at the year Joe Burrow had too. Like, wow, those numbers are incredible. It's amazing they did not make the playoffs with the year that he had statistically. But I think Josh Allen gets the MVP finally, and I think if Lamar Jackson keeps playing like he did last week, again, it's the consistency on the throws that, you know, let's get 4, 5, 6 yards, put it on the money, and then a couple times a quarter make a big play. They're tough to stop. And then you get Derrick Henry in the second half pounding it out, and he seems to get stronger as the game goes on. I think it's going to be a great matchup. Those two teams might be the two best teams in the AFC. In Buffalo, maybe you give a couple-point edge to the Bills, but if Lamar Jackson plays like he did last week, I don't see them losing.
How dangerous, we're talking to Todd Husack on the UMA guest line, beyond this season, how dangerous, based on the young defense we saw emerge last week or on Monday night for the Rams, how dangerous will that team be in division next year for the 49ers?
Yeah, how much longer can Matt Stafford play at, you know, a top 10 quarterback in the league? He seems to keep getting it done year after year. Eventually he's going to get old, but he hasn't looked like it the last few weeks of the season. Yeah, they seem to have regrouped after, you figured they were left for dead after, a couple defensive retirements, and they seem to miss their window. After they won the Super Bowl, they were in salary cap hell, and you kind of wrote them off for a couple seasons, and here they come right back into the second round of the playoffs. Going forward, you got to think, just based on roster strength, the Niners are going to be the team to beat. But coming off this season, they got to regroup and figure things out. I think the Rams, and if anything, it's McVay calling the shots with him, and if Stafford is healthy and playing well, that's a tough combo. And then they got Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp at receiver. They seem to find a way to make it tough on defenses, and McVay seems to get things going late in the season and certainly in the playoffs. So, yeah, I would say those are the top two teams in the NFC West, but the Niners got to regroup and figure out what they're going to do at quarterback long term, and how much they're going to pay him, and what pieces they can keep around him depending on how much they pay him.
Yeah, let's talk about that. What'd you make of the season Brock Purdy had, Todd, and what do you make of the whole discourse around him getting a contract this offseason?
I think if you just watch him the last couple seasons, he seemed to regress this year. Maybe it was injury. Certainly the pieces weren't there around him, but just him dropping back, recognizing defense, putting the ball in the money, he was not as consistently good as he's been the last few seasons. And that's just eyeball, early in games especially, he seemed to miss high and behind receivers. There just didn't seem to be that the rhythm of the offense that he did so well the last couple seasons. This season, I think he took a step back. And it's tough to say he doesn't deserve that long-term contract because his body of work to start his career is as good as anybody in the NFL. Finished in the top 5 in the MVP voting last season. But I think he took a step backwards. So how are they going to get him back on track and stay playing at such a high level? Because I think he's capable of being consistently a top 10 quarterback in the NFL, which, as we've seen now with the 8 teams left and all of those QBs are really good, you need that if you want to make a run in the playoffs. And so keeping the pieces around him, I think, are critical. But I do think Purdy is capable when he's healthy and confident. He can lead a team deep into the playoffs, as we've seen in his first couple of seasons. But they got to figure out what happened to him this year. Maybe it was injury, but if he's got to play more like he did in the 23 season rather than 24. So get him back on track, get him healthy, and surround him with the right pieces, and he'll be a high-level quarterback for sure.
Talking to Todd Husack here, nice enough to join us on the UMA guest line. Todd, you played in Washington for a season, and you had some incredible Hall of Fame teammates. Dion was one of your teammates. I think he told us. What do you make of Jerry Jones reaching out to Dion as a potential head coach in the NFL?
Yeah, Dion was a teammate. That was the year, first year Dan Snyder owned the team. We had our defensive line was Bruce Smith, Big Daddy Wilkinson, Kennard Lang, and we had another Dana Stubblefield.
Yeah.
And then our DBs were Champ Bailey, Deion Sanders, and Darrell Green, and Mark Carrier. That was a squad. We had some dudes. It doesn't surprise me. Deion's going to chase the media and the limelight and the money, and he's proven to be a heck of a coach, certainly at the college level, and what he did at Colorado, turning around with, I think, one of the bottom 3 or 4 programs in the country and making them a national story, having a player win the Heisman, having potentially 2 top 5 picks in the NFL draft. That's a pretty good turnaround in a short time at Colorado. I think it'll be fascinating to see what he decides to do, how he fits in. Like there are things that coaches can do at the college level that does not work at the pro, and vice versa. I cannot wait to see how Bill Belichick does at North Carolina. That is such a difference for what he did at New England and going into North Carolina, a program that is not great. How does he do that and recruit and spend his time? But I think Dion certainly understands the players, certainly understands the game. How does he hire his staff? How does he, I don't think he calls the plays, so he's going to have to hire good coordinators around him. And it's not recruiting in the NFL. You got to coach. At the college level, you can get 10 5-stars and you're going to win a lot of games. That doesn't work. Everybody has 5 stars at the NFL level. So I think the rubber's going to have to meet the road on how good of an actual coach he is. And then, if he takes that job, does he draft his son? It wouldn't shock me, and we'll see how that whole thing plays out. But I would imagine Dion's making a hard run at that job. And Jerry Jones that'll certainly keep him in the spotlight as well. So 2 guys who love the spotlight, and Jerry Jones and Dion, match made in heaven, in my opinion.
From Wildcard Weekend, which team impressed you the most? I know you've been talking about the Baltimore Ravens and how Lamar Jackson played. Was that the team that stood out the most to you in Wildcard Weekend? I
think so. I think that 1-2 punch offensively with Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry is that'll give any defensive coordinator a nightmare preparing for them. I think the Chiefs, you look at what they've done this year, I think they're ripe for an upset. Mahomes had a down year for him, but 26 touchdowns, 11 interceptions, didn't throw for 4,000 yards. Their leading rusher, Kareem Hunt, only I think he had less than 800 yards. Like, that offense didn't put up a lot of points this year. The defense really led that team. Can they keep that formula going? They just seem to, 3 or 4 times this season, they won by a tiny margin. I mean, go back to Baltimore and the toe barely being out of bounds, and it seemed to be 3 or 4 times this season. I don't think they're a great team this year, and can they keep that good luck rolling? I wouldn't be surprised to see Houston give them a much closer game. The spreads on the games this weekend are not very close, other than Baltimore, Buffalo. But I think there's a chance that Commanders and Houston has a chance to upset in their respective games. And that's more so because the favorites might be a little overrated.
Talking to Todd Husack, a few more minutes here on the Yuma guest line. What do you make of the Chiefs this year, man? I mean, going for a third consecutive Super Bowl title. I guess let me phrase it to you this way, the way I was asking the guys last week. What's more likely, the Chiefs three-peat and win their third straight title, or does a team who's never won a Super Bowl end up winning one?
Oh, good question. I don't think they're going to three-peat. I think whoever wins this weekend in Buffalo is going to be the favorite to beat the winner of the Chiefs-Texans. I just think they cannot keep getting so lucky, talking about the Chiefs, which I think they've done a handful of times this year, just seem to pull out a victory against all odds. Is this Lamar Jackson's year? Can he get off? He just hasn't gotten it done in the playoffs. Can he finally turn it around? It seems like they've built a better squad around him. And Derrick Henry, what a free agent pickup he's been, to carry some of that load where he doesn't have to carry it 15 times a game. And talking about Lamar Jackson, he can hand it off and have a very productive run offense. They seem to be, in my opinion, the team to beat. Them and Buffalo's capable of putting up a lot of points. So I think whoever wins that game this weekend will be the Super Bowl champion, in my opinion. I think that those are the two best teams I've seen this season.
That's kind of where I'm at, too. I mean, it would be wild if it's Buffalo and Kansas City yet again, since they're really the only team to beat Patrick Mahomes this year, since the Chiefs lost that Week 18 game. But as Derek calls it, the Bo Nix preseason game that helped the Broncos get into the playoffs. Todd, great catching up, man. Enjoy the football this weekend. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Todd.
Yeah, my pleasure. Enjoy Fletch.
Thanks, dude. Todd Husack, nice enough to join us on the Yuma guest line. Somebody else checked in and was like, dude, I saw Fletch. It's absolute crap. This guy in 408 says Fletch was crap, waste of time.
No, okay, look, like the, Moon River, like that's a good scene.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, come on, we reference it on the show all the time.
We play the soundbite. I don't know what we're referencing. Oh, I haven't seen the movie.
Hey,
I don't know.
You ever done time?
Yeah. You got your old fist up there, Doc? He's getting a rectal exam.
Okay. I haven't seen the movie. You're like, we reference it all the time. I'm like, I don't know. I haven't seen it.
Okay,
why would I get the reference?
All right.
So you like Fletch?
No. There's just funny moments.
You're defending Fletch.
He's saying that it has its place.
It has its moments. It has its quotable moments
you
from Chevy
showed
Chase.
Animal House to a bunch of 21-year-olds right now. It might miss them, too.
I saw Animal House when I was like 12.
Yeah, same here.
So that was great.
I understand, but you're not 20 right now, so...
No, because I'd have been in college by then. I would know what it was actually like.
Sort of the same idea.
There's just some movies that are shown to us. Like I think we all were shown movies at a young age, either by like our brothers or our dads. And Fletch was just never one of those movies. Like I saw Caddyshack, I saw Animal House. Fletch just never came up. I don't know. It's definitely quotable, but it's not as memorable as those movies.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Still not watching Fletch. It's a Wednesday afternoon here on Dirty Work. There. When we come on back, we're going to do a little sound soiree. NBA Today with Brian Windhorst talking some Steph Curry in the comments that he made. Caleb Williams checked in on the St. Brown podcast. Is that right?
The Amon-Ra St. Brown podcast.
So Caleb Williams went on the Amon-Ra St. Brown podcast.
He's talking about him getting catfished by those kids, those pesky kids.
And then Paul Allen on the Vikings radio, he reacts to the 9th Darnold sack. Is that right?
It's up there, but his reaction's fantastic.
We'll play that all for you next in the Sound Soiree, then a crap section, and then we'll put the show to bed. But Sound Soiree is next on the Sports Leader.
The Golden State Warriors look to shake off a bad Toronto loss tonight in Minnesota. Check out Dubs OT with John Dickinson immediately following the game. To quote Anthony Edwards,
"Bring your ass." Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boy. It sound right, boy.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work, D-Pop, Adam Copeland.
Or what's left of me.
T-Web. Little house cleaning, got some news. Draymond Green, out tonight.
Oh, shocker.
Yep.
Oh.
And also, Robert Sala's going to interview with the Dallas Cowboys later this week.
Number one, who cares?
I care about that. I do care about Sala interviewing with the Cowboys.
So basically, he interviewed with the Jaguars yesterday, going to interview with the Raiders tomorrow, most likely going to interview with the Cowboys on Friday.
I think the Sala thing bothers me the most because I like Robert Sala, and I hate the Cowboys. And anything that's associated with them, it just is that stench of Jerry Jones and his glory hole.
Yeah, but I doubt he's going to get that job. I think we're all in agreement on that.
And it's not because of his scheme. I mean, Jerry's got to interview somebody, doesn't he?
Well, I also saw that he's interviewing a former defensive coordinator, Leslie Frazier.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have to have two external to meet the Rooney Rule. So there you go. I don't know if he's actually going to interview Dion. If they just had a conversation.
I think Dion, would... this might be the best chance for Dion to get this is the Dallas Cowboys we're talking about here. This is, is it get any better than this for him?
Probably not.
So, Shador's leaving. Travis Hunter's leaving. I know they just acquired a good quarterback, but he's not tied to Colorado.
No.
Yeah. The people are throwing out there like, well, that means they'll trade Dak Prescott to Tennessee, and they'll get Shador. They would get, you know what the cap hit on that would be? Over $100 million.
I don't think they're trading Dak
They're
Prescott.
not trading Dak Prescott.
Whoever's taking this job knows that they have a quarterback in place, knows that they have a team that the Cowboys and that Jerry believes is ready to go.
Yeah.
That they need to make some moves probably in the run game. They probably need to shore up some stuff on defense, but Jerry believes that team is going to be ready to go.
Yeah, and I think it would be the best for Shador to start his NFL career without his dad.
It's Shader.
Sorry.
I don't think anyone I don't think that's a thing at all. He played for him in college. That's kind of when that happens. Then you go pro, and you go pro. I don't think this has anything to do with playing for Dion.
No.
He's not going to unless Dion became the head coach of the Tennessee Titans. I don't believe.
I don't think he wants that job.
And there's the question about whether or not Shedeur is actually going to go number 1 overall.
Yeah, no, it sounded like, Raider fans were pissed that they won those games, but I think the Raiders could probably get him at 6 right now.
You think 707 says, dude, I think the Cowboys are going to hire Bill Belichick. He has that $10 million buyout before June 1st, and the Cowboys will pay it.
No, I was going to ask Husack about that a little bit more, but he said he thinks it's going to be fascinating with Bill Belichick.
Said he wants the job. Has Bill Belichick said he wants the Cowboys job?
No, there's rumors that I think the only job that Belichick was interested in was the Philadelphia job, and it became clear that Sirianni had a good enough season where that's not going to happen. So he has a good relationship with Jerry Jones, but I don't know how he would be as a boss. Like, you imagine Belichick's doing those meetings, and Jerry's like, "Oh, Bill, mind if I chime in for a second?" Yeah, by all means, Jerry, go ahead.
Yeah, people are saying that Bill Belichick sent a pretty clear message in his last Manning cast hit of the year that he wasn't going to go to the Cowboys.
Yeah. So I see the candidates, and you see Deion Sanders, Jason Witten, who apparently has only coached high school, and Kellen Moore, who makes sense. He would steal him from the Philadelphia Eagles. He was there with them prior, but he's never been head coach before. I don't think this is smoke and mirrors. I really think they want Deion Sanders to be their head coach. And then why would Jerry Jones wait a week to be like, well, we'll see if we sign back McCarthy. Okay, we're not. I have no backup plan. I think he's been thinking about Deion for a while.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. If they actually interview him, that'd be interesting, man. It'd be super interesting. It'd be the most entertaining hire for sure.
Oh, my God. They would be. We talk about the Cowboys enough. Not we, but Get Up and First Take every day with Deion. That'd be something.
ESPN has been shilling for it
hard
the last couple of days.
They want it. They want it bad.
Well, yeah, dude. It's the Cowboys. That's all they'll talk about. That's all they talk about anyway. They don't care who goes there.
Yeah, but Stephen A. couldn't be ripping him because he loves Deion. Now, I know Deion. He's a friend. He's a dear friend. Deion
the worst day to be horny is Sunday.
Sure. What's the best day, though, Stephen A.?
Be horny is Sunday. The best day is a Friday.
Oh,
and
yeah,
Saturday.
that's right. The Friday.
Because Friday and Saturday, she looking to go out in most instances.
Every time we play that, it's
so gross. So
weird.
I realize I'm the one hitting the button, but even I just regret it. It's just well.
Should we get into the sound soiree?
Yeah, why not?
Why don't we open up the sound soiree?
Ooh.
Yeah, hit it, Tim.
Oh, he's got to get the right spot.
Come on, Tim.
Nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
You ever gonna roll that in without it, Tim?
Or what? Soiree.
I mean, Tim kept saying he was gonna redo and clip all this stuff and put it in the system normal. As soon as football ended, and here we are, Tim.
Yeah, I'm not the one that shows up 2 minutes before the show.
I didn't show up 2 minutes before the show, and I'm not the one. I'm not the one. You hold on.
You showed up an hour because you had a burger on the line.
Why are you moving the goalpost on something you claimed you were going to do?
Hey,
I called you out on not doing it, and then you go, well, you don't do X, Y, and Z. That wasn't the question.
I had my
question
hands
was what
full.
happened to as soon as we get back from at the end of football season. I'm going to clip this stuff up and get it together.
I've had my hands full getting the crap section ready.
Oh boy!
I know it was real difficult for you to
print out all your
B-52s
print out all your
yesterday.
D stories. That was a whole lot. Your hands been full today, huh, Tim?
I'm full plate.
Yeah. So when are you going to get to clipping that ass, huh?
We'll see.
I mean, I don't mind if it says Tolbert and Copes. We all know what the show was before
I'm just saying. I didn't say that I was going to get it done after Christmas and after the holidays and after the end of the season.
Why would you do anything?
Tim said it. Tim said he was going to, and then I called him out on how it hasn't been done, and now he's essing on me. Like I did something wrong. I'm here.
I get it. Every show's got to have a bully. We understand.
Oh, I hurt his feelings now.
Brian Windhorst was on NBA Today, and he was reacting to Steph Curry's comments about how he's kind of cool with them not making a move at the deadline. Here's that sound.
I've never heard an interview like this from a player in midseason. Now, I'm going to try to point out that it was a cold January Monday night in Toronto, and maybe we shouldn't take declarations into too much account there. But on the other hand, you know those stages of loss? It sounds like Steph Curry is at acceptance stage. Because he was talking, to me, I can't say for sure what conversations he's had with their front office, but my belief would be he has communicated that to them as well. that, there's no reason for you to go chasing something to fix a team that maybe it would be a desperate move. And that is going to reverberate. And this is so unusual for a star player to say. I mean, LeBron operates and has for decades exactly the opposite. He says, trade the 2031 first-round pick. I don't care about that. This is Steph talking about leaving the franchise better than he found it. Guess what? You're leaving the franchise better than you found it, I promise you. And if anything, it's the franchise that owes him the last couple of years of his career. So this was a remarkable interview on a lot of fronts. And I'm going to be honest with you, when you listen to him talk like that, it makes you wonder that the Warriors, who've been sniffing around a star player since last summer, that instead of doing that, they may do the opposite and make a trade to save money because they're not far away from the luxury tax, because it sounds like they've got Steph's sign-off on it. So this was truly a remarkable moment in the season.
Remarkable. Without seeing Wendy, he sounds like an old lady, doesn't he?
He needs some Bigelow tea.
And the finger guns, too.
Sounds like Troy Aikman from that broadcast on Monday night. Coming down with a little case of the sniffles.
You thought you were worried about Aikman on Monday.
I was. Losing his voice there.
Wendy sounds like a Doris, right?
I've never heard an interview like this from a player.
With a Doris Burke?
No, just a Doris. It's like
anybody named Doris.
Agnes, not to be confused with Agatha.
Yes.
YouTube chat here is defending Tim. AJ Cruz says, I've been more of a menace today than normal with my hangovers. What I'm hearing.
Dennis the Menace?
Yeah, maybe. Also, AJ says, you're doing a lot of Tim blaming today, Cobes. Maybe we need some Tim splaining.
I think this show's had enough of me, and it's only Wednesday, right?
Yeah, dude, tell me
it's
about it.
It's only Wednesday.
707 says, wow, damn, calling the minority a bully smells like HR to me, Tim.
We worried if we had one, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, here's the thing about HR. You got to have an HR to be able to call HR.
That's true.
I think they went the way of Tom is what happened to HR. Moving on. Jim Bowden.
Just real quick. I mean, like when Horst said there, like, yeah, I think we all agree. Like, it's to get a superstar, there is no superstar to get right now. So yeah, you would just let the season play out, and I don't know if they're going to trade salary to just lose this season.
No.
I think they're just going to let it play out.
I think they'll probably let it play out, let some of the stuff walk, but to JD's point earlier in the show, like, it's tough when you sign all these vets who you thought were going to give you flexibility to make some of these moves. And he goes, it just seems like it's a repeating, it's a pattern now that every offseason it's about, well, what are we going to do this offseason? Maybe it's next offseason. Then they try to load up and get ready, and then they miss out on the big-time player. And then it's like, how many times are you going to do this in a row? Jim Bowden, former MLB general manager, and I think he's on the MLB Network. He was on with Murph and Marcus this morning. He talked about Justin Verlander. And says now he's not a front of the rotation guy. He's a back of the rotation guy. Here's Jim Bowden.
And look, bringing in Verlander, I get it. Okay, I'll say this. He's the back of the rotation starter now. Don't go by the name. Don't go by the guy that's going to the Hall of Fame. He's not that guy anymore. And I think it's another injury risk for the Giants. Then they're used to that by now. But I like having him. I like having him in the clubhouse. I like that Kyle Harrison has to pick his brain. I like that he may even make Logan Webb even better than what Logan Webb is. So just having the Hall of Famer there to talk baseball with the other pitchers, especially the younger ones, I think will help develop them. So, I gave a solid B for those moves. But I'll say this, there wasn't enough done for me to even consider putting them anywhere but fourth place. Like, I can't even look at it, right? The other three teams above them are just better. So it's not enough for me. I wanted them to go get Santander to play right field, or I wanted them to go get Alonso to play first base. I wanted one more big bat. That would have made me smile with the Giants. But, there's still time, by the way.
Jim Bowden's not smiling yet.
What make Jim Bowden smile?
He's not feeling nicey about the Giants.
I don't think Buster's building his offseason based on what Jim Bowden's going to smile at.
Solid B.
That would have made me smile at the Giants. I mean, yeah, there's other bats out there. There's also not a lot outside of first base and maybe corner outfield. But I think that they're going to let Matos open the years potentially or have a chance to win one of the corner outfield spots, whether it's left field or right field. You'll have Jung Hoo Lee in center, and you'll have presumably Elliot Ramos in right. You've got a first baseman. You've got a third baseman. You've got a shortstop. You've got a catcher. You kind of need to figure out what's happening at first base. I think that's the one where everybody's got big question marks. And then are they just going to go Ty Fitzgerald at second?
Sounds like it.
Not to mention DH.
There you go. Then you need a designated hitter too. So, I mean, there's places that you could slot somebody in. But as it stands right now, they don't appear to be in the market for a big-time hitter because, what you pointed out earlier, they're just kind of evaluating the talent that they have. He's not done much of anything this offseason with the exception of locking up a shortstop who's here for 7 years.
Yep.
And you've got Matt Chapman is extended for 6 more, and you've got Justin Verlander for a year. So, there hasn't been a bunch of big splashes, but the hope is that some of the pieces that you've acquired already or that are here are going to be able to do what you hoped they would do last year, guys like Robbie Ray.
Yeah, but what do you think about him saying that Verlander's a back of the rotation guy?
I mean, I think he's got to prove that he can still pitch in the middle of the rotation. Or I don't think he's a frontline guy. Just most guys at 40-something years old are not frontline. He's probably a 3 or a 4, right?
Okay.
That's kind of where I'm looking at him. Randy Johnson, I want to say, was the 5 that year. That he came
was
in.
he?
He might have been the 4 to start the season, but
right.
you figure in 2009, Tim? So in 2009, your rotation consisted of Lincecum, Kane. Jonathan Sanchez was probably in and out of the rotation or maybe in the rotation firmly at that point. Randy Johnson, and then is that the year they got Brad Penny too, or was that earlier?
I was going to say, it reeks of Brad Penny, right?
It feels like that. That could have been a little bit earlier. I'll look it up. But the next year, then they brought in like Todd Wellemeyer was the 5 to start the year before Bumgarner wasn't even in the rotation until the end of 2009 when he came up to make his debut. Oh, Barry Zito, of course. Duh. So Randy Johnson was the 5. It was Lincecum, Kane, Zito, Sanchez, and Randy Johnson.
Well, on paper, that sounds awesome.
Well, yeah, because you know what happened with all those guys.
Yeah, I know.
By the way, that 09 team won 88 games. They weren't a crappy team by any stretch. They won 88 games.
Dan Runsler's a year.
Yeah, thank you, dude. Brian Wilson became the closer that year, saved 38 games. Their next best setup guy by innings pitched was Brandon Metters. Remember him, Tim?
Metters. And Waldis Joaquin, don't forget.
Yeah.
Waldis
Joaquin.
And the big Sadowski.
Ryan Sadowski did what did he make 4? What did he make, like 6 starts that year or something? 8 starts that year?
A couple real good ones early.
He had a couple of really good ones early on, then that was it. Brad Penny did pitch, by the way, on that 2009 team. Plus, you found out Serge Romo was around. Guys like Alex Hinshaw and Cyrus Matos. Happier times for the San Francisco Giants.
Got Ryan Garco.
Is it a surprise to you that Marquin Valdez threw 48 games that year, Tim? Marquin?
We were always big Merkin fans.
We were waiting for Merkin to become a thing. That's who the Giants got in that trade for. It was after 2002. They traded Russ Ortiz to Atlanta for Damian Moss and Marquin Valdez. Who
covered a lot of
Merkin. He was supposed to be a stud and just
Pat Mish.
A good old Merkin.
Pat Mish, dude. Shout him out. Soft tossing lefty. Moving on here in the Sound Soiree. Caleb Williams.
Look it up, kids. Merkin.
Caleb Williams in the Amon-Ra St. Brown podcast.
He's got a podcast with his brother. It's called the St. Brown Podcast.
All right. Well,
he's big as the Kelseys.
Caleb Williams basically is telling the story about getting catfished by those kids. We played that sound yesterday. There's those kids who found...
Those damn kids.
You found Caleb Williams' number or something and texted him and told him it was Ben Johnson and that he was going to be the new coach of the Bears.
It wasn't Ben Johnson.
It wasn't. They FaceTimed.
It was those kids.
We played the audio for you. Here's Caleb Williams talking about getting catfished by the phony Ben Johnson.
Bro, I was so mad. Before we get into this, I just want to say I'm sorry. Like, I feel like...
Before, I'm going to explain the situation. I reached out to Amon-Ra, and I was not asking... I asked Amon-Ra for Ben's number, not for, obviously, not to... Like, I wasn't going to save his number because he's not our coach, and I wasn't going to do all of that. I was asking for, or text him or anything. I was asking because I wanted to make sure it wasn't, because obviously so many fake numbers nowadays. I was asking him so I could see if it matches his number. Amon-Ra does Amon-Ra things and doesn't text back.
No, that's not what happened, bro.
That's crazy.
He goes, yo. I said, yo.
EQ,
he goes,
no.
He goes, Mimi. He goes, what's Ben's number?
He'll just disappear. He'll just disappear.
That's not true. I'm literally in
know
dinner,
him.
bro. Listen. He texted me, yo. I said, yo. He said, what's Ben's number? I got these random dudes trying to hit me up saying they're Ben and whatever. I go, out of here. Ben ain't coming to Chicago. And then he goes, nah.
He thinks I'm trying to play a joke. I'm being dead ass.
Then he goes, nah, these guys are hitting me up saying they're Ben. But at this time I was eating dinner, so I didn't see my phone. 20 minutes later, like, I see the text, but it's too late. And he goes, it's all good. I called and it wasn't him. And I didn't put anything together. I said, oh, okay, bet. An hour later, that shit's on Twitter. I texted
everywhere.
Him. I said, hell no, bro. Hell no.
Everywhere.
Like, yes.
But the text was, the text was so, like, official. Like, I've gotten that text from college coaches and other coaches before getting drafted and all of that in different ways. So it looked mad professional. So I was like, all right, I'm just gonna reach out and then
they didn't train you at USC for that?
I didn't know who was who at any point in that conversation. That's number one. Number two, I still don't understand what that was even about.
So basically,
It was very unclear as to who was talking and what was going on.
Caleb was trying to get the phone number of Ben Johnson.
Yeah, to confirm from Amon-Ra to confirm that it was actually Ben Johnson.
Yeah, but Amon-Ra was taking it as, oh, you're trying to steal my coach away? The thing that we all want to know is, how the hell do those kids get your number? That's the most fascinating thing in this whole thing.
It can't be that difficult, dude. The guy's a rookie in the NFL. He was in college last year. It can't be that hard. Somebody knows somebody who went to college with Caleb Williams and has his phone number.
Probably.
I got a friend who's friends with like Tyler Guyton, left tackle for the shouldn't have been a left tackle. He's more of a right tackle or a right side guy, and he's playing left tackle for the Cowboys. She texts him all the time. She knows him. She's known him for years. Like, grew up together. It's not that hard to find somebody, especially when the person is just
fair enough.
out of college. Those are like college age kids. That's probably the route I would go.
Yeah.
You got a friend who played on the team or somebody who knows somebody. Like, it's not that hard.
Would you change your number at that point, though?
If I was Caleb, probably.
Yeah.
You'd think so, maybe.
New phone.
You were the
new
number.
life.
You were the number one pick in the draft. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But you don't also want to. I mean, who knows? He's 21 or 22 years old or whatever.
Fair enough.
I was thinking about that. What's up, Tim?
I'm just thinking that I would probably want to change my phone, but at the same time, try telling that to a 21-year-old.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
Yeah.
21.
People don't like changing their phone number.
How long you had your phone number, Derek?
Well, it's still a Houston area code, so I've had it for quite some time. I have the same number since, high school, yeah.
Tim?
Yeah, I mean,
I was 15.
15 years.
I've had the same number. I've never had a different phone number. I've had the same cell phone number since I got a cell phone when I was like 15.
Yeah.
There you go. So it's not like that happens.
I'll read Cope's phone number to the audience right now.
Go ahead, put it on Twitter. I don't care. Nobody's gonna give a damn. Here's Paul Allen, Vikings radio broadcaster
Paul Allen
for KFAN. You guys better not be playing any of Paul's sound on your show.
I knew about Paul before any of you.
I'm the Paul man on KNBR. None of you.
Not the Paul Allen from American Psycho.
No, I sure hope not. Do you know Paul Allen personally?
No, I don't. I've texted with him, but one of the best play-by-play guys in all the NFL.
I would definitely introduce my second favorite son to Paul Allen. He's KFAN.
My first is Andrew Luck.
My second is McCaffrey. Third is Brock. KFAN 100.3 FM. He's reacting to yet another Sam Darnold sack on Monday night.
Addison in motion to the right. Two receivers left. Rams blitz. Darnold gets away from it. Steps up in the pocket. He's holding it too long. Just run. Throw it, man. Just run. At the 25-yard line, he's sacked for a fifth time.
That just made me laugh because it reminded me of Greg and Tim mixed together.
Yeah. Do it again. Give me hear it again.
Addison in motion to the right. Two receivers left. Rams blitz. Darnold gets away from it. Steps up in the pocket. He's holding it too long. Just run. Throw it, man. Just run. At the 25-yard line, he's sacked for a fifth time. Dang it.
That'd be my pop saying he's holding up all too long.
He's holding it too long to me.
So I know you've had this pleasure because you've been in the booth doing spotting or stats and whatnot. Yeah. I got to watch Paul Allen call a game from an adjacent booth.
Yeah.
He lives it.
Oh, I know,
It is not, I'm sitting there. He's jumping around. He's got his hands on his headset. He's screaming. Soundproof booth. You can just see right through it. It's unbelievable.
He had a little bit of also the Guthrie didn't have the guts to call it. He had a little bit of that in there too, dude.
Two of my favorite calls of all time for Paul Allen. Do you remember when the Cardinals knocked out Do you remember when the Cardinals knocked out the Vikings the last week of the season to eliminate them from the playoffs? It was amazing. It was a touchdown pass from Josh McCown the last play, and all you hear is you hear Paul Allen go, and he throws back, throws it to the end zone. No! No!
It's just screaming no.
Yeah, and then Brett Favre throws the interception in that NFC Championship game against the Saints. He goes, "The hell are we doing? This isn't against Detroit, man. This is against the Saints. They're going to the damn Super Bowl."
He's holding it too long.
The reaction of a dude who's just clearly a fan of the team that he's calling. That's going to do it for your Sound Story for Wednesday, January 15th, 2025. Is today MLK's birthday? I always forget. Is it 15th or 16th?
Is today's birthday?
His actual birthday.
I do not know.
I think because we observe it on Monday the 20th, which I told you just found out. Inauguration Day being the same day as MLK Day. It is the 15th. It's today.
Oh, nice.
Frankly, not my favorite doctor, Dr. King. More of a pepper guy, if in fact, more Dr. Pepper. I like Pibb, but no degree for Mr. Pibb.
Never did that.
Quite frankly, too many M's, too many L's, not enough K's. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you. It's Dirty Work on a Wednesday. Yeah, Inauguration Day right around the corner. Frankly, I would prefer more K's, really. When we come on back.
Are we taking that live on KNBR? I'm still going to Mike Kohler's 10:15.
Yeah, we'll be carrying the inauguration on Mike Holler's KNBR 1050.
Well, we gotta work. We're here for an hour and a half that
frankly,
day.
not enough cash.
All the sports you'll ever need. All the inauguration
you'll ever need when we come back to crap section on the inauguration leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Me again, Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. That's right, Underdog is the best place to play to cash in on all your takes, like Tim's takes during the NFL playoffs, which players are going off and which ones are ice cold. That's where you can make a little cash with over 5 million happy players and over $2 billion won. Underdog is making it fun, and they're making it easy to cash in on all your favorite athletes' performances. With their pick'em game, you could win up to 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on a player's stats like touchdowns, yards, interceptions, and much, much more. Plus, they got all your favorite leagues, teams, and players to choose from. You can get in on a little NFL plus college football if you want to get on the national championship that's going to happen on Monday night right here on the Sports Leader, or you can pair it with some NBA action. All of that can be placed into an entry on the Pick'em game, and you can make some money. Underdog is the only Pick'em platform that lets you have the power to cash out in your hands. Now you can either keep riding with your entry or tap the Win Now button and cash out whenever you want. Plus, every dog deserves a second chance. And with Underdog's rescues, you can get your money back and receive a promo if an early injury causes your entry to lose. Plus, with Underdog's double flex option, you can even take 2 L's and then turn them into a W. Underdog is the best place to play Pick'em. Download the app and sign up with promo code KNBR and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code KNBR. Remember, you must be 18 or older or present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Are you concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Shout out the text line, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line at 808-KNBR, 415-808-5627, who really worried about my not enough K's joke. Careful, Cobes, careful. I was like, I think it'll be okay.
Yeah, I think it'll be fine.
think it'll fly. Again, we take it to HR, but...
We ain't got one.
I mean,
we ain't got no HR.
Since when was it not okay to riff on the Klan? You know what I mean? Since when was it like, we're careful, don't make fun of them? Like, what are we talking about here? That's the bit. That's the bit.
That is the bit.
Whereas the 415 texter says not enough K's. It's going to be 408 says that not enough K's line might be my favorite thing I've ever heard on this show. And that's a high bar. I would counter that and say it's probably not that high of a bar. But I appreciate I appreciate it. Hope that got some laughs for everybody out there.
We can't make everyone happy.
Should we get into some crap, Tim? You got plenty of crap for us, don't you?
They should have a name for this. There already is a name for this, Beavis. It's called crap.
I want to call this the Pat H. crap section because Pat has been calling for it for a long time. He wants the crap.
Nick Ancona just said, crap on me. Cover me in crap. On the YouTube chat.
Crap on me. Tim?
I don't know how to follow that. All right. Well, we got some, I like doing this every year. We got some rejected Florida license plates that people tried to have. And the list is actually very extensive. There's probably well over I want to say 200 or 300 of them. And, just terrible ones. Like somebody tried to do killer or put, killer with a what? Great. Okay, fine. But there were some funny ones. Some that were rejected this year on the list was pimping. Didn't make it. Hawk Tua with a 2, like that.
Hawk Tua, H-O-K-T-U-H.
I don't know why this got rejected. It was OnlyFans, so ONLYFN. Why would you reject that?
It's not that big a deal.
I don't know. Florida's got weird rules, man.
LMFAO got rejected.
Well, all right.
Oh, they were a terrible group.
I like turd.
Red Foo is pissed. Red Foo's pissed. Why would you reject turd? Just straight up turd.
Maybe Turd Ferguson. Not enough letters.
I don't have any problem with any of those, honestly.
Yeah, turd's a lot. It's
just
stupid.
turd.
It's dumb, but
spread the word, you friggin' turd.
Okay, so this is a story that we've had since the first of the year. There was a Zambian police officer. He was intoxicated. This is on the 31st. And he decided that it was time to let 13 suspects that were in jail out for the night to go celebrate.
Oh, okay. All right. That's nice of him.
A Zambian police officer was arrested after allegedly becoming intoxicated and freeing more than a dozen prisoners. This is New Year's Eve. The kicker of the story, one line, none of the suspects returned.
So he let them out to go celebrate, and they're like, we promise we'll be back.
Also, not going to work here anymore.
Yeah. I got your word. You all coming back here? Okay, cool. Taking a head count.
As long as you give me your word.
As long as you come back.
And they all look like straight shooters.
There's another New Year's Eve story. There was a woman who was trying to get some drugs. Okay, no big deal. Trying to get the drugs.
Who among us, right?
Yeah. Probably not Advil, but trying to get some drugs.
Who among us,
She identifies herself as Octavia. She tries to set up a meeting with her drug dealer. She says, I'd like to get, I believe she was trying to get fentanyl. I'm not sure, but,
It's called Tim.
I don't have any opinion on that. So she texts her dealer, who says, I'd like to get some fentanyl. However, instead of texting her dealer, she texted the police.
Oh.
Who showed up promptly.
How does she text the police?
How do you accidentally text the police? Hello, 911 in my phone?
It was a police officer that she knew who was a cop. Hit that number.
Wait, I'm sorry. So she knew a police officer and she texted.
Wells had been texting with Steven, who is an investigator. And she also, I'm sorry, let me correct that.
Yeah.
She was texting somebody named PJ Wells and it saved the cop's number, PJ Wells, in her phone.
Pichu.
Got that confused with the dealer, texted her that she wanted to meet up for some fentanyl.
Why was she texting with a cop, though?
Because that's one of her friends.
And then he just narked on her? He just turned her in?
That's the biggest story to me, is that he saw this information, saw that his friend was messing up here, and
decided, I'm going to go take her down.
Yeah, that's kind of lame on the cop's part.
Pretty lame. Also lame. Texting anybody I need fentanyl. Probably not the greatest thing you've ever done.
Yeah, Tim, when people text you, they don't straight up say that's what they want, right?
I don't have an opinion on that.
Wait. So the officer's name was P.J. Wells?
Yeah, not Madam P.J. Walker, right?
Yes.
So just save the
Lame
riff.
P.J.
We're not doing
Lame
it.
P.J.
Moving
What's
on.
the issue with C.J. Walker now, huh? Now you guys got problems with the first black millionaire woman, huh? Now we got issues?
We're all, I mean,
Frankly. Frankly. We'll just go on. Just move on.
So
I will get into trouble.
We were all on Cincinnati. We were kind of looking for Cincinnati. You know, they made that late run. Copes was, touting him for MVP.
Big Burrow guy. I'm a big Burrow man, yeah.
So, they didn't make the playoffs, but it wasn't because of their offense. They didn't make the playoffs because their defense sucked. Nobody really thinks, much like the 49ers, that Cincinnati's going anywhere. They're going to be back. They'll be better. However, Cincinnati fans, on the other hand, we're going to give them the big thumbs down. There was a petition that was started demanding that the NFL put their team in the playoffs because Kansas City tanked the last game.
What do you mean a petition?
Started a petition. They got something like, 20,000 signatures maybe. It's just the same stupid crap.
Because our team is more fun than the Broncos or anybody else.
They said that the Chiefs threw their game.
Well,
you know demanded.
What? You know what? I would tell the Cincinnati fans, then don't lose week 1 to the Patriots. Don't have these stinkers against subpar teams, Bengals. Sorry. You go home. Good day to you, sir. You lost.
I said good day, sir.
Yes.
Just the lameness of it. Be like, hey, let's start a petition.
Is that Wonka, by the way?
That is Wonka.
That's good. Yeah,
The
I like
Timothy
that.
Chalamet version.
Dude, no, it's not. That's the one.
Well,
Chalamet. I was going Depp, actually. I was thinking it was Depp.
Chalamet. Yeah.
How lame are you? Well, like, I got a petition.
Well, that's lame. I remember when the Saints lost that NFC Championship game to the Rams. There was a whole petition like, we got screwed. Let us in.
I mean, that was a pretty bad call. The Nickel Roby-Coleman play?
Yes.
It's pretty bad
It was
no call.
a terrible call. However.
Was it a call or a no call? It was a no call.
It was a no call.
And then, by the way, you went to overtime. How about you make a play in OT?
Exactly.
How about you stop?
How about Drew Brees doesn't throw a bad interception?
That's what I'm saying. How about Brees doesn't throw a pick? And you know what? I don't like him. I don't care. He's Captain America BS.
I know.
A Bengals fan started an online petition at change.org calling for the league to automatically put Cincinnati in the playoffs over Denver. Then the petition goes on to say that the defending Super Bowl champion Chiefs should be punished for throwing their game.
They weren't the only team that had people sit.
They didn't throw it either, by the way. There was like pro athletes out there playing. Guys were like, excuse me. Guys on the Chiefs like, excuse me. I play on this team.
I'm sorry. I'm Carson Wentz. I'm trying my damnedest out there.
Not only that, they went 15-1. They have the right to do whatever the hell they want.
Exactly.
You don't like it? Don't lose the Patriots.
Yeah, win more games.
Yep. That's my argument. That the Bengals had a stinker week 1 against the Patriots. They were a terrible team. Score more points.
I'll give you one more headline just because it fits the title, the Pat H. Crap section.
All right.
This is from a study. It says pooping is good for your brain. Using the toilet before mental tests improves performance, according to new study.
Do you guys have nervous poops, like anxiety poops? Do you do before like something big?
That's none of your damn business, but the answer's no.
Okay. Tim?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever had an anxiety.
An anxiety-S? I don't know.
Like if I don't know, whatever. Like it's something big that's gonna happen in your life. Like I feel better after I take a crap. Yeah, I do it all the time.
Okay.
It helps me think better.
All the time, he said, Tim.
Yeah,
I do it all the time.
I do it before the show.
I'm feeling mossy. By the way, I'd like to submit one piece of crap here. New York Post from yesterday. I sent this to you guys. I'm surprised it didn't show up in the crap section. People, you guys familiar with the Italian soccer club Lazio? Yes. So Lazio, they have a falcon, kind of like the Eagles have that big eagle that they let fly around. I don't know if the Hawks do the
Seahawks.
I don't know if the Seahawks do it too. They do the big hawk that flies out. So Italian soccer team Lazio, they have a falconer. They have a falcon that they fly around the stadium, same sort of thing. They had to fire their falconer because he posted photos of his junk after he had a penis enhancement surgery.
Don't act like you're not impressed.
You want to show off the goods.
Italian soccer team Lazio fires falconer for posting penis photos after enhancement surgery.
Well, if you got it, should you flaunt it?
And one of the top comments on it is like, show us the pics or it didn't happen. Then
so
one
he did?
Then one of the other guys, no, this is on the article.
Yeah.
One of the other people goes, I didn't know they allowed you to do that to falcons. Anyway, guy got his, I love
falcon's huh?
He's a falconer. He's like, I got enhanced. Check it out. Just telling everybody what's going on, I guess. Anyway. Bit of your crap. What do you got, Tim? You working on a pleats?
It's actually an optical illusion. It's the pattern on the pants.
Yeah.
It's not flattering in the The crotchal region.
That's going to do it for the crab section.
Well, I saw one. You saw that you were talking about today on the earlier show. TikTok's going away?
Well, unless Tim's guy saves it on Sunday or before.
Not my guy.
Did you see who joined today on TikTok? Kind of bad timing. Bob Dylan. Bob Dylan joined TikTok today for whatever reason. I got that new movie coming out. I wanted to relate to the kid and Timothy Chalamet.
Tough deal, Bobby. Tough deal. It's going away. They say Sunday, I guess, right? It's the last day unless Supreme Court rules on it. So it's got to sell to a U.S. company or something? Or
I don't know.
I don't know.
All I know is I haven't seen the Bob Dylan movie with Timothy Chalamet. It'll be hard to top John C. Reilly as Dewey Cox as Bob Dylan
effectively,
and Walk Hard.
Maybe tough to top that. We'll put the show to bed when we come on back. Larry Kruger's coming up at the top of the hour at 6 o'clock. And as the 209 checks in says, this effing song, go Beers. More to come on the Sports Leader.
Time for dirty work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
On the Sports Leader.
Hey, you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
Time to put the show to bed as Dirty Work wraps up here on a Wednesday. As we do a little note to self before we get to Larry Kruger and Niners Nightly. Tim, got a little note to self?
Note to self.
Yeah, note to self. Derek takes nervous poops regularly.
Regularly, yep. That's how I stay regular. Note to self. These Wednesday shows are going to be a struggle after Copes goes to karaoke on Tuesday nights.
I usually had a monopoly on being wrecked on Wednesday because of trivia. Now he's overtaken it.
Yeah, I know. A mix of tequila and vodka, not a good mix. And Copes, I guess, is still in the bathroom. So note to self, try to poop before the show or throw up or whatever you got to do today.
Poop and talk.
All right, well, 40 seconds until we throw things over to Larry Krueger. Anything else on your mind, Tim?
I'm looking forward to another Warrior game. We'll see if they have anything in the tank. And if not, I'm sure we'll pick it apart tomorrow.
We will, yes. Warriors take on the Minnesota Timberwolves at about an hour and a half, or actually just a half an hour. And JD will have the instant reaction on Dubs OT once Larry Krueger is done with Niners Nightly. Thanks to Tim. Thanks to Copes, whatever the hell he's doing right now. We're going to throw it to Larry Krueger on Niners Nightly. And for anyone that needs to hear it, every day gets a little easier.
Actually, somebody in the bathroom.
Yeah, every day gets a little easier. I actually don't know what the hell he says. But basically,
that's the
dirty work. You got to do it every day. Larry Krueger's next. What the hell? Where the hell were you? All right, Larry Krueger's next. Here we go. Niners Nightly.
I'm a fool to do your dirty work. Go, yeah. I don't want to do your dirty work no more.
It's time to bring the 49ers to the forefront.
It's go time. This is the best team that they can put on the field this year.
Welcome to Niners Nightly.
You guys are going to hear it. The latest from the locker room, the latest from the podium, the latest scuttle from the players.
On your proud home of 49ers football. Touchdown! KNBR, the sports leader. Your faithful fix with your host, Larry Krueger, begins.
We'll take phone calls. We'll talk Niners for a full hour. Fired up. Really excited.
Now.
And welcome to Niners Nightly. Larry Krueger back with you. Hope everybody's having a fantastic day. It is Wednesday, January the 15th. And welcome to Niners Nightly. Interesting listening to the show, going, driving back from the gym. Got a lift in before Niners Nightly tonight. Man, the boys are going at each other. Don't bully me. Tim's on Copes. Copes is on Timmy.
I was
Pop's
pissed.
in the middle. Good stuff. Welcome to Niners Nightly on a Wednesday. And I think I told you last night that JD is going to join us. I lied. He is not going to be joining us. I got my days wrong. JD is going to join us for Niners Nightly, but tomorrow, because JD is busy watching the Warriors do their thing, which I guess hasn't started yet. They'll be doing their thing in 30 minutes from now, and we'll see if the Warriors can get a win and climb back to 500. How about that? I didn't think we were going to be saying that this year. Oh yeah, Warriors. They got off to a 12-3 start. In fact, I was at the gym. One of the stats that came across the board on the ticker when I was on the treadmill was the Warriors. No team in the NBA has ever missed the playoffs after starting 12-3. So Golden State started 12-3. They're 19-20. They may put that to the test ultimately. But we're here to talk 49ers right up until 7 o'clock, and we got a great hour as we always do, or at least we hope to have a great hour. We plan for every hour to be great. I don't know if every hour is great, but we try to make every hour great. And tonight we think we've got a pretty good hour because a guy that I really enjoy, I don't know if you guys know him or not, but Ted Wynn, who covers the NFL for The Athletic. And he's just a really interesting guy. He'll go deep on the film. He's a true football guy. And I talked to him a couple times on my YouTube channel. We've done some TV stuff with Larry Beal during the draft, and Ted's just a really good guy and a really smart guy. So Ted's going to stop by, hopefully, bottom of the hour. I say hopefully because I know he's got a podcast that he's doing right now, and we'll see if it finishes in time. But he is scheduled to join us at 6:30, and we'll talk to Ted about all things Niners and get his thoughts on Brock Purdy, the offseason ahead, the defensive coordinator option, so on and so forth. So that's coming up bottom of the hour. Later at the end of the hour, we'll have our 49er stat of the day. I also want to talk about my good friend Dane Brugler has his latest mock draft out in The Athletic and has the 49ers going offensive line at 11 and defensive tackle in round 2. Two really interesting names, so we'll review that next segment. And we'll also talk a little bit about the weekend ahead in the NFL. The two questions that I would love to have you weigh in on today at 808 KNBR is, the NFL playoff matchups this weekend. A buddy of mine says that he's so convinced that the best quarterback always wins in the playoffs that he says he just blindly bets the better quarterback every game in the playoffs. And he says it works. He says he's made a lot of money on it through the years. So what would that mean this weekend? That would mean Mahomes over Stroud, KC to beat Houston. Who's the best quarterback in Washington, Detroit? Is it the rookie, Jaden Daniels? I think he's probably better than Jared Goff. Or is it Jared Goff, who's led the Lions to the number 1 seed? That one's a little dicey. Lions are favored by 9.5 in that game. Then the real tough question at quarterback, who would you bet? Who's the better quarterback between Lamar and Josh Allen? I would probably lean with Josh Allen this year, but Lamar's a 2-time MVP. As you heard Cope say a couple hours ago or an hour plus ago, Josh Allen has been the better quarterback in the playoffs. I mean, that part is undeniable. So, and then LA, Philly, Stafford is better than Hurts, right? So are you going to take the Rams on the road against Philadelphia? The Rams are 5.5 point favorites. So 808 KNBR, who, first of all, who is favored? Is Buffalo favored by 1 against Baltimore, or is Baltimore favored on the road by 1 against Buffalo? I've seen it written down Baltimore -1, but I've also seen it written down a couple times today, Buffalo -1. And that's obviously within the line movement area there, where it could be an old line. One of those could be the old line. One could be the current line. I don't know. But last I checked, it was Baltimore -1. So who is the underdog that you think wins this weekend? I'm giving Houston a huge chance just because of the corners. Kamari Lassiter, amazing rookie. Derek Stingley Jr. To me, the Texans have 2 number 1 rushers in Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, and they have 2 number 1 shut you down corners in the rookie Lassiter and the young Derek Stingley Jr. So I'm giving Houston a shot just because I really believe in those corners and I really believe in those defensive ends. Now, Reed's Reed, Mahomes is Mahomes. Mahomes is dominant. They'll be at home. They've had a week to rest. It should be a spot for Kansas City to really beat up on Houston, and they're 9-point favorites. I think I'd rather take Houston in the 9, though, to be completely honest, the more I think about that game. But which underdog has the best chance to win this weekend? Houston, LA, I guess Buffalo, or Washington? And I guess on that note, it's probably Buffalo because Buffalo's at home. But do you give any of the other, teams a chance, these road teams a chance? I really do. I think there's some magic to Jaden Daniels. Now, I think Detroit's probably going to beat him. But, man, I have a hard time seeing Jaden Daniels being shut down by this Lions defense. That to me is a really fun game to watch. That's the game at Ford Field. 9.5-point favorites, the Lions are. Baltimore, Buffalo's a coin flip game. I got to lean towards Buffalo. Buffalo's at home. They got the MVP of the league. Josh Allen's having an amazing year. James Cook just had a fantastic 120-yard rushing day. Baltimore's kind of a bully team. They're way better at home. I kind of lean towards Buffalo, even though Baltimore technically is favored. And then, I don't know about you guys, but I'm giving the Rams a shot. I know Philly's good. Philly's at home. They got Fangio. They've got killer weapons. They got a big physical offensive line. But right now, the Rams are playing with the house money. They're loose. Ever seen that guy walking around the casino, or maybe you've been that guy walking around the casino and you're up a sizable amount of money, and you're walking around and you're just feeling like you got the world by the oysters. Yeah, I am absolutely the master of my domain. I am up $1,500 in a casino in Vegas, and I am walking with a strut. That's the Rams right now, man. The Rams are playing with the house money. Nobody, when they lost at home, what was that, week 10, 12, 13, somewhere there to Miami, I thought the Rams are done. The Rams are done. Totally done. Nope. Wrong. They got up off the deck. And they swept the Niners this year, and their D-line is fantastic. And they've got Stafford and Puka and Cooper Kupp and Kyron Williams, and Higbee, and kind of a decent offensive line, and McVay, who's a terrific coach. I mean, I'll say this. I like Philly to win the game. It's a really tough place to play. But, man, if the Rams do to Philly early what they did to Minnesota and they jump them early, it's going to be very difficult. It's going to be very difficult for Philadelphia if they don't have – Philly's got a big physical run game, and they got Saquon Barkley. So if they get the lead, they're another bully team. If they get a lead, here comes a lot of Barkley. Here comes Mekhi Becton, Lane Johnson, Landon Dickerson. I mean, just a big physical dominating offensive line. But if they fall behind and you don't have play action at your disposal, and now it's your big physical offensive line that loves to run block now has to pass block, and Jalen Hurts, who loves to hand it off to Saquon Barkley, has now got to make plays from the pocket against Jared Verse, Jared Fisk, and this opportunistic Rams defense, there could be problems. So that game, to me, I give the Rams a major shot. I give Houston a shot. I give Washington a shot, and I give Baltimore a shot. I think all the road teams this weekend have legitimate chances to win. And I'd love to hear from you at 808 KNBR. The other one is NFL head coaches. I was looking today, they were debating on one of these shows, what's the best job, what's the worst job? And it's really debatable. It's Chicago, it's the Raiders, Jacksonville, Dallas, New Orleans, and the Jets. Those are the openings right now, those 6. And, some people would say, well, the good jobs, I've heard some people argue, hey, the best job's Jacksonville because they've got Trevor Lawrence. But what's Trevor Lawrence other than he's got beautiful hair? He was great at Clemson. What? I'm not seeing the special traits of Trevor Lawrence anymore. I know he looks the part, but as far as the play, it leaves a lot to be desired. So, and I don't know that he's a franchise quarterback. He was supposed to be like a once-in-a-lifetime kind of quarterback. They were comparing him to Andrew Luck coming out. But Jacksonville's got Lawrence. Dallas has Prescott, and they're paying him $60 million. And they got a crazy owner who wants him and his idiot kid to run the team. So Dallas has got to be one of the worst jobs. The Raiders, you got Mark Davis, and you have no quarterback. The Bears, they set offensive football back decades by the way they coach there for whatever reason, and they've got Caleb. And if you love Caleb, you think, oh, you're set, you got Caleb. But if you're like me and you don't think Caleb's any good, then you're like, you know what? The Bears have a anchor named Caleb Williams weighing them down, so that job doesn't look good. Prescott's making $60 million, and he's what? Totally mid quarterback, making $60 million, and the owner's crazy in Dallas. New Orleans has Derek Carr, Spencer Rattler, and Jake Haener at quarterback, so they don't really have a quarterback, and they don't have a lot of history of success in that market, or in that that franchise has not had a lot of success. They do have one Super Bowl, and then you get the Jets. I mean, I would say the best job I'd say is the Jets. Just because you've got a defense, you've got some pieces there, you got Quinnen Williams, you got Sauce, they've got some decent backs, they've got Garrett Wilson, they've got some weapons, they've got some talent. Jets are not totally have no talent, but they don't have a quarterback that's weighing them down. You can hope Rodgers comes back, or you can go try to find a quarterback, but you're not weighed down by a bad quarterback with a bad contract like Dallas is, or Jacksonville if you don't love Lawrence, or Caleb if you don't love, or Chicago if you don't love Caleb. I would say the worst job's the Raider job, just because. I mean, look at the Raiders. I know there's a lot of Raider fans in the Bay Area, and I feel for you because it's like you love your team, but man, Mark is just. He's got no money. He's got no vision. He's got no, that team's never has any discipline. They don't have a quarterback. They just dumped a really good young GM and Tom Telesco. So I would say the Raider job's the worst job and the Jets job's the best job of those 6. But I'd love to hear from you. What do you view as the best and worst available NFL coaching jobs? There were 3 or 4 Niner notes today that I thought were pretty interesting. One is that the Niners may play in Berlin. That's the talk. The Niners may actually play the Colts in Berlin next year. The first ever NFL regular season game in Berlin will take place next year. The Colts are going to be the team that's the home team. It's not going to be officially announced until May, so we're not going to find out for several months. But the 49ers are one of the teams that the Colts play in Indy. And so the Niners, that would be cool to see the Niners go to Berlin and play the Colts in Germany. That would be very, very cool. So that came down today. It's not official yet. It won't be official till May. But the Niners, they're one of like 4 or 5 options. They don't think that it's going to be a divisional game, so it will be one of the Colts' non-division games that they play at home. Will be the Berlin matchup, and that could be the Niners. It's like one of 4 or 5 options. The Niners are one of 4 or 5 options. So Niners haven't played internationally in a long time. So I would love to see that. I think they played in London against Jacksonville. How many years was that? It was during the Harbaugh era for sure. So that was news and notes number 1 for the Niners. Number 2 was Dallas suddenly has an interest in Robert Saleh. Robert Saleh, has been, a couple teams are showing interest. Jacksonville has shown interest. Tuesday he interviewed with them. Thursday he interviews with the Raiders, and then Friday they're saying he's going to interview with the Cowboys. So, man, Robert Saleh to Dallas. So the Niners better figure out who their plan B is, because it sounds like Robert Saleh's highly coveted in the head coaching circles and may wind up getting one of these gigs. So, the talk yesterday was that he's maybe a front runner or one of the front runners for the Jacksonville job. So Robert Saleh as the defensive coordinator, if you're banking on that, pump the brakes. It may not happen. 2 other notes in Ninerland today is Deebo Samuel's birthday. We will not be singing him happy birthday, but happy birthday to Deebo. And the other thing today, the 49ers found out that they got 4 compensatory draft choices in the upcoming NFL draft. So the Niners will have a total, unless they trade back and garner more picks, they're going to have 12 picks. 12 picks. They get 4 compensatory picks for different reasons. They get a 3rd round pick or a pick after the 3rd round for Rand Carthon jumping to Tennessee. How about that? The Niners haven't even gotten the compensation for Carthon going to Tennessee, and Carthon's already fired. Carthon's already fired, and the Niners haven't gotten the compensation yet. So that's interesting. They'll get a pick at the end of the 3rd round for Rand Carthon. They'll get a pick at the end of the 4th round for Chase Young, who jumped to the Saints. They'll get a pick at the end of the 4th round for Sam Darnold, who obviously went to the Vikings. And they'll get a 7th round comp pick for my good buddy Ray McLeod, who will jump to, who did he go to, Atlanta? I think Ray's in Atlanta. So there you go. So the Niners will have 12 picks, even if they don't trade down, even if they just stay where they're at 11, they've got 12 picks. And I would say they're going to need that kind of a draft. They're going to need a 12 to 15 player draft haul if they want to run with the Chiefs and the best teams in either conference, in the years ahead, because that's how many needs the Niners have. They need a kicker. They need a number 2 quarterback. They could probably use another running back because of the uncertainty of McCaffrey's health. You need maybe a future fullback. You got to have one more wide receiver with some speed. Probably need 2 tight ends, 2 or 3 offensive linemen, probably 2 or 3 defensive linemen, definitely a couple linebackers, a free safety, and a corner or 2. So, add that up. That's a lot. You're talking about, 12 to 15 needs out of the chute. And, it sounds like the Niners may be able to fill a lot of their needs in the draft, especially since they're looking at 12 picks. All right, this is what we're going to do. We're going to take a timeout. We're going to come back, open up the phone lines. 808 KNBR is the number. What is the best NFL job open? And then what underdog do you like this weekend? And then we're going to talk a little bit about two playoff teams that were incredibly impacted by trades that were made that to this moment are still paying off handsomely. The two youngest, what I consider the two youngest best teams in the NFL, got there because of one-sided deals. So we'll actually go through a couple of those trades coming up next. But 808 KNBR is the number. If you want to jump in, feel free, bang the number. We'd love to hear from you. Ted Wynn will join us from The Athletic second half of the hour. It's Niners Nightly on These Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Golden State Warriors look to shake off a bad Toronto loss tonight in Minnesota. Check out Dubs OT with John Dickinson immediately following the game. To quote Anthony Edwards,
"Bring gas."
Now, back to Niners Nightly with your host, Larry Krueger, on KNBR, the sports leader. Sports leader.
Welcome back to Niners Nightly. I like the LL Cool J in the background there. Larry Krueger with you. Hope everybody's having a fantastic Wednesday. We're going to visit with Ted Wynn from The Athletic in a few minutes, but right now we're going to take your phone calls at 808 KNBR. What's the best and worst coaching job in the league? Give me a road team. Give me a road team that's going to win in the divisional round this weekend. 808 KNBR, the number. Mark's in the city on the Sports Leader. Hey, Mark.
Hey, Larry, last night you were bringing up something about maybe the Niners should drop down in the draft and pick up more picks.
Yeah, I really believe that.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I wanted to take you back to 1986 when Bill Walsh did that very thing. And he ended up getting Charles Haley, Tom Rathman, John Taylor. There's a list there of all the players that they got.
Kevin Fagan, Don Griffin, Tim McKyer. Yeah, it was an incredible. The Niners got 8. They traded. I looked at it today, actually, because I did a video on this. I kind of think the 49ers ought to copy their 86 game plan where they traded that year from 18 to 20, from 20 to 29, and then from 29 to 39. And they started their draft with Larry Roberts, and they wound up with 3 picks in the 3rd round and 3 picks in the 4th round. And, I mean, you think about that right there is, a pretty impressive thing just to get, 6 picks. And what did they turn those 6 picks into? In the 3rd round, they went John Taylor, or they went Tom Rathman, Tim McKyer, John Taylor. And in the 4th round, they went Charles Haley, Steve Wallace, Kevin Fagan. Man, that's not bad, man. The 3rd and the 4th round, you got 6 starters out of it. I mean, that was Bill Walsh's finest hour. No doubt.
It was, and it's probably one of the best drafts we've ever had. So I wouldn't mind seeing the Niners do that again. And as far as who I think, it's Josh Allen's year, I think, Larry.
I do too. I think Allen's going to win the whole thing. Give me Buffalo. Buffalo just looks good right now. Buffalo, I'd probably lean towards Buffalo over Philly, but you know what? There's some magic there's some magic in the NFC, and you got the Lions, who are the best team, but they're depleted with the injuries. You got Philly, who's been there, but they're really a kind of a bully team that has to get the game in their fashion. And then you got teams that are dangerous, like the Rams. I mean, the Rams and the Commanders are dangerous because of their quarterback, because of they've got nothing to lose. They can let it all hang out. So yeah, no, I think I like Buffalo, but I think if you told me that a bunch of the underdogs found a way to prevail in the divisional round, I wouldn't be shocked. Well, Mark, appreciate the phone call, man. Have a great night. Opens up a line at 808 KNBR. Let's take Michael in Mountain View on the Sports Leader. Hey, Michael.
Hey, Larry, this is Michael. How are you?
I'm doing great, man. What's on your mind tonight?
Great. My 3 things is the 49ers must sign a different field goal kicker. I don't care if people love Jake Mooney to death, but we can't keep losing game at 2 points or 3 points. That's one.
Bring back Ray Wershing. Bring back Ray Wershing is what you're saying. No, I hear you. No, I think you speak for many Niner fans. I know John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, like Jake Moody, feel like, his season this year was 2 seasons. He went 12 of 13 to start, then he rolls the ankle and maybe came back a little too soon and then really struggled. But they cannot bring him back and award him the job. If you want to bring him back and you want to bring somebody else in to compete with them, that's fine. But it can't be the Jake Moody and just some nameless, faceless backup kicker who has no shot. Bring a legitimate second kicker to Santa Clara this summer and have a legitimate competition and go with the guy who's better. I don't think there's anything else you can really do.
A guy that's better that can do like maybe a 50-yard field goal. Nothing. You don't have to have someone that kick you 80 field goal, but you can do a 50, and you know that the kicker that Jake Moody replaced, you know that the kicker you put on the field will kick you a field goal and win the game for you. You're not going to go, oh shoot, is he going to make it?
Well, I'll tell you the other disappointing part. It wasn't just that he missed a bunch of field goals, even though that would be plenty, right? Because that's your job. You make field goals, you keep your job. You miss field goals, you get fired. But what really bothered me was that this is supposed to be the kicker that can kick the ball through the back of the end zone, and he didn't do it. He kicked the ball to the 5-yard line, to the 9-yard line. I mean, more than a couple times in the last few games. So it's like, I've got to wonder. I mean, it's like you got this kicker, he's got this big leg, but he can't make field goals and he can't kick the ball through the back of the end zone. So what would you say you do here? You know what I mean? It's like, I'm sorry. I hate to be that harsh on Jake, but it's a like the NBA is a make or miss league. Well, when it comes down to field goal kickers, the NFL's a make or miss league. And if you miss, you're gone. And he's missed, and he's probably gone. And if it was up to the fans, he would definitely be gone. I think Lynch and Shanahan may show him some grace. Anyway, Michael, appreciate the phone call. Have a great night in Mountain View, and it opens up a line at 808 KNBR. All right, 2 teams that you're going to see this weekend. Before we take a timeout and welcome in Ted Wynn from The Athletic and talk more Niners, I was amazed when I saw the shakedown, or the breakdown, I should say, of the Goff-Stafford trade and the Deshaun Watson trade. Obviously, the Rams got what they wanted out of the Stafford trade. They won the Super Bowl, right? So mission accomplished. The Rams are the winners there. They got the Super Bowl they sought. But listen to what the Lions got when they got a bunch of picks, right? They got Jared Goff and a bunch of picks. This is what those picks turned into. The Rams got Stafford. The Lions got Jared Goff, and then draft picks that they turned into Jahmyr Gibbs, Sam Laporta, Jamison Williams, Ifeatu Melifonwu, who's a safety, Broderick Martin, who's a D lineman, and Josh Paschal, who's a defensive end. I mean, if all you got was Goff, Gibbs, and Laporta, I mean, that would be highway robbery. Goff, Gibbs, Laporta, Jamison Williams, and 3 other guys. So, you know what? Give Brad Holmes credit. Stafford wanted out. They had no leverage. And he still found a way to turn Stafford into Goff, Gibbs, Laporta, Williams, Melifonwu, Martin, and Paschal. I mean, that is pretty damn good. That is really good. And without that trade, the Lions are not the Lions. So that's one. The Deshaun Watson trade, I mean, this is the best or worst trade, depending on your perspective, in the history of the NFL. This makes the Cowboy Herschel Walker deal look like nothing. Watson went from Houston to Cleveland. The Texans got a 2022 first. They got a 2022 fourth, a 2023 first, a 2023 third, a 2024 first, a 2024 fourth. And the Browns got Deshaun Watson and a 6th-round pick. And then the Browns give Watson a 5-year, $230 million contract, fully guaranteed. And he's played just 19 games and now is coming off of a torn Achilles. It's probably the worst trade in the history of the NFL. I mean, but listen to what the Texans got in return. Will Anderson, stud defensive end. Tank Dell, awesome young wide receiver. John Mechie, good young wide receiver. Christian Harris, good young linebacker. Damian Pierce, good young running back. Kenyon Green was an A&M guard, and he's a big physical right guard. Kamari Lassiter is a true number 1 corner. Jamal Hill's a safety who played at Pitt. Kalen Bullock is a DB. Xavier Hutchinson, played at Iowa State, wide receiver. Thomas Booker played at Stanford. And then Brandon Hill. Brandon Hill played at Pitt. Jamal Hill, I said, played at Pitt. He played at Oregon. Jamal Hill from Oregon. And, I mean, that is an absolute historic haul. So if you're looking at the Texans this weekend and you're looking at the Lions and you're sitting there going, man, these are the two best young teams in football. How did they get there? One-sided trades where they got a bunch of draft picks and they capitalized on those picks. And now the Lions and the Texans arguably are the two best young teams in the sport because of those two trades that were so unbelievably one-sided. All right, we're going to come back and we're going to talk a little bit more Niner football with Ted Wynn from The Athletic on The Sports Leader.
Last play, 2nd and goal, 10-yard line. Debo in the backfield next to Brock. Shotgun snap, looks left, now right, now going to run. Brock going to ball fake and dive in the end zone for a Niner touchdown. Touchdown! San Francisco!
The Purdy punch with a little pump fake.
Faithful Niners Nightly with Larry Krueger now continues on your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR, the sports leader.
My guys, I think that's the best combo there is right now. And I'm not just saying that because, Tim Ryan could destroy me and may bang me on the shoulder at training camp and dislocate my shoulder. But no, I love T-Rock's analysis. I love his passion and Pop. I mean, those pipes and everything that he puts into a broadcast. I mean, we are, we're blessed here. We're blessed here. I mean, I know that sounds, Gary used to laugh when I used to say, we're blessed. Blessed is, you have a healthy child. Gary, no, we're blessed. But we do have some great announcers in this market for sure. And Greg and Tim are definitely two of the best in the game right now. Another guy who's fantastic at what he does is Ted Wynn, who covers the NFL and the 49ers for The Athletic. And he's with us on the UMA guest line to talk some Niner ball. Ted, how are you?
Doing good. How are you?
I'm doing great. And I appreciate you coming on. And, you're one of the guys that I really love reading in The Athletic. I think you do an amazing job, man. You take a lot of time. You watch that film. To me, there's an awful lot of people with big voices and big opinions, but how many of them actually roll that dial back and forth and, do the due diligence and do the work to have the knowledge to be right? I think everybody's I don't want to say everybody's lazy, but there's not a lot of people out there that want to take the time that it takes to roll that film back and forth, and the answers lie within. I appreciate what you do, man.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah. I mean, there are a lot more takes going out there than actual analysis. So happy to add to that. And I'm glad that there's a lot more film guys popping up and, giving takes that come from the film rather than just wherever these hot take guys get their stuff from.
There you go. The old saying, I lie, you lie, the film never lies, right? The film never lies. Dane Brugler is another guy I have great respect for. In his latest mock draft in The Athletic, he has the 49ers taking Anthony Membow from Missouri with the 11th pick, and then coming back in round 2 with Walter Nolan. And, Ted, if this is the way this goes, I'd be very satisfied. Membow is a 2-year starter. He gave up 0 sacks and 9 pressures and 410 pass blocking snaps. PFF ranked him as the 4th best offensive lineman in the nation, 6'3", 3 1/4. And then Nolan, I'm a big A&M fan. He was a 5-star. He's one of the best defensive tackles in the country, and I don't know that he's going to wind up in round 2, to be completely honest, but 6.5 sacks, second in the nation as far as PFF, as far as his run grade, 91.6. He's a wrecker inside. What do you think of those two guys? What do you think of the Niners going maybe offensive line, defensive tackle to start the draft?
Yeah, I haven't really gotten to a ton of my draft prep yet. I usually do that after the Super Bowl is over. And I'm just playing catch up, trying to watch as many guys as I can before the combine. But I do think investing in the trenches is important. I think part of the Niners philosophy for a long time has been to really invest in the skill players and then coach up guys on the offensive line. And obviously they've had great success in the last few years, but some of those offensive line issues have been, reared its ugly head this year for sure, especially when Christian McCaffrey's down and you don't have the full assemble of the Avengers out there on the offensive side of the ball. So I think with the way the league is moving now, building a strong offensive line definitely helps you. I mean, if you look at some of the top teams out there, like the Eagles, the Ravens, even the Bills, everybody's trying to really load up on offensive line because defenses have gotten so small and teams are playing so much too high that, when you're able to just bully guys up front, it really gives you an advantage.
No, it's a great point by you. Ted Wynn with us from The Athletic on the UMA guest line as we talk a little bit about the 49ers. And the Niners, of course, are already embarked on their offseason and are trying to, get back into the playoff picture. There was a story today that Dallas has interest in Robert Saleh as a head coach. We know that Saleh is going to interviewed with Jacksonville on Tuesday. He's going to interview tomorrow with the Las Vegas Raiders. It sounds like Saleh may wind up getting one of these jobs. If he winds up going to Jacksonville or Dallas or the Raiders and takes a head coaching gig, who do you think the Niners' number one choice of DC becomes?
Probably Ulbrich. I think they had interest in bringing Ulbrich in last year, obviously, but that didn't work out. It seems like they're not going to move away from their philosophy, their single gap philosophy, and getting coaches from that Seattle tree. And I think Ulbrich is the next best guy available. Obviously, if you get Robert Saleh, that'd be phenomenal. But if you don't get him, I think Ulbrich is a pretty good backup plan.
Ted, the one thing that really bothered me about the 49ers this year was just they showed no ability to run the ball in short yardage or on the goal line. And then at the end of the year, Shanahan was just stopped calling running plays on 2nd and goal from the 4, 3rd and goal from the 4. He's passing, kicking field goals. They're not running it in the low red zone. They're not running it inside the 5. We've talked about all these great lines. I mean, we didn't even mention Kansas City's interior or Detroit's 5-man line's probably the best going. But what can the 49ers do? I mean, when you're watching the film, is it that, you talk to Chris Forster, and he makes Jake Brendel sound great, okay? And he was a Pro Bowl alternate a couple years ago. But if you talk to the people at Pro Football Focus, they say Jake Brendel's not great. And what do you see when you watch the film? The Niners clearly struggled to run it in the low red zone. Is it the line? Was it the back? Is it the play calls? Why did the Niners struggle so mightily to run the ball down low in the red zone?
Yeah, I think part of it is definitely their outside zone philosophy. I mean, even when they were at their peak, they had some problems running the ball down in the goal line as well. I think outside zone works great from 20 to 20. But, once you get into that red zone where everything is tighter and it's harder to get some of those gashes to inside those outside zone plays create, you have to be stronger. You have to be able to run duo. You have to be able to run power and some of those inside run plays. And that just hasn't been part of the Niners' philosophy. And that's kind of where the league is moving towards now. As you mentioned, with defenses getting lighter, you see some of these top teams really kind of leading into the gap scheme runs. And I know Kyle Shanahan has been an outside zone guy forever, and I don't think they're going to make a huge philosophical change. I mean, Sean McVay did it. He was an outside zone guy. Now he runs a ton of gap scheme with the Rams. But I think the outside zone will always be part of the Niners. But I wonder if they do start moving with the league a little bit more and making gap schemes a little bit more part of their offense. They're never really going to go off of it, but maybe they just run it 10% more than they usually do. And to do that, you need to get a little bit beefier up front, like we mentioned. But I think doing that will help improve some of the red zone issues they had.
Let's talk Brock Purdy. First couple of years, a lot under center, a lot of play action pass. This year, a lot in the shotgun, much less under center, much less play action pass, more of a downfield passing attack. Why the switch in your mind? Why? I mean, we never really ever get a straight answer from Kyle because there's some gamesmanship in this whole thing. You're not just going to tell everybody, you're not going to read your mail publicly for your opponents to then decipher. So I understand why he plays his cards close to the vest, but in your opinion, as a guy who watches film, why the switch from year 1 and year 2 to what we saw this year?
To me, I think part of it is they trusted that Brock Purdy would take the next step as a passer and really make this offense a little bit more Brock-centric. Everything in this offense has been about the outside zone and the play action off of it, and then you have the mismatches created by Christian McCaffrey and moving Deebo Samuel here and there, and that was the offense, and it worked extremely well. And that's part of why this offense has been very quarterback-proof too. Jimmy Garoppolo goes from being a plus starter to a guy who is pretty much a backup quarterback when he's outside of the system. So I think part of this is just they trusted Brock to take the next step as a passer. And to me, he has gotten better as a passer, but obviously, there are some things that are outside of his control, like injuries to his receiving core, offensive line, and those sorts of deals. But to me, it's like, can Brock Purdy really take a hold of his offense and be kind of a Matt Ryan or somebody that they could really rely on in a drop back game rather than having to do play actions and all those things. And I think this experience is good for Brock, but I don't know if he can be that top 5, top 10 type quarterback that can lead this type of offense. And now that they know that, I think they have to go back to finding ways to run the ball better and create some of those mismatches. But also at the same time, I think this is a good learning experience where, he will be better in a drop back game because of it. But at the same time, it's not what you want to build the offense out of for Brock Purdy.
Did the film show that Brock had lost arm strength in your mind from last year to this year?
No, I don't think so. Not, maybe I wasn't looking for it, but I didn't notice a notable drop in his arm strength or velocity. Is that something that you saw?
No, I mean, there were times where I felt his deep ball hung, but we're talking about wet conditions, wintry conditions, so it's sometimes hard to tell if it's a arm strength or if it's grip on the ball. I did feel there were times that the deep ball hung, but then there were other times I felt like he really zipped it out and threw into tight windows and had some zip. Greg Papa and Tim Ryan made a point earlier this week or maybe last that they believe that the 49ers are maybe a little hesitant to give Brock that record-setting contract, which would be north of $60 million, north of what Dak Prescott got from Dallas. And I heard Pop say that he believes the Niners prefer a deal maybe in the low $40 million a year range as far as AAV. That may not be the key number, the AAV. It's probably more about the guaranteed dollars. But what's your thought on the Purdy negotiations? Where do you think this thing – you think it gets done quickly? And where do you think he winds up sitting?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, as a team, that'd be ideal to get that 40 average per year. But it was just with the way that contracts have been moving, some of the numbers that he has put up in the past. It's going to be really hard to settle on a number that low. I think it probably ends up somewhere between 40 and 55 mil. It's tough for me to see him getting one of those record resetting type of contracts, especially because he wasn't a former first round pick. I think, with those former first round picks to get a little bit more leeway, like Trevor Lawrence, even though he hasn't really performed like a $50 million quarterback. So, I mean, to me, Brock doesn't seem like a guy that's going to really push extremely hard to be the highest paid quarterback and hold out and everything because of it. I think it kind of settles somewhere between 45 and 55.
Interesting. Last one for you. We appreciate your time. If Robert Saleh isn't the guy, I mean, Shanahan said at the presser that he's open to a switch of scheme. There's an awful lot of the best teams in football running a 3-4 front. The Niners run a 4-3 wide 9, and they seem to want to stay with it. And that seems to be one of the attractions of Saleh, is the continuity that he represents, because Chris Kasarik would probably stay, and they'd stay with their wide 9. Where are you weighing on this as a guy who rolls that film back and forth and studies the rest of the league? Would you rather the Niners stay with the wide 9 and their 4-man front, or would you like to see them, switch to a 3-4 and really have a dramatic change on that side of the ball?
Yeah, I mean, I think they've built their philosophy on this, wide 9 and getting guys upfield, so their players are built that way. I think it'd be tough to make a scheme switch. I think, if they do make a dramatic scheme switch like that, it might not look great in that first year. It might be one of those deals where it looks better in the second year, and with the aging roster, we don't know who's all coming back, but I imagine a lot of these Niners are coming back. Can they afford that type of time it takes to really make a dramatic switch? I mean, you would have to get beefier personnel. I mean, the guys that are on the team have to really change the way they play. That'd be tough. And it's not like the single gap scheme doesn't work. I mean, if you look at the Texans and what D'Amico Ryans is doing in Houston and how hard those guys play and how disruptive they are, this is still a scheme that works. I mean, it probably needs a little bit more of an updating as far as coverages and disguising and maybe adding an effective pressure package. And I think Saleh does a lot of those things. I mean, to me, D'Amico was always the best defensive coordinator that Kyle's ever had, but Saleh does a lot of those things too. So I think you can't stick with this scheme. I wonder what's going to happen with Brandon Staley. I mean, Staley, he obviously flamed out as a head coach. I thought he would get more interest as the defensive coordinator after his time with the Chargers. But, I mean, if you do want to make a scheme switch, I mean, Staley is one of the, really knowledgeable guys about the modern 3-4 and the Fangio defense and those type of things. But, I mean, just having him on staff, and I wonder if they do keep him to just kind of continue to update and add, another voice, even if they get Saleh or Ulbrich. But to answer your question, I do think this scheme works. You just need to update kind of the third down package and the disguising and those sorts of things.
Ted, always love to rap with you. Ted's great follow on X at FB_film analysis. Ted, thanks for popping on KNBR and sharing some of your knowledge. We appreciate you.
Thanks for having me on.
Ted Wynn. We'll take a final timeout. We'll come back and tie a bow on it, have a couple final thoughts, and then hand it to Dieter on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Golden State Warriors look to shake off a bad Toronto loss tonight in Minnesota. Check out Dubs OT with John Dickinson immediately following the game. To quote Anthony Edwards,
"Bring gas."
faithful. Time to make some Niners noise on Niners Nightly with Larry Krueger on your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR, the sports leader.
Coming down the home stretch on Niners Nightly on a Wednesday. And I hope you enjoyed the hour. Ted Wynn is really, really good. Hopefully I'll be able to get him back when we have more time to really stretch out and break stuff down, but he's fantastic. Tomorrow night, JD's going to join me on Niners Nightly. It is time for our 49ers stat of the day. The Niners defense allowed 124.6 rushing yards per game this year. That was 24th in the NFL, and they gave up, or I should say 124.6 rushing yards per game in the NFL, and they gave up 24 rushing touchdowns, second most in the NFL. So run the ball, stop the run. That's the big thing. If you can't stop the run, man, it is a long, long day at the office. For sure. Couple other thoughts before we bolt for the door and hand the reins over to the great Dieter Kurtenbach, who's got you for the rest of, I guess, just for Sports Phone until the Warrior game ends. Warriors off to a hot start, by the way, tonight in Minnesota. It looks like Golden State is, I don't want to say they're going to win, but they look good right now. And then JD will jump in after the Warrior game is over. But a couple Niner notes that I thought were kind of interesting. One, PFF ranked the rookie classes in the NFL, ranked the Niners 7th. I mean, they had a phenomenal rookie class. You're telling me there's 6 other teams that had better rookie classes? Well, number 1 was the Rams. Jared Verse, Braden Fisk, Cam Kitchens, Jalen McCullough, Omar Spates, and Bo Limmer. I know Verse and Fisk were amazing. And Kitchens had some nice plays, but I don't know, man. Verse by himself was incredible, but the Niners haul of guys is probably a little bit better than that Ram haul. I mean, Verse and Fisk are awesome, but these other guys are just guys. Where the 49ers, I think, 5 years from now, I think their rookie class is going to look pretty good. And then the other one is the most games lost to injury in the NFL. There's so many Niner fans. What happened to the Niners this year? Were the injuries? Then you listen to Lynch and Shanahan. What happened? They start talking about what happened this year. They're talking about the injuries. Everybody stop talking about the injuries, okay? Why? Because the 49ers were not the most injured team in football this year. The most injured team in football, as far as most games lost to injuries, Arizona, number 1 in the league. Number 2, Detroit. Number 3, New York Giants. Number 4, Washington Commanders. Number 5, Rafts, Chicago Bears. Number 6, the Eagles. 7, the Rams. 8, Packers. 9, Steelers. See what I'm saying? Jets, 10. Browns, 11. Titans, 12. The Niners were 14th in the NFL in games lost to injuries. Now, they lost some key players. And it's not, every injury is not the equal of every other injury, as we know. But let's just stop using that as an excuse. You can use it as an excuse when you're one of the top 3 most injured teams in the game. You really can't use it as an excuse when you are 14th out of 32 teams on games lost to injuries. Then it just becomes an excuse, and a weak one at that. So no more injuries, and don't let anybody use the injury thing as an excuse. It's weak, and it's just not true. You're 14th in the NFL in games lost to injuries. That's basically mid-pack. So that wasn't the reason the 49ers didn't go to the playoffs this year. All right, that is going to do it for us. Up next is Dieter Kurtenbach. He is going to take your phone calls and talk a lot about who knows what, maybe a little Niners, maybe a little Warriors, maybe a little bit about the San Francisco Giants. I did see today the odds say that the Giants have a 72.2% chance of not making the playoffs. So there you go. Buster, if you're listening, you got more work to do. Dieter is next. We'll see you tomorrow night on the Sports Leader.
Here's your host, Dieter Kurtenbach.
Yes, sir. Welcome to the Thunderdome of Sports Takes here on a Wednesday, halfway through January 2025. We got a lot to get to tonight, folks. A lot to get to tonight. Golden State Warriors out here playing like they got something to play for. I like the look of it. Let's see if they can hold it. We got to talk Brock Purdy. We got to talk a lot of San Francisco Giants baseball. I spent some time on Fangraphs today, folks, and I'd say that I don't like what I see, but I've already seen this before. I'm not getting any new information here. And don't worry, Fangraphs is on the top of their game. All their projections, they're ready to rumble. It's just more of the same. We'll get into that and what Buster Posey said earlier today in just a little bit, but we got to start with something that we didn't really touch on all that much last night, and I feel like is falling between the cracks a little bit when it comes to the Bay Area sports conversation. What with the Warriors being in complete disarray and the Giants kind of not doing anything. We're talking about the number 35 a lot. By the way, for the record, he doesn't get to wear it. That's Brandon Crawford's number. It should be retired. Doesn't seem like there should be that much conversation about that, but maybe the next show can handle that. Maybe Dubs OT can get into it because apparently it's the topic du jour. I'm not going to get into it because it's not even a conversation for me, and I don't really want to listen to anybody who thinks that Brandon Crawford's number isn't worthy of being retired. They've done a lot more for a lot lesser players. Let me put it that way. Let's talk about Brock Purdy, who's about to get a whole lot more, and I don't think he's any less of a player than he was when he was getting MVP votes coming out of last season. Did anyone have a better weekend this past weekend than Brock Purdy? I'm sure he would have much, much, much preferred to have been in the NFL postseason playing. We'll talk to Jamie Eisenberg about the teams that are playing here at the bottom of the hour. He's from CBS Sports, one of our favorites here on Sports Phone. I'm certain that he would have given almost anything, maybe even a finger, to go out there and be playing for a chance to play for the Super Bowl again. But in lieu of that, Brock Purdy made himself a whole bunch of money. He's going to be able to pay off all of those Toyotas here pretty soon at the rate of future returns he's about to land, because you watch the rest of the league play quarterback and you realize this Brock Purdy guy's pretty good. This Brock Purdy guy is somebody that you don't want to let walk out the door. And I remind everybody that while it's not functionally true, it is spiritually true. If you don't sign Brock Purdy this offseason, you are saying we're willing to let you walk out that door. We're willing to let you walk. You're not our guy. And we'll take the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch at their word. They've said that Brock's their guy. Brock's their guy. The money will really do the talking. When they sit down at the negotiation table, we'll find out just how much their guy he is. But if I'm Brock Purdy, I'm sitting here and saying, if I was going to have any trouble getting the money that I was looking for before, that should not be an issue now. I remind you of the top paid quarterbacks in the NFL on average value per year. We're not getting into the whole weird 10-year Patrick Mahomes contract. We're not talking about some of these guys who are at the end of their careers and, they're only making $37 million. We're talking about the top 10. These are the guys who have recently signed deals. Dak Prescott, $60 million a year. Let's just exclude that on the basis it's the Dallas Cowboys and they're not a very well-run organization. They had an opportunity to go and interview anybody they wanted for their head coaching job. They could have just said, Mike McCarthy, your contract's up. We're moving on. It's been a good time, but we're going to go in another direction. And instead, they waited until his contract literally expired, which happened this week, and then let him walk. And in that, by the way, telling the Chicago Bears, you can't talk to him. He's under contract. And then a couple of days later, letting the contract expire without being able to renegotiate a deal. So the Ben Johnsons of the world, the Joe Bradys of the world, all these hotshot coordinators that the Dallas Cowboys would, in theory, want to talk to about their vacant head coaching position, they're not able to talk to them because the NFL instituted new rules this year that limits the periods in which you can talk to assistant coaches who are in the postseason. And it was the first week of the postseason or after the postseason or whenever, of course, those team seasons are done. But if you want to talk to Ben Johnson, you missed your window. You have to wait until whenever the Lions are done. If you want to talk to Aaron Glenn, who's their defensive coordinator in Detroit, you have to wait until their season is done. You want to talk to Joe Brady, you better hope that the Buffalo Bills season ends soon, and at that point, you might be scared off on the point. All this to say, paying Dak Prescott $60 million a year, is it a market setter? Absolutely. No question about it. The number is the number. You can't argue with it. But we're not dealing with rational actors. No one looks at Deshaun Watson's contract, which is $46 million a year and $230 total, all guaranteed, and says, well, everyone has to get that now. That's a market setter. No, the Browns are an inept organization who gave the worst contract in the history of football to the nasty man. And the Dallas Cowboys are an inept organization who drew this thing out with Dak Prescott for years, for a half decade even, and then got caught with their pants down because they've never been up and had to pay him well more than Joe Burrow, which just sounds stupid because it is. Sometimes things actually are what they sound like. It sounds really stupid to pay Dak Prescott $5 million a year more than Joe Burrow because it absolutely is. So let's start with Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow had a hell of a season. $275 million on the contract, $55 million a year. Jordan Love, $220 on the contract, but $55 million a year. Trevor Lawrence, $55 million a year. Would you trade? Let's just imagine the numbers have nothing to do with it. Would you trade Brock Purdy for Jordan Love? Would you trade Brock Purdy for Trevor Lawrence? I think we can all agree we'd trade him for Joe Burrow. But would you trade him for Jordan Love or Trevor Lawrence? How about Tua at $53 million? How about Jared Goff at $53 million? Here's where it gets fun. How about Justin Herbert at $52.5? Brock gets whatever that contract is. They make it even. Straight swap. We're going full NBA trade machine on this thing. If the contracts were the exact same, would you trade them straight up? I would sure as hell not trade them for Trevor Lawrence or Tua or Jared Goff. There's a conversation to be had about Jordan Love. You love the upside, no pun intended. The downside showed up in Philadelphia. Not the biggest fan of that. Not sure I want to live with that kind of risk. I like the more steady Eddie that is a Brock Purdy. Everyone has down games. Brock Purdy doesn't really have them in the playoffs, and he has a little bit of a track record here. Unlike Mr. Jordan Love. Unlike a Mr. Justin Herbert, who, listen, if you were to build a quarterback in a lab, hard to say that you wouldn't build out Justin Herbert, man. He can run, he can throw, capital guy. Man, Justin Herbert's a dude. Until the moment is really tough. And then Justin Herbert turns into just some guy. Brock Purdy, say what you will about him. Not the biggest dude, not the fastest dude, certainly doesn't have the strongest arm. Processing skills are his quote-unquote superpower. Those been hit and miss as of late. But when the team around him is operative, yeah, he sees the field. He moves the ball around. He's impressive in that regard. You can't say the man doesn't have a clutch gene. You can't do it. I know that the 49ers are front runners to the core. I watched last year's NFC Championship game. I watched it. I'm not going to forget about it. I'm not going to exclude the biggest game that he had played to that point in his career and the comeback the 49ers put on the Detroit Lions. Every comeback requires the other team to give you something. Brock Purdy went out there and took the rest. So the idea that he can't get it done in the clutch doesn't hold up to scrutiny for me. Okay? I wish it'd be better, but it just doesn't hold up to scrutiny. Meanwhile, Justin Herbert, you can make that argument for sure. For sure. You can make that argument with Jordan Love. I seem to remember an interception in last year's postseason as well. One of the worst interceptions I've ever seen. Dre Greenlaw should still be running. My goodness. What a player he was in 2023. Jalen Hurts. Would you trade Brock Purdy straight up? The money's even for Jalen Hurts. That's a tricky one. That's an interesting one. I mean, of course you do it for Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson could be a 3-time NFL MVP. But I go through the list here one more time just to make a point. There's 2, maybe 3 of the 10 highest paid players in the league that you would say, absolutely, I'd make that trade. You make that trade for Joe Burrow. You make that trade for Lamar Jackson. You maybe make it for Hurts. Maybe. Again, up for debate. And we don't have to have that debate right now. Happy to engage in the topic. People going out here saying, well, he's not Mahomes. He's not Allen. Yeah, who is, man? Who is? Who is? And this idea of, oh, go give him the Baker Mayfield contract. You realize Baker Mayfield's about to get a new contract, right? You realize that Baker Mayfield's old price is not what his new price is going to be. Meanwhile, Gardner Minshew's out here making $12.5 million. You can get yourself a Geno Smith for $25. You interested in that? You interested in a slightly used Geno Smith? Oh, but Matt Stafford only makes $40. Well, Matt Stafford's old as dirt. So is Aaron Rodgers. Hey, but I got a $37 million Derek Carr you can have if you're interested in shaving off a couple of bucks at the top. Or just an idea, just a wild concept here. How about you sign your damn quarterback and never think about it again? I want to throw this number at everybody. I love to bring this up. It might be ad nauseum to some of you. Get in line, because I got to live with this brain all day, every day. When the 49ers signed Jimmy Garoppolo, they made him for a very short period, soon taken by Derek Carr. But for a very short period, Jimmy Garoppolo was the highest paid quarterback in the history of the NFL, which made him the highest paid player in the history of the NFL. To that point in his career, he had started, I believe, 2 games for the New England Patriots and had won his final 5 games as the quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers. That's nothing. But the Niners were desperate. The Niners needed a quarterback. Everyone was excited, rightfully so, by the 5 straight wins after the just doldrums of not just the beginning of that season in 2017, but the seasons that had preceded it. Jimmy Garoppolo provided the 49ers hope, and the 49ers rewarded that hope by making him, again, the highest paid player in the history of the NFL. And while it didn't last, and while it was overtaken by Derek Carr, which tells you all you need to know about what that title means. When Jimmy was in the 2018 season, his cap hit amounted to roughly 21% of the NFL's salary cap. If you were to make Brock Purdy the highest paid player in the NFL, if you were to look at Dak Prescott's contract and say, we got to beat it, and you gave Brock Purdy, let's say, $62 million a year, and you made it even, that's what's going to be against the cap. Every year, $62 million against the cap. It would never be that way, but this is for the sake of argument. If there was a $62 million cap hit in, let's say, 2026, when that contract would really kick in, you know what percentage of the NFL salary cap that would be? Yeah, you already know. It's 21%. The 49ers had no problem putting a great team around Jimmy Garoppolo. In fact, some have argued that the team around Jimmy Garoppolo was markedly better than the team that was put around Brock Purdy last year. You can make that argument certainly on defense. 21%. If you can't manage building a Super Bowl contending team when your quarterback makes 21% of the cap, then you're not fit to run an NFL team. It's never going to be the way that it was. You are not in a position as a franchise to swing for the fences once again and say, we can do this on the cheap. You lucked out with Brock. It gave you, the 49ers, an incredible window to sign and re-sign some big-time players. And not all of those signings worked out. But ultimately, you're never going to get another Brock Purdy. If it was that easy, no one would be paying their quarterback anything close to what they're paying him right now. If you could just go get somebody every couple of years who for $1 million a year could give you top 10 quarterback play, MVP caliber play, Super Bowl contention caliber play, if it was that easy, do you think that Dak Prescott, Joe Burrow, Jordan Love, Trevor Lawrence, Tua, Jared Goff, do you think they'd be paying anybody more than, I don't know, a couple of million a year? Much less half of $100 million? Much less guaranteed money that approaches $250 million? No, of course not. Because while some NFL teams are not very well run, it's not just idiots running these things. It's idiots talking about them, I'll give you that. But it's not idiots running these things. They might make some idiotic decisions, but they're not idiots implicitly. Of course, the New York Giants exist, so I do have to caveat everything I just said. Regardless, the point is merely this. Don't mess around with this if you're the 49ers. Don't overthink it. Don't get hubristic. Don't think that you can game the system again. And let's stop doing the comparison of Brock Purdy to Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes. I want to make something clear about the Patrick Mahomes contract. It might say that it pays him, $45 million a year. He has a 10-year contract. A 10-year contract. The entire thing is structured so that it can be renegotiated every year into perpetuity. He's under contract until he's 38 years old. Josh Allen, a little bit of hit and miss, but he's on a very similar contract. I think he has a 7-year contract, maybe a 6-year contract. And the last couple of years are built for him to renegotiate. So it's not as if it's just a one and done, right? These contracts are built so that the team has no choice but to then re-up the contract in a couple of years. It's the only way to maintain some reasonable cost for the team, and the reasonableness turns into what looks like $45 million a year, but in the end is going to turn out to be about $400 to maybe even $500 million in guaranteed money, which I guess if it's Patrick Mahomes is pretty reasonable. I guess if it's Josh Allen is pretty reasonable. But those contracts are not the norm, right? Deshaun Watson got a contract like that. How's that working out? No one's asking the 49ers to give Brock Purdy a contract like that. And in fact, it would be foolish to give Brock Purdy a contract like that. You can keep your number down if you want to go 10 years. If you want to commit to Brock Purdy until he's 35 years old, if you want to commit to Brock Purdy until the year 2035 or beyond, you can absolutely keep the AAV down, and that could allow
The nighttime is the right time for Sports Phone KNBR. Let's f***ing go on the sports leader. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Well, listen, Brock Purdy's agent called me halfway through that, and it totally disconnected me. The point is merely this: pay Brock Purdy what he's worth, and the market says that he is absolutely worth $50-something million a year. I liked what I heard from Brock, and he's saying, I want to get this thing done. And I like the 49ers saying, we want to get this thing done. The sense that I get right now, for whatever it's worth, is that there is not going to be a lot of stress, a lot of fuss, a lot of muss as it pertains to this contract, because everybody is willing to be reasonable. And I hope that I'm proven correct in all things, but especially in this one, because the last thing the 49ers franchise can afford right now is a long, dragged out, unnecessary to do the way that it did with Brandon Ayuk. And we don't need that anymore. Just get it done. Pay the man what he's worth. You won't regret signing him early and signing him to a market deal. Because the 49ers, of all the teams in the NFL, they got trapdoor clauses, and they know how to get out of a deal if they need to get out of a deal. I'm certain they will protect themselves in such a deal, and I'm certain that Brock Purdy's going to get paid commensurate to his talent, which is, and I hate to break this to y'all, immense. It's immense, and the number is going to blow some people's minds. But I'd like to remind everyone one more time, Jimmy Garoppolo, highest paid quarterback in the history of the NFL, and Brock Purdy would be making effectively the same amount against the cap. Can't tell me that quarterbacks aren't more valuable now than they were when Jimmy Garoppolo was getting paid what he got paid. We're going to talk about some quarterbacks who are playing. We're going to talk about some teams that are playing. We're going to get into this weekend's NFL slate. My goodness, what a product that Roger Goodell's got going for us right now. Jamie Eisenberg, CBS Sports, coming in on the other side. Kurtenbach until 9, or until the forces above sign me off on the Sports Leader.
They stack everyone left, now drag a wide out, motion Hollins. Allen fades back, steps into it, lobs it out, open, caught in the chest by Curtis Samuel, 30, bang it inside of the 20, 15-10, slips out of a tackle, touchdown Buffalo! 55 yards, lob, catch, TD, it's 27-7.
Sports Phone KNBR keeps rolling live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Back with you on the Leader Teeter Kurtenbach until 9 p.m. Sports Phone KNBR is the name of the show. And Jamie Eisenberg is the name of the guest, coming to us from CBS Sports. You can listen to him, of course, on the Fantasy Football Today podcast. I know I do. Jamie, how you doing this evening?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing great. We got some great football to look forward to this weekend. So how could we be doing poorly? I don't even know how to phrase this question correctly, but did you have a singular takeaway from this past weekend's games?
I mean, obviously there was some very poor quarterback play when you look at Justin Herbert and Jordan Love, and probably the most detrimental to his future earnings, Sam Darnold, just in how, poorly those three played in particular. Justin Herbert, I think a lot of people thought that the Chargers, just based on how their season went and the Texans were playing, that they were going to go into Houston and win that game. And, Herbert obviously didn't get a lot of help from his receiving core. Will Dissly, for example, having a ball bounce off his hands and goes for a pick six. But just the meltdowns by those three passers. Jordan Love, you maybe give a little bit of a pass because the receiving core just completely fell apart and they were playing a really good defense. But, I mean, obviously all three of those quarterbacks really cost their teams. And in the case of Darnold, might have cost himself a lot of money in that loss.
It was a bit shocking. I know that it's Sam Darnold, and it's easy to say now, well, who expected Sam Darnold to play well in the postseason? But when you consider the body of work he had put out on the field throughout the season in Minnesota, it was a bit shocking to see him go entirely pumpkin mode against the Rams, no?
The last two games, even Detroit, just how bad, how beat up defensively they were. Aaron Glenn clearly showing why he deserves to be a head coach just in the game plan that he had in that matchup, and, sort of the patchwork job that they've done. But yes, Darnold had such a successful season, and the conversation was, give him not a mega deal, but, the Baker Mayfield, second tier type of quarterback contract, and maybe look to trade J.J. McCarthy and try and recoup some of the draft picks that you gave up to go get him. And now it's completely flipped. It's, okay, let Darnold walk and let's see what we have in McCarthy, and hopefully he's the guy that they drafted in the future there. So, yeah, it's easy to say, okay, Sam Darnold became Sam Darnold. But like you said, the entire body of work for the season was pretty fantastic. And the coaching job that Kevin O'Connell did, which probably is going to end up getting Coach of the Year, which, obviously doesn't look great right now. But, he walked into a great situation. He took advantage of it. Hopefully he still gets an opportunity to be a starter in 2025.
Do you suspect he will? Do you suspect that Sam Darnold will be starting week 1 somewhere next year?
I do. I think you just look at the quarterbacks around the league and the draft class, and, we'll see how the Senior Bowl and the Combine and all of the workouts go, because last year at this point we were thinking maybe there's 3 quarterbacks going to get drafted in the first round and 6 go. So there will be somebody that emerges that puts themselves in first round consideration, or maybe even top 10 consideration. But it's a pretty weak class. It's a weak free agent class when you're talking about maybe Aaron Rodgers at his age and Kirk Cousins at his age and Russell Wilson. So I think Darnold, if he can end up in the same tree, the Shanahan-McVay tree, and ends up, in the right system with some good weapons, there is an opportunity for him to maybe, find a way to get at least a short-term starting job, if not, maybe for a year or two.
Talking to the great Jamie Eisenberg, CBS Sports. Before we get into this weekend's slate, I got to ask you about this Dallas Cowboys head coaching situation. Is there a word to use other than completely botched? It's laughable how they managed this Mike McCarthy exit, given the new rules in place for how you can interview assistants and the like. I'm floored by the incompetence of the Dallas Cowboys often, but this is just the latest chapter.
I think one of the funniest things about this is that the date of his expiration was before the Super Bowl. So you basically said that they were either planning not to make the playoffs or not to make a long postseason run, or are you going to extend him after the regular season? I don't know how that works, and from when they can sign him, with coaches. But I mean, it just doesn't make sense of the timing of all of it. So, given the conversation at the end of the season when the players were starting to back him, and you were looking at the candidates that were going to be available and who may or may not want to go to Dallas, unless they have something in place with Deion Sanders and wanting to make that splashy move, or a Ben Johnson surprises us and decides to go to Dallas, which I don't know makes sense, or the way out their wild card of Bill Belichick still, and they get the buyout in North Carolina and he decides that he wants to go there, which would be a huge shock. But unless they have just something splashy in place, like to replace Mike McCarthy with Robert Saleh, or one of these other guys that's not one of the hot button assistants that's looking at it, like an Aaron Glenn or a Ben Johnson, one of those guys. Like, it just doesn't make sense that you wouldn't try and bring McCarthy back, because with all the injuries, Dak going down, the defense and how it fell apart in the middle of the season, like, they could still be a playoff team, and then you never know how the ball bounces and what the draft looks like, that they could, add some parts. I don't think they're a Super Bowl team, but I think they're better off with a Mike McCarthy as opposed to without.
Hey, listen, you don't need to tell me that the Dallas Cowboys were a lot closer than I think people give them credit for. They had a better record than the 49ers at the end of the season, which when you watch these two teams play in Week 8, you would have never suspected, but that's the way the ball bounced, and it's not as if they were wholly incompetent on the field on a week-in, week-out basis. McCarthy's a pretty good coach. Is he a Super Bowl winning coach? Well, once. We'll see if he can ever do it again. We'll see where he lands next. I imagine he'll get another head coaching job. We have 4 games this weekend. It is Saturday and Sunday only, so Super Wildcard Weekend is over. Regular division round is in. I got to ask, who going into this weekend do you think is maybe a bit overrated? Who do you think going into this weekend is maybe a bit underrated?
I think you probably just look at, the surprise wins. Houston is probably, a bit overrated. Not that I think anybody expects them to go in and beat Kansas City, but I don't think anybody expected them to do what they did to the Chargers. And, look, you guys certainly know DeMeco Ryans and what he's capable of. And, the coaching tree is, very similar to what, and the system is very similar to what you guys see in San Francisco. I think a lot of people at the beginning of the season thought, okay, C.J. Stroud coming off that rookie season, look what they did to add to this team. Now, granted, Stephon Diggs obviously not there, Tank Dell not there, so the receiving core that was supposed to be special, which never really developed. They're sort of piecing it together. But Joe Mixon had an amazing game against a good Chargers run defense. The defense, obviously, with the 4 interceptions and looking like the defense I think a lot of people thought. But to go into Kansas City is probably a real tough task. I think the interesting, team for me is the Rams, in terms of being underrated. Their defense has been amazing. You take out really the Buffalo game, which is, against, what could be the MVP and a great team in the Bills. And really they shut down, San Francisco. They shut down Arizona a couple times. You saw what they were just able to do to Minnesota. And we know that they have a Super Bowl winning coach and quarterback and, an offense that can certainly put up points. At times, it hasn't really been explosive lately, but part of that was weather. Part of that, I think, is just the way that they've been playing. It would not be surprising if they get on a little bit of run here and maybe can represent the NFC, just knowing that there are some flaws on almost every team right now on that side of the ledger. So it wouldn't be surprising if the Rams are representing the NFC in the Super Bowl.
Is it a ridiculous notion to suggest that Ravens-Bills might be the de facto AFC championship game? Is that just being downright disrespectful to the Chiefs or completely overrating both of those two teams? Like, when I say that, what kind of terrible things come to mind, or what kind of agreement do you have in your mind?
Oh, I think, we get the benefit of maybe two AFC championship games, just because this game is got the potential, to be the two MVP candidates, two of the best teams in the NFL. You hope it goes better than the first time around when Baltimore just beat them up. Buffalo's not the same team right now. They're a little bit healthier defensively, and obviously Josh Allen is playing at such a high level right now. So you hope to see, one of these epic games that comes down to the final possession or overtime, or, a lot of things that typically the Chiefs are involved in. But, and then, okay, we get to see it again, assuming everything holds and Chiefs beat the Texans, and then they get to take on, a Baltimore team or a Buffalo team that could easily represent the AFC. I think that's the fun part of that side of the, coin, is that you have three teams that could easily say, okay, that's a Super Bowl team, that's a Super Bowl team, that's a Super Bowl team, here's why. And, the Chiefs kind of get the easy way out of this because they only got to play one of them. The other one's got to go through two of them. So you hope it's fireworks and fun, and then we get to see it, again in an AFC championship game with the Chiefs versus the winner.
Talking to the great Jamie Eisenberg, CBS Sports. Couple more for him here on Sports Phone KNBR. I know that the Lions just had an incredible defensive performance and did a really nice, or they were off the bye, but their defense has come along a little bit later on. With all the injuries, and I know David Montgomery might come back, and does Washington have a shot here? Because there is something inexplicable about the Washington Commanders that I'm not willing to write off so easily, especially considering how patchwork the Lions defense is right now and the transcendent nature of a Jaden Daniels. Am I wrong in giving Washington maybe a bit more sway than I think most are?
I don't think so when you have a quarterback like that. Like you said, he's got the ability. When you have a player like that who can make plays off script, and he's among the best at a young age, and probably more advanced in his years, there's always going to be a puncher's chance. And, Dan Quinn's a smart coach. We know that defense has, been also a patchwork. They've trying to waiting for Marshawn Lattimore to come back, for example, from his injury after the trade, and, trying to make that work and how that sort of changes their secondary. But when you have a player like Daniels and you have a, smart coaching staff, I think Cliff Kingsbury certainly has reinvented himself, going back and becoming a coordinator and doing the things that he's done with Daniels. And because of the defense for Detroit, I think getting Alex Anzalone back was big, just to get another linebacker that can make some plays because, while that position is probably not the most need, like getting Aiden Hutchinson back would be huge. But, their secondary obviously played much better than expected against Minnesota, and getting a leader back on that side of the ball and Anzalone, I think, was huge. Aaron Glenn's done, a phenomenal job. So they'll make things uncomfortable for Daniels. They've had plenty of time to prepare for him. Obviously, the thing about this is Detroit's never been in this spot. They've never been the favorite, never been at home, to host this type of game with the expectations of you get to a home NFC championship game, you're 2 games away from a Super Bowl that everybody's penciling you in for because you're the one seed in the NFC. So the expectations are obviously ratcheted up on their side, where Washington's like, okay, we've kind of exceeded expectations now. We're playing with house money. If we win this game, great. We keep this going as long as we can. And I think that's the mentality of a young quarterback. So hopefully the pressure's off him. He plays free and makes it a ballgame.
Well, that would be outstanding entertainment for Fox at 5 p.m. Pacific time on Saturday. Looking forward to that immensely. I mean, all 4 of these games, easy to clear the schedule for. I got to switch it over to the fantasy football realm here. I know that you guys don't take any days off over at fantasy football today, and I'm curious because this pertains to the wins and losses for the 49ers next year. Yes, I'm already thinking about it. When you think about the running back stable and all the Bucky Irvings and all the great running backs that sort of broke out this year, and then you look towards the 2025 season, where does Christian McCaffrey fit in as the once unquestioned number 1 overall pick with the season that he had with the injuries that kept him out and then the injury that took him out? Where does Christian McCaffrey fit in the hierarchy of running backs going into next season?
So we have our early top 12 rankings at every position, including running back, on CBSSports.com for anybody that wants to read it. And we were just going over it on our podcast today if you want to listen to it or watch it on our YouTube channel for Fantasy Football Today. And McCaffrey was obviously one of the biggest talking points. And so I think the earliest that somebody had him ranked was 6th. For me right now, I think he's 10th. Wow. And as I said, and continue to say, he gets through the offseason, no issues. I think the offensive line maybe gets a slight upgrade. I don't know if it needs a huge upgrade, but Trent Williams back and no issues there. Brock Purdy signed and no holdout there. And just everything is okay. We're locked in. We're good to go. Who's playing. He could easily creep back, to around, I think 4 would probably be the highest. I don't think he'll get ahead of Bijan Robinson, Saquon Barkley, or Jahmyr Gibbs right now.
Okay.
But the most he can for me right now is 4, and that's an easy one I think he could leap over. 29 is a tough age for that position, coming off a season where he missed or he only played 4 games, because of multiple injuries. The nice thing is that he's proven he can bounce back from injuries. He's taken, obviously, the mileage that he accrued in 2023 and doesn't have those issues anymore. And as we're seeing, which is I think this is one thing we talked about, like you might have to move the goalpost a little bit. Usually 28, 29 year for running backs, especially when they get to 30, is almost like a death sentence. But right. You see what Derrick Henry's doing now at 31. You saw what Alvin Kamara did the majority of the season with a terrible situation around him. James Conner survived the season. Joe Mixon at 28 is having a good year. So as the medical gets better, for these players, the NFLPA and the hitting is gone. Throughout the course of the week, leading up to the games, they don't have to worry about that. Mileage on their body. Hopefully McCaffrey can come back and have at least one more great season. I don't know if we're going to get multiple years out of him, but the other part of this is you've now seen what the backups can do. Jordan Mason, if he returns, he's a restricted free agent, had a great start to the season. Garendo had a great finish to the season. There's 2 guys there that could step in and do some nice things. So you just draft a handcuff from a fantasy perspective, from a real life perspective. Those guys can, I think, do some nice, damage to typical, Mike Shannon, but the Shanahan family, what they do from running backs, So there's a lot to like about the way everything looks, but obviously McCaffrey is a difference maker. It's healthy.
Real quick here, Jamie, you guys have top 12s at all positions. Did Brock Purdy make the top 12 at quarterback for fantasy football?
He did from a consensus standpoint. I think once you get past the top 5 guys, which is basically Jackson, Allen, Burrow, Daniels, Hurts right now, he's in that next group. So with Baker, we'll see what happens with Darnold. He was in there prior to, last week. But right. The guys like Baker Mayfield and even Mahomes, Purdy had such a great season. He did it with, everybody, missing time at some point. With Pearsall coming on, with Kittle still elite, and hopefully a healthy Brandon Ayuk at some point, he's going to be one of the best value picks for a lot of fantasy managers.
Yeah, I didn't have to ask you about George Kittle at tight end. There was no question that he made the top 12 there. Jamie, this has been a pleasure as always, my friend. If you guys don't already subscribe and listen to the Fantasy Football Today podcast, get on that right now or whenever we go to break. Jamie, thanks again, man, and enjoy the football this weekend. Looking forward to watching it.
My pleasure. Good to talk to you, and hopefully catch up soon.
Sounds good. Great Jamie Eisenberg, ladies and gentlemen. Brock making the top 12. Look at that. Making some money. Brock Purdy. No, that was great stuff. Great stuff. It's fascinating how fast this league moves, though, right? Christian McCaffrey has 1 year riddled with injury, and now the best he could do is 4th. And can anyone disagree? It's not as if, he's different in the Christian McCaffrey, his production is his calling card, right? Christian McCaffrey, there's no hidden stats. There's no invisible numbers with Christian McCaffrey. His excellence is fully quantified. And to question, and I think it's, again, 100% fair, but to wonder if he'll ever be that no question with a bullet number 1 overall pick in fantasy football, again, that's a little scary here, and it should inform the 49ers. As weird as this sounds, fantasy football should maybe lead the way. It should inform the 49ers that, hey, as much as you like Mason, as much as we all like Garendo, don't skimp at running back. Because worst case scenario, if you draft some kid in the 4th, 5th round that you really like out of some Sunbelt school, worst case scenario, you never use him. And he's just a special teams guy. Heaven knows they could use some more of those. That's the worst case scenario for that kid. But that means that Christian McCaffrey did bounce all the way back. And then, of course, best case, worst case, however you want to look at it, you might need him. You might need a guy like Kamani Vidal that the Chargers had this year out of Troy, one of my favorite players in this past year's draft. You might need somebody like that. You might need a Jordan Mason, or, as they needed Isaac Guerrero this year. You might need it. And if you need it, you better not be looking for it halfway through the season, because you ain't going to find anything like it halfway through the season. You better have it on the roster, in training camp, ready to go. Load up. Because the worst thing that can happen is, we didn't use it. We didn't use it. We were loaded up. We were ready to rumble, and we didn't use it. By the way, same applies to quarterback. If we learned one thing, we learned so many things this year, but if we learned one thing from this year or 2 years ago, it's you can't have too many quarterbacks. And I'm not saying come in and bring someone to compete with Brock for the number one spot. I would appreciate it if you brought in a backup, though, that made Brock sweat for just a minute, that gave the hottest of hot take artists out here in the YouTube spaces some content for a week where they could bloviate and pretend as if Brock Purdy should lose the starting job. All of that to say, if Brock goes down the way that he did for Green Bay this season in Week 12, which, by the way, was a pretty critical game for the team, you're not playing Brandon Allen off a broken hand. You have somebody who, at least going into the game, you can delude yourself into thinking they could win. No one thought that Brandon Allen was going to win that game. It was Brock Purdy with his arm dangling from his side or nothing. And they got nothing. And then they went out there and proceeded to do nothing. And then the season was over. I know that they pretended like it mattered going into Buffalo. It was done and dusted and settled by the time they got on the plane and headed to Orchard Park. So you can't have too much. And Christian McCaffrey's best football, in all likelihood, is behind him. It's not to say he can't still be great. He has a long way to fall from his very top. But I thought that was really interesting. We'll get into more of what Jamie said here. And then Buster Posey talked to Murph and Marcus this morning, and I'll just call it like I see it. Buster's very, very good at saying very little, but being charming and nice about it. No knock on him at all. That's a pro's pro right there. That's years of being a catcher in the clubhouse and having to answer for every pitcher, every hitter. That's a man who knows how to play the media game, but he did let a couple of things slip, and we'll get into them in the 8 o'clock hour. It's coming up on the other side. Kurtenbach until 9 or beyond. Who's to say? Until Dubs OT on the Sports Leader.
This is where we feed the faithful. Sports Phone, KNBR. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader.
We're back with you, the Sports Leader. Dieter Kurtenbach until 9-ish. That's the official verdict. We'll take you up to Dubs OT with JD whenever the Golden State Warriors are done with their little ragtag basketball operation in Minneapolis. We're going to talk about the real league, the one that matters, the one that is king above them all these days, the National Football League. And let's talk a little Niners here, because as I look at this pretty awesome, we got to call it like we see it, pretty awesome slate of 4 games this weekend, amped. You know where I'm going to be, 1:30, 5 p.m., 12 o'clock, and 3:30, Saturday and Sunday, baby. As I look at this slate and I listen to what Jamie Eisenberg just dropped on us, just knowledge from Jamie Eisenberg, but there was a couple of things in there that I want to get to. One, he wouldn't be surprised if the Rams, the bleeping Rams, made a run at this thing. I don't think he's wrong, by the way. I think that's a sharp take. I like it. I like it when you come with sharp takes here on Sports Phone KNBR. That's the point, right? But the Rams could make a run at it. This is the frustrating part about the 49ers season. The Rams are in a position where people are saying, I don't know, maybe they could win the NFC. What's the difference between the 49ers and the Rams this year? It's not much. It really isn't that much. That's the 49ers really dropped the ball. I know I'm not telling anybody anything they don't know, but my goodness, I mean, I know the margins in this league are tight, and that final scores and records can maybe give misleading information a bit. My goodness gracious. The Rams are not that much better than the San Francisco 49ers, and the Rams are a team that is now being seen as, who knows, maybe they could do it. And you look at the NFC in general. Washington, the Lions with whatever that defense is, the Eagles with Nick Sirianni as their head coach. Yep, good luck with that. I still am waiting for the other shoe to drop, and I think it's coming. And the Rams. My goodness gracious. The 49ers really botched an opportunity here. With the Warriors, I've heard this tossed around a couple of times since I went all the way in on why aren't they trying harder? And oh, by the way, they're about to blow what was a 20-something point lead in the first quarter even, to the Minnesota Timberwolves. But I've heard this, as I've said, give Steph a shot. Give Steph a shot at this thing, because there's no future. The future is this nebulous concept that isn't a real thing. I'm not saying give away 7 first-round draft picks to get Zach LaVine. No one's asking for that, by the way. I'm not saying go out here and blow it all up for one last shot at a title. You couldn't even make a trade that can give you one last shot, honest shot at a title, put you in that upper echelon. And this is the argument that I hear coming back at me. Well, why even bother? Oklahoma City is so good. Why even try to compete? Oklahoma City is unbelievable. And I agree, Oklahoma City is fantastic. They got dudes on dudes on dudes, and they're going to stay good for a very long time. You know who the number 2 seed in the Western Conference is? The Houston Rockets. Tell me the Warriors, if they had a true number 2, couldn't compete with the Houston flipping Rockets and Dylan Brooks. I like a lot of the Rockets' young players. They can't score worth a damn. We're talking about the Houston Rockets? That's the team the Warriors should be afraid of? Oh, should they be afraid of the Dallas Mavericks? I don't think so. Listen, all of these teams much better than the Warriors right now. But there's no world in which the Warriors, if they were to make the right moves, couldn't be in the same conversation as the Memphis Grizzlies or the 5th seed Los Angeles Clippers. What are we talking about here? Oh, but they shouldn't shouldn't push all their chips. That'd be stupid because the Thunder. Okay, let's just pretend that that's a viable argument. That a team full of young 20-somethings going up against seasoned champions, probably over-seasoned champions, that somehow that wouldn't work out in the Warriors' favor in a 7-game series. But let's just give that argument credence and say, you're right. Don't even bother. It's Oklahoma City's to lose, and they are not going to lose. There's no Oklahoma City in the NFC right now. There's no juggernaut. Well, why even bother? It's just going to be this team. There's no team like that. You can't say that about the Lions. The Lions might lose both of their coordinators, and they still have Jared Goff as their quarterback. And I don't know about that defense. I know Aiden Hutchinson's out, but they are banged up beyond repair on defense. What happens when you don't have Ben Johnson? What happens when you don't have Aaron Glenn? What happens when it's just Dan Campbell? I know kneecaps will be bit, but I'm not quite sure that the Lions are going to be 15-2 again next year without their two coordinators. And, of course, some guys are going to get more expensive. So the Lions, are they the Oklahoma City? Hardly. We were talking about the Commanders going in and maybe beating the Lions. By the way, the Commanders won 12 games this year. Can you believe it? Commanders sure as hell ain't a team that you're losing sleep over. Oh, it's the Commanders. Besides Marshawn Lattimore and Bobby Wagner, who could have fooled me that he was still in the league going into this season, name one Washington Commander defender. One. It's not a good defense. You shouldn't be worried about it. And I love Jaden. I think Jaden Daniels is a transcendent player, legitimately. He operates on a plane that's beyond comprehension to us mere mortals. But what are we talking? We're talking about the Washington Commanders as some sort of a juggernaut? We're talking about the Eagles as some sort of a juggernaut? I didn't see a juggernaut this past weekend. I saw a team that, frankly, had the Packers pulled their head out of their rear, would have gotten beat. But the Packers' head is firmly in their rear, and they weren't going to pull it out for any good reason. And then the Rams. So, okay, maybe the Warriors shouldn't go and make any moves because of Oklahoma City. And I know that the 49ers would never think that way of, oh, let's not bother. But that's the frustrating part. That's the annoying part about all of this. Think about the NFC West this year. Just think about the immediate peers for the 49ers. The Seahawks. Ugh. Talk about mediocre. The Cardinals. You lost to the Cardinals twice. I know one of those games didn't matter, but come on now. The Cardinals. The Cardinals. And the Rams. You lost to the Rams twice. Margin might have been tight. There's not that much of a difference between those two teams. And then in the NFC, we saw the 49ers give the Lions a pretty decent game there for a stretch. And that's with the 49ers down bad. The Eagles, don't talk. I'll eat my crow if the Eagles win the Super Bowl. If they even win the NFC, I'll eat it. I'll gladly eat it. I'm not going to buy them. There's something fundamentally rotten and dysfunctional about the Philadelphia Eagles, and even Saquon Barkley can't fix it. They got talent, don't get me wrong. I think they have the best offensive line in football. Barkley's unbelievable. Two great wide receivers. Jalen Hurts, class all the way through, hell of a quarterback, even though he can't throw and run at the same time. There's a lot in that defense. Boy, Jalen Carter was a menace against Green Bay. He was running through tackle. They had to switch their, I believe, right guard for Green Bay like 4 times in that game. They couldn't do anything with Jalen Carter. But the Eagles are not some juggernaut. The NFC is so wide open that we're talking about the Commanders and the Rams, and the 49ers couldn't even make the playoffs. You put the 49ers in the playoffs this year, even as the last qualified team, and we might be having a very different conversation about the state of the NFC. That's the frustrating part, is that there's no good external reason why the 49ers are sitting at home and we're talking about them in the abstract instead of talking about them in the playoffs. There's no good external reason why that's the case. It was all internal. They botched the season. And I guess the good news is here, folks, one great offseason. I don't even know if it needs to be great. One excellent offseason, one positive offseason. Let's just call it positive. One positive offseason, and the Niners don't have that far to go between where they are right now, which is as bad as it's been since 2020, if not worse. As bad as it's been in almost a decade. Point where people are saying fire Kyle and cut Brock, and people are losing their minds out here. The standard was so high, and they didn't even come close to getting to it. But the 49ers standard, the fan base's standard, and I never want this to change. It should be sky high. 6 or bust. Nothing else matters. The NFC standard of what you need to win it, a little bit lower than that. Actually, it's kind of a lot lower than that. And that's the most frustrating part of it all. The 49ers have no excuse other than their own ineptitude as to why the season went the way it did. I'm hoping we don't have the same conversation about the San Francisco Giants here in the not-too-distant future, but I'm getting the sneaking suspicion that we might. 808 KNBR is the number. What do the Giants need to do between now and the time when pitchers and catchers report? Because I'll be clear with you right now, as great as it was getting Snell and Chapman right before the season started, I'm not sure I want to play that game again. I'd rather have a full spring training with your new players. So what do they need to do between now and the time when baseball starts, and it is like 70 days away from opening day? What do the Giants need to do? Buster Posey was asked that earlier today on Murph and Marcus. We'll play some of those cuts. We'll get into it. And I got to tell you, I think they need to do a lot. 808 KNBR. Get in on the conversation. This is Sports Phone KNBR on the Sports Leader.
Giants fans. This is your hub to have your voice heard. Sports Phone KNBR. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
We are back with you on the sports leader. Dieter Kurtenbach hanging out until Dubs OT with JD. At the end of Warriors and Timberwolves, they got a game going on in Minneapolis. But we got to talk about the 162 coming up for the San Francisco Giants. You know, I'm a big fantasy baseball guy. I love it. It connects me with my friends from college, and we brought in some Bay Area buddies into the league. And listen, it's hard to stay friends with folks. So, you know, we got kids and jobs, and I live on a different side of the country than most of them, and it's tough, right? And so you need a conceit. You need something to keep you tied together, give you something to whine and complain about in the group chat, right? Gives you some connection. And fantasy baseball has proven that for me. We remember some guys and get together every year in Phoenix and go to spring training games and drink way too many cheap domestic beers and jump in a pool and yell about the third, fourth minor league stringers for the Colorado Rockies and the White Sox. I mean, what more could you want in your adult life? And so fantasy baseball league, I'm not going to lie, as we've gotten older, it's gotten a lot more competitive. And I won't bore you with the details, but suffice it to say, I actually have to do some prep now. I got to be in on it. And I got all my podcasts. I got some spreadsheets going now these days. I'm really dorking out. I'm going full Farhan on this thing, and hopefully the results are a lot better than the ones that Farhan provided to the San Francisco Giants. And in that, I often go to the Fangraphs projections page because they got a bunch of different models and algorithms, and they're not always right, of course, right? And no one can predict baseball, but they give you a pretty good idea of what to expect. Right? They're crunching all of these numbers. They're looking at the StatCast data. They got a bunch of... I couldn't possibly understand how they get to these outputs, but in general, they're pretty spot on. They're pretty spot on. They give you a good idea of what you should expect from a team in a given year. And I was doing some research for my own fantasy baseball team, and I thought, this would be a pretty good tool to look at for my other bid, the San Francisco Giants. Let's see what the depth charts projections page, which is my favorite of all of the Fangraphs projections. You got the Bat X. They came out with a new one this past week. It's called UPA or something. Oh my God, they got a million of them. I like the depth charts one, and I'm going through the projections, and I'm looking at the roster, and I'm thinking to myself, this is the exact same flipping team. There's nothing new here.
What?
This is uninspiring, to say the least. Let me just quickly let you in. Let me show my work here on some of this stuff. Let me just give you the opening day lineup as projected by the depth charts projections, and frankly, the one that everyone sees coming. As it stands today, if no other moves are made, they got a full roster, don't get me wrong. But if they make no other moves, starting at third base, of course, Matt Chapman. He's projected to hit 26 home runs and have 88 RBIs, batting .242. Okay, that sounds right. Matt Chapman is going to give you a great glove there. Hey, the new guy, Willy Adames. He's coming in. Biggest contract in Giants history. My goodness. I was on CBS Sports today and noticed that they had him as one of their busts for the season. And then you look at this projection, 241 with a 322 on base percentage. Oh boy, that doesn't seem great. 25 home runs, we'll take that. 81 RBIs. Okay, that's not ideal, to say the least. That's not what you want your massive free agent signing to be outputting, but it's an upgrade over what they had, right? Tyler Fitzgerald, we're going to play him at second this year. That's the plan. This is the upgrade. We're going to get Tyler Fitzgerald at second instead of short. So you got Adames at short, you got Tyler Fitzgerald, who's projected to hit 231 with a sub-300 OPS, 19 home runs, 68 RBIs. Oh, and then there's Lamont Wade at first. Do I need to even tell you what Lamont Wade is projected to do? Oh, he'll get that 357 on base percentage. You know he will. After that, less than inspiring. Patrick Bailey, all defense behind the plate. 239 batting average, 304 on base percentage, but 12 home runs. Get excited right now for Patrick Bailey, but he'll call a hell of a game, folks. In the outfield, Elliot Ramos, all-star Elliot Ramos. Not projected, I should say, to be an all-star next year. About a 250 batting average. That's pretty good. 312 on base percentage. Woof. 22 home runs, 79 RBIs. Hey, good player, don't get me wrong. That's better than we've had most years here in San Francisco, but hardly an all-star. But Jung-Hoo Lee is back, and they project him to get on base 35% of the time. My goodness. For a leadoff guy, you'll take it. You'll take it. Not ideal, but you'll take it. And he'll hit 13 home runs and steal 12 bags. The grandson of the wind, apparently not very fast. And then guess who's in right field? Same as it ever was, Mike Yastrzemski and his 18 home runs and 305 on base percentage. My goodness. But hey, they just made a big signing to the rotation, and Justin Verlander is projected to make 24 starts with a 4.25 ERA. Logan Webb, hey, 204 innings, 32 starts, 3.46 ERA. Robbie Ray, 28 starts, 161 innings, 3.96 ERA. That's a pretty good season for Robbie Ray. I'll take it. Not Cy Young, but pretty good season. 26 starts from Kyle Harrison, 23 starts from Jordan Hicks, 18 starts from Hayden Birdsong. All have ERAs above 4, but you'd expect that. You know, frankly, the bullpen looks okay. Except it's the exact same bullpen we saw last year. Tyler Rogers, Eric Miller, Camilo Doval, Taylor Rogers, Sean Jelly, Randy Rodriguez, and Ryan Walker. Tell me, fine folks of the listening audience, what am I to be excited about? No, seriously, what am I to be excited about here? You're in a division with the Padres and, oh yeah, the Dodgers. You're in a division with the Arizona Diamondbacks, who, frankly, had kind of a down year last year with some of their talent. I mean, Corbin Carroll didn't play baseball until the final 2 months of the season, effectively. He was in there every day. He was just weighing them down. What are we to be excited about here? Don't tell me it's Willie Adames and his 241 batting average with a 322 on base. This is above league average, sure, but not markedly. Some more Lamont Wade, some more Mike Yastrzemski, Jung-Hoo Lee. This baseball team looks average as hell, and that's on a projection that doesn't take into account injuries or really anything of the sort. This is a rather conservative viewpoint. I suppose it could swing the other way in that it's overly conservative and that, hey, it's underestimating Tyler Fitzgerald, or it's underestimating what Jung-Hoo Lee provides, or even Elliot Ramos, that it's underestimating all these guys. But at a certain point, it can't be underestimating all of them, right? We can't be operating in a world where these models, which do an outstanding job apparently for every other team, just couldn't possibly figure out the Giants. What am I to be excited about? Well, you know, Murph and Marcus had Buster Posey on yesterday, and I'm sitting here, I'm thinking they got to go out and get at least one other player. Pitcher, hitter, they got to get somebody else. The market remains wildly populated. They got to go out there and get somebody else. But here was Buster Posey when he was asked about what's next for the San Francisco Giants.
Maybe some of both. It's hard to say. I think that, you know, we've probably talked about it before, but, you know, for us to put a great team out there on the field and for us to have sustained success, we're going to have contributions from players within the system. So, look, we feel really good about our arms. We feel good about the strides that Fitz made and Ramos made last year. McRae having a little bit of a taste, hopefully got some confidence. You know, I think Eldridge, best case scenario is for him to get a solid year in the minors and go dominate. We'll see. He might be beating the door down and force our hands. We'll just have to see. But we believe in what these guys are going to do, and we're going to have to continue to bring in young talent via the draft and international signings and possibly trades. But we'll continue to monitor the market. And it is funny, like you said, I mean, being on this side now, as a player, I was always looking and thinking the same thing. And, it's not that you're not daily looking at different options. It's just they don't come along as easily as you might think.
So all of that to say, no, there's nothing to really get excited over. We're not going out here and making another deal. We'll keep our options open, but we feel really good, and Buster's really good at saying a lot but meaning very little. There was one telling note there. Here's who you should be excited about, Bryce Eldridge. Yeah, get excited about Bryce Eldridge, folks. He is a hot shot prospect. My goodness, he's going to turn the franchise around. Bryce Eldridge. I have no doubts that he has a chance to be a very, very special player. You know who I had heard that about before, though? A guy named Marco Luciano, who you might have noted when I was going through this entire depth chart, wasn't mentioned. Here's what Buster had to say about Marco Luciano as it pertains to, I don't know, playing him anywhere at any time.
Yeah, I think Marco just my hope for him. I'm excited to have a conversation with him in camp. Is for him to just the best he can. It's one of the hardest things in baseball, and is just to go play with freedom. I just felt like I've noticed a little bit over the last couple of years that he's a little bit more tense and maybe not as free swinging in the box as he was as a 18, 19-year-old. And that's my biggest hope, is that he can come into camp with some freedom and just to know, hey, look, we're not looking for you to do anything else other than be yourself. And if he can go out, I mean, he's shown it. He's shown it in the past that he's got big-time raw power. And so, we're going to have to analyze what he looks like this spring. It's going to be a big spring for him, and hopefully he gets off to a nice start and gets some confidence going, and we'll see where it goes.
He might be the player who changes the formula here. He might be. Because as Buster notes, he has incredible raw power. He wasn't a fraudulent, highly rated prospect. This wasn't like what the Padres do, where they promote guys beyond their should-be station, and so that the algorithms on every team looks at his age and what level he's at and says, oh, he's great. Doesn't matter what his numbers are. He must be great because he's at that level at that age. None of that phony baloney nonsense that we see going on across minor leagues, across baseball. But at some point, Marco Luciano just has to do it. And I don't know, and frankly, I don't really care if, he's tense or, you have to do it. Do or do not. There is no try. If he's tense, loosen him up. And if he stays tense, maybe that's just his natural state of things when he's going up against the best pitchers in the world and when he's at the highest level in the world. It's not for everybody, this whole Major League Baseball thing. There's been a lot of prospects, more than I could possibly count with the rest of this show, with the rest of the year, more than I could count, who have flamed out once they got to the major league level. Oh, they had every number that you could possibly imagine, all the great stars and accolades and all of those inches written about them in Baseball America and on MLB Pipeline. And oh my goodness, people were talking about them in Dynasty Fantasy Baseball drafts, couldn't get enough of them. And then they got to the major league level and they never got it done. There's a lot of guys like that. A lot of guys like that. And maybe Marco Luciano just isn't the player that we thought he could be. Or maybe he is. And that could be a fundamental change to the San Francisco Giants this year. But again, we're talking about Marco. Are you trying to get me excited about Marco Luciano? Hey, maybe, I don't know, a guy who had absolutely no role last year and couldn't get it done for but maybe a week at a time. maybe he's the way that this team can compete with the Dodgers. What are we talking about? What are we talking about here? What I don't understand is how the Giants can look at this roster and with a straight face believe that this can compete in the National League. I'm not even talking about the West, because clearly it cannot compete in the West. In the National League, how is this team competing for a wild card spot? How is this team getting above 500? Adding Willy Adames and Justin Verlander, but losing Blake Snell, like, at best they're even, and even ain't getting it done, folks. What, the vibes are going to be so good that this team is going to win 86 games? Sorry, you can't sell me on that. You know what you can sell me on? Good baseball players. And you're bringing back Mike Yastrzemski and Lamont Wade again. Quality guys, good enough baseball players, but at what point do we have to acknowledge that they're not good enough to get the Giants to the level that they should be at? I don't know if they want to be at that level, but where they should be. These are guys who are placeholders for the young players that never came around. And they're still placeholding for a top outfielder, or in this case, Bryce Eldridge for Lamont Wade. They're still placeholding 5-6 years later. It was supposed to be a 1 or 2 year stopgap, and they're still placeholding 5 years later. Here was Buster about if the Giants are still trying to add to the offense, which they absolutely should be doing, but there's no indication that they are.
Well, I think, Murph, what I've learned is things can change quickly. There's not, I wouldn't say there's a lot that is imminent right now, but that could change by the time we get off the phone. So sorry for the boring answer, but we'll keep on looking. Yeah, I mean, for me to say if it's hard or not, I don't know. This is so new to me. It's felt hard. I'll say that, the first few months. And, it's I guess it's somewhat understandable too, as teams and us as well. You kind of fall in love with certain players and maybe you overvalue them sometimes more than you should. And, I think whether this is fair or not, just my take on it is that it's safer not to trade somebody, right? You're kind of sticking your neck out on the line if you do trade somebody. And we live in a day and age where trades are so heavily scrutinized. I think there's pause from some people to move players where they think, okay, well, yeah, maybe we're not in love with them anymore, but if I do trade them and somehow they catch fire, it's going to look really bad. So it's just safer to just hold. And look, that's kind of what I've seen. Whether that's accurate or not, I don't know.
Was that Mike Dunleavy Jr. or Buster Posey there? Because you could have fooled me. They might be cosplaying as each other. Well, it's probably safer to do nothing, right? Well, doing nothing gets you about 500. Doing nothing maintains a level of plausible deniability. Doing nothing gets you nothing. And I'll say this for Buster. He deserves some time to get his feet under him here. Right, I'm coming on strong, and I don't regret any of it. But he does get a year to figure this thing out, at least, right? Like, he gets to feel his way through what is a very, very immensely challenging job. Being the director of a baseball operations, in charge of everything and everyone on the baseball side of things for a Major League Baseball team in a major market. This is not for the faint of heart. And clearly, Buster Posey, no one's ever suggested he is faint of heart. This man has the heart of a champion, a 3-time champion. And he wanted this job. Let's not forget that Buster Posey took this job. There was no interview process. There was no opens, they never hired consultants. They weren't looking at all these best prospects. Buster said, I am now the baseball operations president, and the rest of the Giants ownership, don't forget, he's part of ownership, said, yeah, that's good. That's cool. One less salary, right? Hey, nice job. So he dove in head first into a very, very deep pool, and he does get some time to show that he can swim. But man, uninspiring to this point. At the end of October, I wrote a column for the Merc saying, this looks like the same old Giants. We are less than a month away from pitchers and catchers reporting. This looks like the same old Giants to me. And that's frustrating because I was hoping for something interesting this year. And maybe it still happens. Baseball's unpredictable like that. And hey, maybe the vibes are so good, folks, that all of this worrying about numbers and how many home runs and ERAs, all that stuff's going to look stupid. Oh, what an idiot for thinking about if these guys would be able to score runs or prevent runs. What a moron. Don't you know it's all about vibes these days? Maybe that's what we're talking about come May and June and hopefully September. But I'm looking at a team that's got more money than they know what to do with and a couple of holes that need filling and a market where I would argue the top first baseman and one of the top outfielders are available to the highest bidder. How different would this roster look? How different would this season feel going into it if you had an Anthony Santander in right field instead of one Mike Yastrzemski? That might not do a lot for you. I get it. Anthony Santander, who's that? Well, Anthony Santander is an all-star caliber player who hit 44 home runs last year. How would you feel if there was a Pete Alonso at first base instead of a Lamont Wade Jr. or a Wilmer Flores? That'd feel a little different, right? The only limitation, as of right now, is the Giants' willingness to go out there and make the kind of offer to those two players that they can't say no to reset the market for those two guys. And you might say, oh, well, every dollar you spend on them is a dollar you can't use somewhere else. I'd love an alternative. I'd love to just see them spend the money. They had enough budgeted to go out and get some big-time players. Right? They had a lot budgeted this past offseason. Say 60, 70 million, right? How much of that have they spent? How much of it are they going to spend? You got placeholders in Yaz and Wade. Oh, we couldn't possibly sign someone who would block Bryce Eldridge. Yeah, you can. You absolutely can. Because you don't know if Bryce Eldridge is going to turn into anything, and you don't know when Bryce Eldridge's time is going to come. It might be the end of this season. It might be the start of next season. It might be 2 years from now. In the meantime, let's go win some baseball games. Why not? It's been a minute. It's been a while. I'm frustrated with the Warriors. The 49ers season was obviously frustrating, though I see dozens of reasons for optimism there. I really do. I really do. I think that the 49ers are so much closer than anyone's giving them credit for because I don't think they fell off that hard. I think these are solvable problems for the San Francisco 49ers. As for the Warriors, even if they were to do the thing, I'm not certain it would fundamentally change the team. I'd like to see them try. I'd like to see them go get a number 2 for Steph Curry and see what that turns into. It's better than whatever they got going on now. But why is it that the San Francisco Giants, which, by the way, have an opportunity to reclaim a marketplace, an incredible opportunity to become a team that we can all rally around again. They're the one team in a massive, massive market. What are they afraid of? What are they overpaying Pete Alonso in 3 years? Buddy, you're going to be overpaying Willie Adames in 2. Weren't afraid then. It's not as if money's an issue for this team. I'd like to see them use it. I'd like to see them spend. I'd like to see a roster that doesn't look almost identical to the one that we had to watch last year because I don't know about you. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm on an island here. But last year wasn't terribly enjoyable. And I don't think Willie Adames and Justin Verlander fundamentally change any of that. This team looks like they're going to win between 75 and 83 games again this year. And that's simply not good enough. We'll talk about the Warriors. They're not good enough. On the other side of the break, Curtin Bach until 9 p.m. or beyond on the Sports Leader. We're back with you on the Sports Leader. Dieter Kurtenbach hanging out until Dubs OT with JD. Now, Warriors had a 20-something point lead in the first quarter. Guess what? That is gone. They are something else in this basketball team. My goodness. All right. Let's keep talking Giants. let's go to the other side of the China. My goodness, these two teams in San Francisco right now, they're killing us. They're killing us. But Gmo and Sonoma is here to help us out. Gmo, how you doing this evening?
I'm doing well, Dieter. How you doing?
I'm not going to lie. I've been doing better. But happy to be talking to you here, and hopefully you can enlighten us on what the Giants need to do this offseason, because I'm willing and able to accept all answers right now, Gmo.
Yeah, they need to go for a World Series. They need to go for a World Series, and there's two ways they're going to do that. Either go back to their identity of just having the biggest badass pitching around and just get some arms, have the best bullpen. In San Francisco, we're not going to score runs, so we're just going to have to lean on the things that, our stadium, does well, which is pitching, That's something we can hang our hat on and have the best of, or close to, I think. Or we got to lose for 4 years and just tank like the Astros and get the best players around, and we'll be good for a decade. Those are the only two ways. This mediocre, 500, it's not. I'd rather suck really bad and get some good players to your draft, or get some really good arms and just have the best arms in the league. And that's how we're going to do it.
I'm with you on that one. Are there any?
Barry Bonds is not coming back. He's the only one who can, launch it out there like fans would probably want to see. So we got to get back to our identity. I think that's what Buster wants to do.
Do they have enough dudes in this pitching staff to qualify as returning to the identity of this team right now? Does Justin Verlander give you enough? Like, it feels like they're going to need, I don't know, 2 or 3 more starting pitchers and maybe another bullpen arm or two to sort of get back to that identity of having the biggest badasses in the pitching rotation in baseball. I see one really good starter, another sort of wild card who has very high end in Robbie Ray, Justin Verlander, who I just don't even know. I don't think he's bad, but I'm not expecting the Justin Verlander we saw a couple of years ago. I think it's going to be a lot closer to what we saw last year. I hope I'm wrong. But at 42, pretty hard sell on that one. Kyle Harrison, who I'm just deeply skeptical of at this point. And if he comes in, I'm very interested to see what he comes in with in spring training, because I think he needs a third pitch in the worst way. If he gets that, now we might change the formula. But Harrison just didn't look ready for prime time last year, and they kept running them out there. Jordan Hicks, who knows what Jordan Hicks is, and Hayden Birdsong, who I'm not quite sold on yet as anything other than a back end of the rotation guy. So of all of that, if we were to say, hey, the Giants need to get back to identity, get back to having badass pitchers, that means what? They need 2 or 3 more starting pitchers this past offseason? This offseason, the one that we're in currently. That seems like a big ask. But I'm with you, Gmo, and I appreciate the call. I'm not sure what this team's identity is. I'm not sure what they do. They do a lot of things at an average level. Maybe that's it. Maybe their identity is the bullpen, but even that doesn't feel like it's strong enough to carry the team. Yeah, Ryan Walker, who's a hell of a closer, but I think in a great bullpen, Ryan Walker would be your 7th or 8th inning guy. He'd be a good option late in the game, not your number one option. Maybe Camilo Doval gets back to what he was, and if that happens, that changes the formula a little bit. I like Eric Miller a lot. I like Randy Rodriguez a lot, but we're still rocking with both of the Rogers brothers, and Sean Jelly is kind of a long guy. I think this has a chance to be a top 5 bullpen in baseball. Don't get me wrong, and for stretches last year, it was arguably the best bullpen in baseball, but if that's the identity of the team, it doesn't feel even strong enough to carry that reputation. clearly the rotation is not strong enough. When they signed Justin Verlander, I heard every single Giants fan saying, okay, and do it again and again and again. Because, again, you're rolling out here Harrison and Hicks and Birdsong. And let's be real, in the modern era, you need probably 7 starting pitchers going into a season. 6 to be sure. 7 most likely. If you have 5, you're cutting it close. This team has 4. Okay, and by the way, the third one is Justin Verlander. Your second one is Robbie Ray. Thank God they have Logan Webb. Otherwise, it would be nothing but question marks. And then you look at the lineup, and it's just a lot of the same thing we saw last year. And I think that they're expecting some sort of magic formula of all these guys coming together and forming into a Megatron of friendship and excellence. And it's just a lot of average baseball players. In some cases, like with Chapman and perhaps even Adames, above average. But for every Chapman, there's a Yaz. And for every Elliot Ramos last year, there's a Lamont Wade. And, are you expecting Tyler Fitzgerald to look like the Central Illinois Barry Bonds again for an entire season? Are you expecting Willie Adames, who has a track record of being wildly average his entire career, save for the year when his contract was about to be up? Are you expecting last year Willie Adames to be the true Willie Adames, or is that one of those things that seems to happen so often in baseball, where a lot of things go right for a guy who needs them to go right? I mean, can let me simplify this even more. Let me get down to brass tacks. Can Jung Hoo Lee steal you 25 bags? It's not a big ask, by the way, in this day and age. People are stealing bags left and right. Rest in peace, Ricky Henderson. His memorial is going to be February 1st at the Oakland Arena, by the way. And I'll see y'all there. But 12 bags for your leadoff hitter? That's paltry. That's lame. That's antiquated. And maybe this is a projection system that's fundamentally flawed, but the dude didn't run last year. I need that guy running, because he sure as hell ain't hitting home runs. I need him stealing bags. I need a lot of guys on this team stealing bags, because they're not going to be able to keep up with the output that most teams in the National League, not the American League, the National League, they're not going to be able to keep up with the output of most of those teams. They're going to have to manufacture runs. They're going to have to play some small ball. I know, a wild concept in this day and age. And that means you're going to have to steal some bags. You're going to have to be aggressive. You can't just wait for someone to drive you in, because you'll be waiting all day. What's the identity of this team? I'm hoping it's to be determined. That's my hope. Because if they roll into spring training with the roster they have now, the identity of this team is lipstick on a pig. The identity of this team is a reshuffled deck of cards. And it's probably going to come out with the same combinations again. We'll see how it all turns out. I got to give Buster the benefit of the doubt. We don't know yet. And, Roki Sasaki says, no, I understand. I really do get that. The Giants were never truly in a position to compete for his services because the infrastructure isn't there. And that's not Buster's fault. That's the prior regime's fault. He got left with a pretty big turd sandwich here, if we're being honest. By the way, the prior regime inherited a turd sandwich too. And there was a moment when we thought everything was going to be A-okay, and then, Marco Luciano never turned out, and that was just one of countless things that went wrong for the prior regime. And it's Buster's job to fix it all, and that's not going to happen in one offseason. So I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to give him deference, but at the same time, I can't accept Lamont Wade and Yaz still being there. At least give me somebody young and fresh. Give me someone new. Give me something interesting. You cannot ask me to get excited about a team that's going to give over 500 at-bats to those two guys, and that's on the low end. That's me being conservative. 500 bats total between those two guys. I can't handle that level of league average anymore. I got to have something interesting, new, and exciting in that spot. And if it explodes and flames out, so be it. But get Marco Luciano a first base glove yesterday. Find an outfielder that's got a little spark. Give somebody a chance. Go and trade for somebody who's a quadruple A player or someone who's blocked somewhere else. Go make something happen. Because just adding Willy Adames and Justin Verlander is not enough. It isn't, and the good news is that the San Francisco Giants have time. In fact, I'd say even close to ample time, given the state of the market, to get this thing sorted. And it's on Buster Posey to get it sorted, and I hope he does so, because I really would like to feel something other than what I'm feeling right now as it pertains to the San Francisco Giants. After all, they're the only game in town, baby. We're going to talk to JD in just a little bit. Warriors are finishing up with the Minnesota Timberwolves right now. We'll get into some Warriors talk on the other side leading into Dubs OT with JD. Kurtenbach with you until death do us part? No, on the Sports Leader.
I've never heard an interview like this from a player in midseason. Now, I'm going to try to point out that it was a cold January Monday night in Toronto, and maybe we shouldn't take declarations into too much account there. But on the other hand, those stages of loss, it sounds like Steph Curry is at acceptance stage. I mean, to me, I can't say for sure what conversations he's had with their front office, but my belief would be he has communicated that to them as well, that, there's no reason for you to go chasing something to fix a team that maybe it would be a desperate move. And that is going to reverberate. And this is so unusual for a star player to say. I mean, LeBron operates and has for decades exactly the opposite. He says, trade the 2031 first round pick. I don't care about that. This is Steph talking about leaving the franchise better than he found it. Guess what? You're leaving the franchise better than you found it, I promise you. And if anything, it's the franchise that owes him the last couple of years of his career. So this was a remarkable interview on a lot of fronts. And I'm going to be honest with you, when you listen to him talk like that, it makes you wonder that the Warriors, who've been sniffing around a star player since last summer, that instead of doing that, they may do the opposite and make a trade to save money because they're not far away from the luxury tax, because it sounds like they've got Steph's sign off on it. So this was truly a remarkable moment in the season.
That was the great Brian Windhorse, whose opinion I hold in about as high regard as anybody's in the association, about Steph Curry, who, like Draymond Green and Steve Kerr, all gave quotes in the last couple of days saying, no, we're good. Not that this team is good. That, no, don't bother making any moves. That it's almost not worth the trouble, you guys. Yeah, Steph Curry needs a number 2 to hold down the fort when he's off the floor in the so-often times when he's not playing games because he doesn't really do back-to-backs anymore with his knee stuff. Now, don't even bother. Don't even bother with it, because what's the point? That's the message. That's not being prudent or thinking long-term. That's giving up. And you know what? They might have a point, because the Warriors had a 34-12 lead on the Timberwolves in Minneapolis tonight. And they might pull this one out. They might pull this one out. But it will be by, as we say in the nursery rhymes I read to my daughter, the hair of their chinny chin chin. It is going to be by the finest margins, and that's if they pull it out. Wardell, Stephen Curry, 29 points. You got a great game from Andrew Wiggins. 24 points so far. And yet, they might not beat the Minnesota Timberwolves after holding a 34-12 lead. Now, it looks like they might. It looks like they might sneak this one away. But 34-12, and they're playing hard, heavy minutes throughout the fourth quarter. They're having to scrap and fight and claw. So maybe those guys have a point. Why bother? Why bother getting Steph Curry at number 2? I can make the counter argument, which is the margins are so thin. It's like the 49ers. Okay, Oklahoma City's on a different platform. Oklahoma City's fantastic. But what are you afraid of in the West? Last year, the Dallas Mavericks made a couple of small trades. They get P.J. Washington and Daniel Gafford. And they go from the 8th seed, and then they win the Western Conference. I'm not saying the Warriors are last year's Dallas Mavericks, but you're in a situation where, yeah, there's a clear-cut number 1 in the Oklahoma City Thunder. And the number 2 seed is the Houston Rockets. The kid Houston Rockets, who can't score, who just play hard defense, who the Warriors have played and played well. You're worried about the Memphis Grizzlies? I mean, listen, there's a lot to like about the Grizzlies, but you shouldn't be afraid of them. Are the Warriors really feel like they're that far off from Dallas? That far off from Denver, who just keeps hemorrhaging good players, by the way. The reason that the Nuggets are 4th in the West right now is because Russell Westbrook's playing out of his mind. Feel free to bank on that for the rest of the campaign. The Lakers and the Clippers are at 5 and 6. No one can look at me with a straight face and tell me that the Warriors are not in those two teams' caliber, that they're not at the level of the Clippers and the Lakers. And yet here we are. And we're looking at a Warriors team that going into tonight's game, and we'll see what happens as it all shakes out, is 12th in the Western Conference. Right? It's one thing if you're the Phoenix Suns and you're all the way in. That's worse, right? It could always be worse. It's one thing if you're the Sacramento Kings and you've never tasted the glory. But Dallas, Minnesota's a hot mess of a team, right? They made a big trade this past offseason trying to save some money, trying to get out ahead of things. It hasn't worked out. Maybe they're the team that needs to make a move. But the margin between the Rockets and the Warriors is not significant. It really isn't. And there's a whole lot of other teams in between who don't scare me. And all I want to see the Warriors do is get themselves into the mix. Get themselves into that blender that is the rest of the Western Conference and see what happens. Because at a certain point, those intangible qualities that only the Warriors possess in this conference, by the way, and maybe due respect needs to go to the Nuggets, but they certainly don't possess it as much as, the Warriors. Those intangible qualities, those show up in a 7-game series. Those show up. Look at the last time the Warriors were in a 7-game series. As an example, think about what happened when they went to Sacramento and they played the Kings. They were not a better team than the Sacramento Kings that year. But they pulled it out because they had some championship medal about them. And then the wheels came off, but that's not the point. Get them in the mix. Make something happen. Go out there and do something bold and brash. I'm not asking to sacrifice the future, but you have a couple years of Steph Curry playing at a all-pro level, and to just let it drift into nothing is malpractice. And that's kind of what they'd be doing. It's not kind of, it's exactly what they'd be doing if they weren't to make some sort of a move this season, before this trade deadline, that says, hey, we're going for it. We're going to get into the mix here. We're going to make something happen. We're going to give this guy a shot because we believe in him. That's what bothers me so much about this. If the Warriors front office was out here saying, well, we would never trade Kuminga, they've done it, right? We did it this entire time. We'll never trade our young players. We would never give up on those guys. Well, at least I can point to them and say, you guys are being idiots. But when Steph Curry is like, nah, that's the right move, a great player seemingly giving up on himself, I can't. That's what it sounds like to me. And I can't square that up. So I'm hoping that this is all a smokescreen. I'm hoping that this is the Warriors going out here and saying, yeah, we don't have to do anything. And the rest of the NBA getting lulled into a sense of complacency, and then the Warriors do the thing. I'm hoping that's the case. Because what's going on right now, and by the way, the Warriors, after a review, should have won this game, perhaps by 1 point. Again, up 34-12 after the first quarter against a Minnesota team that is 21-18. So very much of their ilk. Blowing a 22-point first quarter lead all the way down to 1. They should have won it. But the idea of just standing pat and hoping this all works out, well, Kuminga comes back, everything will be fine. If they win this tonight, they're 8 of their last 25. That's not fine. That's not acceptable. This team was 12-3 at one point, and while that might have been fool's gold, which one's more real? Which one's truer to the 2024-25 Golden State Warriors? The 12-3 start or the 7 of 25 over this last 2 months? I'd have to say it's the latter. And the fact that that's been deemed acceptable by the most important voices in the organization, extremely frustrating. And I go back to the Windhorse quote there. Who talks like this? Who says stuff like this? It's wild to me that that's something that would ever come out of Steph Curry's mouth. Draymond Green, I get it. Draymond Green is a content creator. He knows what takes will get him some run. And Vinny Goodwill of Yahoo Sports is as good as it gets on the NBA beat. He's a hell of an interviewer. He probably coaxed it out of him. Draymond has a hard time holding back if you work it just enough. I have been the beneficiary many times before. He'll tell it like he'll get down to brass tacks with you. Always appreciate that about Draymond. Steve Kerr's got nothing to lose. He'll be honest, and he is someone who does think about the long-term welfare of the Golden State Warriors, because in his mind, he has to think about not just however long his contract is, but the rest of his coaching career, which might continue beyond his current contract. But Steph Curry, the incomparable, irreplaceable, one of one, not wanting the number 2, I appreciate the selflessness. I appreciate putting the team over himself. But this won't do. This won't do. Even when they win, as they did tonight, it is merely an exhale. It's merely, my God, this team is torture. And there are solutions to the torture. JD will get into all of them, that's for sure. But when we're talking about, Kevin Durant might be on the market, Zion Williamson might be on the market, we know Zach LaVine's on the market, Jimmy Butler's on the market. There are options available for the Golden State Warriors to take a swing at this thing. And I sure hope that they do, because what's going on right now, it can't continue. It can't continue. Warriors win 116-115, Raph. 116-115. They were up 34-12 after the first quarter. And boy, they let this thing almost get away roughly 30 times in the final quarter. Another Warriors victory. There have been too few of them as of late. They are now back at 500, 20-20. Hopefully we got out of here at 500. We talked a lot of 500 today, right? We went over the Giants. Jamie Eisenberg was batting 1,000, though, when he talked to us from CBS Sports, and a little bit of 49ers optimism as well sprinkled on in there. Some frustration, too. Not going to pretend as if the season didn't happen. My goodness, how frustrating it was. Maybe we'll have something more positive to talk about tomorrow. Maybe we'll have something joyful to discuss tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it immensely. I hope you are, too. We're going to take a break, in Dubs OT with JD. We'll be on the other side. For Raph, I'm Dieter. Have a great night, everybody.